And welcome, of course, to day 2 of this encounter. Windward Islands Volcanoes versus Windwards Cricket Board 11. We're not going to miss any ball. That was the first one that was pushed up on the offside, and they go through for a simple, easy single. So, starting off today, Cyrus and John Louis. John Louis batted very stoutly yesterday for 26. Well, for 25, and got a single first up this morning, so he's got to 26. And Cricket Board 11's total has gone to 235 for 8. Good morning to Ali de Villard.
Good morning to you, Pastor. What a beautiful day it seems in the making.
So it really is, of course, in contrast to yesterday, which was rather grim and dull. Delivery that is pushed up to mid-off. Thought about the single. Cyrus just making a few exploratory steps, but of course John Louis not interested. Total remains on 235 for 8. Here once more is a delivery that is bringing the batsman forward rather tentatively, pushed out on the offside. So Arthanes, who has really bowled very well, he has captured 4 wickets already, in now and bowls. And he's on the back foot. Is Cyrus pushes it out in front of him on the offside. So it's a rather sedate start. They batted for practically the whole of yesterday, although we did in fact have a delayed start. Windwards Cricket Board 11. This has been a very, very good performance by what should be the less of two teams. There's a slip in, forward short leg, backward short leg. Short extra cover, mid off, long on. There's a short straightish mid wicket. There's a man in front of square, back on the boundary. Here's a delivery. Ooh, that just went to the right of Devon Smith, and is going to go very close to the boundary. That will come back for the second run. He was looking maybe just to push that up in the offside, and the ball took the outside edge. And Smith was diving to his right. Might have gotten a little hand onto it. Not sure. May have. The ball went behind him. They got 2. So Cyrus 237 now for 8. He's been a good slipper over the years though. He's taken some brilliant catches. Here's Athanes this time from over the wicket. Brings Cyrus forward. Pushes it out on the offside. The over comes to an end. Rather sedate over, but one that had a bit of excitement. That went to the right of Devon Smith. And they got 237 for 8.
If he had taken that catch, it would have been a spectacular one, because it was low, it was to his right. He had to dive away. He did, but just didn't get his hands to it. And as you said, the over, not much in it. Of course, it's the first over. The batsmen having a look at the bowlers trying to find the line and length. And Athens continued to bowl well, 4 for 35. What a good spell he has produced so far.
Yes, and of course everybody would be looking to see when his time comes to bat how well he's going to bat. He was in prolific form a couple of weeks ago, and as to whether he can carry that into this match is going to be, we all got to wait and see. But it's been a fine bowling performance by Arthanes. 15 overs, 6 maidens, picked up 4 for 35. Great performance. So Josh Thomas will be taking it up from the northern Odabo end. We talked about the contrast in weather conditions. Yesterday, of course, Ali was very dark and dull and rainy, and this morning is bright and sunny and glorious, isn't it?
Yeah, and we're still a bit surprised that the batting team chose to bat, even though they batted through the entire day.
Here is Thomas moving in. Well, he has aborted his approach. Of course, it's something we see with so many fast bowlers, and they tell you if you're not comfortable in your approach, abort it and go right back. So he's done that. Josh Thomas turns from the top of his mark and begins to lean forward, straightens his approach. Now he's there and bowls to John Lewis, who is driving out to extra cover, and he's really stood there stoutly. John Louis, 26, and let's see how many balls he has soaked up. 94. So if you're talking about patience, then he's got it.
He looked pretty comfortable. He was not under any not much pressure with any of the deliveries. He seems very, very comfortable.
Here once more is Thomas brushing past the umpire. Now he's there, and both John Louis, who is coming forward, edges between the first and second slip. That's going to go very close to the boundary. It's going to go all the way. Yes, it does. And that's 4. Oh, in fact, Devon Smith is practically saying that it didn't reach. It probably must have stuck a millimeter or 2 from the from the rope. So that's interesting. He was saying, hey, it did not touch the boundary line, so they've got to settle for 2. He's gone to 28. Is Jean Louis, and the total has gone to 239 for 8.
Who's the player at the second slip position?
Can't quite pick up who's there as yet. We'll let you know shortly.
Didn't have much respect for his seniors.
All right, that's the point you're making. Here he is once more in. Thomas Bowles left alone outside the off stump, and there's a run. Oh, Desroy Maloney is in fact, second slip. And I agree with you. Allow the older statesman to run after the ball.
And you notice for a while no one thought of running that.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting.
I think the one would not have run down many balls from first slip.
Wonder what Devon Smith may have said to Desron when he came back. You're the younger, please get after it. Yeah, once more is a delivery by Thomas, in bowls to John Louis, who comes forward, stabs it out square of the wicket on the offside, gets another run. He's now moved on by 1 to 29, and the total has gone to 240 for 8. Well, it's like Clive Lloyd, for example, fielding at first slip, and Viv Richards fielding at second slip. The ball goes between the first slip and second slip. Who do you think would go for it?
It have to be Richards.
Yes, Viv. And it's not just out of courtesy, it's out of respect. You just would not have seen Clive Lloyd running down there. It had to be Viv Richards.
But yeah, another technique that was used by some players in first slip, they dive and stayed on the ground.
Stay on the ground. 240 for 8. Yeah, once more Thomas will move into bowl to Cyrus. They're strengthening the cordon. There are 3 slips and a gully now for Thomas, who moves in and then started and stopped, turns once more, again in brilliant sunshine, begins to move forward, passes the umpire now and bows to Cyrus. Cyrus is turning that up on the onside, and there's a beautiful leg before gone.
Very close.
Leg before, he came forward and looking to turn it up on the onside. The ball cannoned into the pad. The appeal went up, and the umpire says that's out. So Josh Thomas has made a breakthrough early this morning. Cyrus trapped leg before for 2, and so the Windwards Cricket Board 11 now 240 for 9.
One of the things I noticed is that Thomas this morning has gone over the wicket. Yesterday afternoon he bowled most of the deliveries around the wicket, and I was a bit curious as to why. And I noticed this morning he started initially over the wicket and has continued and got a breakthrough.
Yes, well bowled. And Cyrus was shuffling across when he was struck in front. Ali de Bellot immediately said that's out. So 240 for 9 as the breakthrough, of course, that Plymouth Volcanoes needed came rather early.
You noticed past them pretty much in line. Just about outside off stump, so I have a very good view from where I am to see that decision.
You're right.
From in front.
Yes.
I was actually seeing off stump and leg stump from where I was. So, good breakthrough, good ball, pitched up, good to the lower order batsmen. Pitch it up as much as possible. Get them in the early stage of the game. Get your feet moving. Sometimes it's just a bit of a problem. And Cyrus really just stood his ground and prodded at it and missed a nose leg before.
Yeah, he looked up rather nervously when he was struck on the pad. And then the umpire said that was out. That's cool and easy as ever. 240 for 9. Sherman Lewis has just joined John Louis. Kudos to John Louis. I thought he played rather well. Wasn't an upbeat inning, wasn't aggressive, but stay there and chalked up 29. So it's going to be Thomas who would get ready to bowl to Lewis. So you've got a Lewis and a John Louis in here. Once more leans forward. Thomas in now to bowl to Sherman Lewis, who is leaving that alone outside the awesome. But that came back a long way. Came back a mighty long way. And did pitch just before it got to the keeper's glove, who I thought did a very good job in ensuring that it didn't go past him. That Smith, the over comes to an end. And at the end of the over, well, Sherman Lewis is yet to score. John Louis, he's 29. And the Windwards Cricket Board 11, 240 for 9.
Good first over from Thomas. He kept the ball up. The other batsmen in, as we say, try to keep it online as much as possible, because chances are they played and they miss, you have an opportunity. And I thought that was a very good over. But Pastor, you might know a bit. The both names are spelled same, but one is Louis and one is Louis.
Yeah.
Is it something French and English?
Yeah, well, the Dominicans, of course, got quite a lot of Louis, so to speak, Jean Louis. And here's a delivery that is pushed up to short extra cover, and there is no run. Of course, there is the French background, both in St. Lucia and Dominica. So you'll find quite a number of names having French origins and bearing. Arthanes brings Jean-Louis forward, pushes it back along the track for the bowler to pick up on this follow through, and there is no run. So the influence of the French has been much stronger in those two countries than St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. Pushed up again, just in front of him to extra cover, and again it's the Ambris who comes around and picks up. So Jean-Louis not doing anything indiscreet at all this morning. He's playing just as he did play yesterday. Here again is a delivery that is pushed back to the bowler, who picks up on his follow through, and there is no run. So Arthanes was bowled very well, 4 for 35. Been a great, beautiful bowling performance. He's gone now over the wicket into the left-handed Jean-Louis, who turns it up to mid-on but still can't score. Total remains on 240 for 9.
Did he look for the single in this delivery? No change in the field.
Here's down the track and driving well, gets it out to long off and gets a single, as Ali de Bella predicted. Looked for the single, got it. So he is now gone on to 30, and at the end of the over, Windwards Cricket Board 11, 241 for 9.
And it's those situations gives you the impression whether the team is thinking quite a bit, because it was obvious that he was going to look for that single, but there was no pressure put on him. They didn't bring in the field, just allow him to take the single.
Yeah, well, not sure whether Sherman Lewis may necessarily be happy about that. Maybe he's saying to himself, well, look, hey, are you saying that I'm not able to face up to Arthanes? Maybe. Well, I think it's the right thing. When you have a new player in, he can just stay in the middle and see what's going on a bit, and give him a little chance to get acclimatized. So I thought that was good cricket on the part of Jean-Louis. 241 for 9, and Thomas will prepare now to bowl to Jean-Louis. He is there now and bowls, and he's off the back foot looking to cut that behind square. Short rising delivery outside the off stump. I think he saw it, eyes lit up, and was looking to cut that through backward point. Doesn't make contact, and Smith collects behind the stumps. Total remains on 241 for 8. John Louis remains on 30. 3 slips. There is a sweeper right back on the cover boundary. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, 2/3 way to the boundary, and a long leg, not right back, as Thomas again moves in to bowl to Jean-Louis, who is hitting that down to the sweeper position. Well, the Ambler single, he's now gone to 31, brings Lewis into strike, and the total has gone to 242 for 9. But Ali, you played quite a bit in Dominica in your career, didn't you?
Yeah.
Mm.
And have quite a bit of families in Dominica.
Oh, you do?
And
I wouldn't be surprised. The Belot.
Of course.
Yeah. Got his French touch about it.
Got an uncle in Dominica.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Has he been there for a number of years? Or?
Yeah, they both came from France. One came to Grenada and one went to Dominica. So that's a connection.
Oh, so those are the originally. Yeah, okay, yes. Once with Thomas in and both the Lewis leaves that alone outside the off stump. So you do have quite a bit of French origin, don't you?
Yeah. See the name, the Bella. The thing in Dominica, they don't use the DE. They are Bellots.
Oh, okay. But it's spelled the same.
Same, yeah.
Interesting that. So you made contact with them, did you?
Yeah, there were a couple on the school team in the school games that when they came here, they come and check us. And when I go to Dominica, I have free transport.
Oh, what a thing. French origin. 242 for 9 as it's once more John Louis moving in to, sorry, that's Thomas, to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is pushing that up on the offside, will get his first run. Nicely played, rather elegant and easily pushed up to cover. So he's off the mark is Lewis. He's gone to 1 and the total is pushed on to 243 for 9. Yeah. But of course we've had a great deal of French the French of course being in different parts of the Caribbean for so many years, so French influence in practically or most of our Caribbean countries is there. It's easy to see here, of course, in Grenada also, as Thomas wrong the wicket this time in now and bowls to John Louis, who looks to dab that outside the off stump. Sure, he'll be very upset with himself there, played a naughty shot. And Smith collects behind the stumps. Of course, we've got a lot of names here in Grenada, like Latant and Belvedere, Montrouge. Montrouge means Red Mountain.
And of course,
Montjalou, where I come from. Yeah. It's called so Jealous Mountain.
You might have some sort of French connection.
I doubt it. Latant, which means the ant. Bolio. Beautiful, they say beautiful view, but beautiful water, or fine water rather. 243 for 9. Here is a delivery that is driving well. Fine shot. That's a magnificent shot. That's going to go all the way for 4. Oh, that was classic. That was really classic. Reminded me of a shot that he played yesterday down the ground. Elbows cocked. And that went through extra cover for 4. He's gone now to 35, John Louis, and the total has moved on to 247 for 9. We're just seeing that on the he drove it through the line, and that's what made it so special. Wonderful shot, really wonderful. Oh gosh, I would remember that shot for quite a while. Of course, for the entire game it was really hit very well, and the beauty about the shot is that nobody moved. Old-fashioned extra cover drive.
But it's still a wonder as to why he chose to go wrong the wicket and get the ball coming into the left hander with not a great amount of movement, but more in line with the batsman, and that will make the shot probably a bit easier to play because you have a better view of the ball outside his off stump. Yes.
So Athanaze is going to move in and he's going to bowl to Sherman Lewis. Sherman Lewis, whose cricket I would say sort of tapered off.
Yeah.
When he came out several years ago, he had speed, had beautiful movement.
Played for West Indies.
Yes. So his game has dropped. Here's Athanaze in and bowls to Lewis. Lewis is coming forward and drives the ball up to mid-on. Wouldn't score a single there. He remains on 1 and the total remains on 247 for 9. Athanaze 4 for 36. How well he has bowled. In and bowls. Comes forward is Lewis and pushes it out to extra cover. And Ambrose comes in, boot to hand. He kicks the ball into his hand and sends it back to Athanaze. With this Nathan Lyonish approach, in and bowls onto the back foot. He should have been coming forward there and pushed the ball back to the bowler, who gleefully picks it up, goes back. There are 2 slips in and a forward leg in the shallow. as Athens again would move in to bowl to Lewis. Here he is, and bowls, and Lewis is onto the back foot. Gets one that rises on him a bit, doesn't have much a turn, plays the ball out at short mid-on. Ryan John picks up, and there is no run. Still 247 for 9.
The quicker one will be coming pretty soon, Pastor.
Oh, let's see it. Here is Athens in, bowls, gives that one generous flight, and Lewis comes forward, pushes it out there to extra cover, and there is no run. Total remains on 247 for 9.
Is Smith indicating that he's about to bowl? I see him first slip exercise in his arms.
He bowls a bit of off spin. Here's Athens in, bowls, and Lewis again is stylishly forward, just pokes the ball out on the outside. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, John Louis, who will be taking strike, he's on 35-1 to Sherman Lewis. 247 for 9. Windwards Cricket Board is the latest score here at the National Cricket Stadium.
And once again, you see the batsman right down to 11th position, still trying to get himself in and play, cricket shots. He's not just coming there and whoop whap at everything. And that's good in terms of the development of Windward cricket.
Yeah, I like what I see. Quite frankly, I like what I see. I saw all the players getting out there and trying to stay there and bat for as long as possible, and to me that is great credit to the players understanding it's a 3-day game. You're not supposed to go into 1-day mold, and everybody seemed to have desire to stay and bat and to bat for long periods too. That's good. So Thomas is back in, bowls, and John Louis comes forward, tucks him nicely out to mid-wicket, gets a comfortable single. He's now moved on to 36, and the total is pushed on to 248 for 9, brings the right-handed Lewis into strike. Field changing around to accommodate Lewis. We were in fact talking about Sherman Lewis, and one wonders what are those details that allow his cricket to drop so dramatically. And I say more so is bowling, and there might be several reasons that will be put forth.
I saw in the 10-10 that he put a lot of effort in his bowling, but he was hitting all over the place, so I'm not too sure what he has lost.
Thomas is in, bowls, he comes forward, opens the face of the bat, glides that down to third man. They've gone for one, will come back for the second. That's all there'll be. The return comes in to Smith. He gets 2. So Lewis has gone to 3. And the 250 has just been posted. 250 in 318 minutes. Exactly 500 deliveries to get there. So they're scoring a run every 2 balls. Did I get my math right, Ali? Yes.
I'll give you a pass.
Yes. Fortunately, that one was not so very complicated. So it's Thomas again. 2 for 57 so far. Moves in to bowl to Lewis. And Lewis is getting a short delivery that he's right on top of. He's playing on the front for that and pushes it out to short extra cover. No runs. Total remains on 250 for 9. A lovely, relaxed atmosphere here at the National Stadium. Beautiful day, really beautiful. A lot of clouds overhead, but the sun also is there. I don't think there's much a battle between clouds and the sun. It's just a lovely day, beautiful. As here once more is Thomas is in and bowls to Lewis. Lewis comes forward and plays the ball rather stylishly and with great confidence out to extra cover. He can't pick up a single though. The total remains on 250 for 9. He remains on 3.
Looks pretty comfortable. He has not been in any problem at all.
Certainly doesn't look like a number 11 at all.
He looks very assured of himself.
Oh, he might say to his captain, "Hey, I'm not too fancy you putting me on at 11. Look at how I've middled everything so far."
Because the captain apparently giving him some talk. I'm sure he might be telling him that he needs to get out there and go on bowl rather than bat.
So here once more is Thomas from the northern Odabo end to bowl to Lewis. And Lewis is driving well. Runs here for him. How far this is gonna go? Close to the boundary. They will in fact now come back for the second run, as Anselm having to run back. So 2 more there to Lewis. That was pitch outside the off stump, and it was a half cut, half drive. Sort of slashed it down to the cover area. He got 2. He's gone to 5. The total has gone to 252 for 9. Fine shot. Is a kind of shot that we're told the late great Larry Constantine used to play. Half cut, half drive. So charismatic shot. 252 for 9. As here he is once more is Josh Thomas. Will move in to bowl to Lewis, who's on 5. He's batted well so far. He's there now and bowls, and Lewis is coming forward rather competently, confidently, stylishly. Ball pushed up on the offside, and there is no run. I think that's the end of the over. Yes, over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, the West Indies Cricket Board, who continues to struggle on, continue to fight on, 252 for 9. Good morning to Kerry Frank.
Good morning to you, Pastor Warmer. Good morning to all our viewers, whether they hear viewing from Grenada or across the Windwards, or wherever you may be taking the broadcast. Good morning to you from beautiful Grenada.
Lovely day it is, isn't it?
Yeah, quite a contrast to the start of proceedings yesterday. Yesterday we got some early rain, which resulted in a late start, but today we were able to have an on-time start this morning at 9:30, and so far everything looks good, and we hope that the weather conditions will continue the same for the duration of today.
Kerry, the Volcano players, I don't think they can in any way say that they've been short of practice and short of cricket. They've been playing quite a bit of cricket over the last few months, haven't they?
Yes, quite busy. I think some of them probably just come from a little rest, because you'd have had, if we go back to I think January earlier on this year, when we'd have had the Super 50. Then after that, a couple of them would have been involved in T10 leagues, or there's in St. Lucia, St. Vincent here in Grenada. A couple of our players would have been part of the West Indies setup. So the cricket has been, though it's a pandemic period, they've been playing a fair bit of cricket. Arthanez
to Jean-Louis, who pushes the ball out to short mid-on, and there is no run. So Louis remains on 36. He's batted well, 252 for 9. Arthanez again is in, bowls, and pushes out to the offside. We were commenting, Kerry, about Arthanez, who looks very much in the mold of Lions of Australia. Here's a delivery that brings the batsman forward and pushes it out to mid-off, and there is no run. Just his approach to the wicket, Nathan.
Oh yes, I think Arthanez is one of those individuals who really places great emphasis on his game, and he certainly looked to learn from the best.
Outside the off stump, rocks onto the back foot and hits that down to mid-off. Ball travels rather firmly, quickly there to Ambrose, and there is no run. The total remains on 252 for 9.
Oh yeah, as Arthanez continues to hunt for that 5 wicket, currently 4 for 36 in his 18th over.
That'll be nice. Down the track he comes, uses his feet well, put on his dancing shoes and hits that down to long on, gets a single. So 1 more to John Louis, who's now gone on to 37, and the total moves on to 253 for 9. The right-handed Sherman Lewis comes into strike, and the field just making the adjustments to accommodate him. But it really is a pleasing sight to see the doggedness of most of the batsmen who've come and they've decided to remain there and to bat for long periods. That's good.
Yeah, and I think one of the issues we'd have noticed with Volcanoes over the years, as we see another delivery from Ambrose.
And to this delivery, he is coming forward, is Lewis, and pushes out in front of him as Dennis Smith collects behind the stumps. The over comes to an end. Lewis is 5. John Lewis is 37. 253 for 9. Windwards Cricket Board 11.
Yes, I was saying, just apologize. I was actually Arthanez finishing the over. And one of the issues we'd have known, you'd have followed Windwards cricket much longer than I have I have, and one of the problems has been the ability of the batsmen to bat for long period of times. We know that there are situations in the past where 40 matches sometimes finishes early on the third day, even on the second day, and it's really good to see that these guys are in practice mode here at the National Stadium, or in trials mode, or however you want to classify it, that they put in value on the wicket and they're looking to occupy the crease for a pretty long period of time. We'd have seen, looking at the scorecards, a number of them. Robinson would have batted for 79 deliveries. That would be Teddy Bishop would have batted for 80. Now we have John Lewis. John Louis 113 balls, so he's 37. Even Augustine played 52 balls for his 19. So it shows that they put in value on the wickets, and the dismissal has not been rash shots looking to go after the bowling. And the wicket is quite good. And the only how you can score runs is if you're in the middle and occupying the crease. Once you stay out there, it gets much easier, much better for batting.
Yes, agree with you. And they've shown good batsmanship, stick-to-itiveness, and you haven't been seeing rush of blood, so to speak. By and large, they've played very, very well. So the board 11, 253, at least they've got a pretty good working total with. And whether they have this sort of bowling lineup, which could be potent, to run through the Volcanoes lineup, that we'll have to wait and see. Here is a delivery by Edwards, who was brought into the attack from the northern Odabo end, pushed up on the onside, and the total remains on 253 for 9. Edwards once more, left arm orthodox, over the wicket. He's in now and bowls, and John Louis is studiously forward, pushes the ball back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. And again, there is no run. The total remains on 253 for 9. Here he is again, Edward. Moving in. This is his first bowl this morning. He's there and bowled John Louis onto the back foot. Might have been advised maybe just to lean forward, but stayed onto the back foot and played it with soft hands in the end. But he has to remember that there's a feeler there at forward leg lurking, as Edwards again is in and bowls, and he's coming forward and driving the ball up to mid-on, gets up to long on rather, gets a comfortable single. So one more to his total. He's used his feet very well too. John Louis got to 38. And the total has moved on to 254 for 9.
Oh yes, it's really one of the aspects of batting that you really like to see the batsmen confident in their skills, using their feet to advance to the bowler. It is something we've seen probably slowly creeping out of the game, especially from our West Indians and our Windwards players. But we see John Louis looking to take the advantage away from the bowler and looking to attack them, and it's really a pretty sight, and he's looked quite comfortable doing so.
Here is Edwards bowls, and Lewis comes forward, pokes the ball back on the onside for the bowler to pick up on his follow through, and there is no run. So Edwards 2 for 66, started off very economically well yesterday, and got a little bit more expensive later on in the day. Here's a delivery, faster one onto the back foot is Lewis, and pushes the ball down to straightish mid wicket, gets a single. I thought he handled that very well, just eased onto the back foot, though it was faster. And he's now gone on to 6. The over comes to an end. He'll be taking strike next over. And the Windward Islands Cricket Board 11, they're now 255 for 9.
Yeah, continued solid performance from the Windwards pair. The last wicket pair between Sherman Lewis and Joe Louis, they've put on 15 so far, and they've looked a bit unbothered outside there. Sherman, as you have made mention earlier on, doesn't look like a number 11 batsman at all. Quite picking up the line of the ball and linked quite early, getting behind it. Solid defense. He's been looking good, and I think two of them, they like to keep the Volcanoes 11 out there for probably a bit longer period of time. It's a good wicket to bat on, and I don't think Sherman would be too eager to bowl on it so soon.
Yeah, well, this pair, and Sherman is no rabbit with the bat, let's be honest. I think he's a better batsman than many people will give him credit for. He's just taking a middle stump guard from what we're seeing here, and preparing to face up. I think we've got a change of bowling from the far end. Tyson has come back in. We've had quite a lot of discussion yesterday. Kerry, you were not up here, but we talked quite a lot about Tyson's approach to the wicket. Only about 10 or 11 steps. And one wondered whether you can't have more from him from a longer approach. Moves in now to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is off the front foot, comes onto the front foot and pushes the ball back past the bowler. Mid-on comes around rather, quickly picks up, and there is no run. Total remains on 255 for 9.
Yeah, Dylan Tyson, one of those newly contracted players with the Volcanoes franchise, and I'm sure he'll be really looking to relish the opportunity to be based here in Grenada and working with the team day in and day out. And as you said, those things I'm sure that the management team and the coaching staff, they probably would have observed that and probably already thinking of ways in which he can help the bowler to even further develop.
He is there now and bowls. Lewis pushes it out to a short mid-off, and again there is no run. But yes, I think he's got a wonderful physique for a fast bowler. He's got good shoulders, good arms. There seemed to be athletic ability in him. There's no question about that. He's not oversized, not overweight, good upper body, good abs, strong feet, good legs. So he's got quite a lot going for him. Comes in once more and bowls, and Lewis comes forward. Might have gotten a little lateral movement, maybe just away from the right-handed batsman, and the ball is pushed out to short extra cover. Ambrose picks up, and there is no run. Now, I was saying to Raphael Crony yesterday and also Ali de Bellot, I would like to see him go back a couple of yards.
Oh yes,
and come in and get rhythm. You can't get much rhythm with just 10 paces to the wicket.
Yeah, they seem to. Is it a new cherry being selected there, taken then a new ball as Devon Smith does a selection for his team. So it looks like we're going to have the second new ball now being handed over to the fielding team, the bowler Tyson. So a second new ball, and some encouraging signs for the batting team that they've been able to be out there for in excess of 80 overs, that they asked the opposition team to seek for a new cherry.
Yeah, but I'm sure that Tyson would be very happy with that. No, he's got a new cherry, and let's see if he can do something with it as he moves past the umpire now and was getting ready to bowl to Lewis. Yeah, I just think it's just too short.
Yeah.
Whether he has a longer run-up than that and he's just using this for this match, I'm not sure. It could well be. But what I'm saying as a opening fast bowler, 10 paces to the wicket is just not enough. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think as you said, momentum is everything.
Yes.
It builds up a nice rhythm getting to the wicket, and 5 strides, and it's at the stumps at that one a bit extra bounce there. Probably died on Smith a bit, hit on a hand. As you know, during the T10 tournament, he had some difficulties with that hand, and we're hoping that it's nothing too serious. He's on the ground at the moment, but we know the little fighter from Hermitage and St. Patrick's. He'll be wanting to stay out there and fight for his team.
Yeah, he certainly would want to do that, but favouring something on the right hand. But that thing, he'll be all right.
Yeah.
You've got to expect that once you're in the line of duty and in the line of fire. You've got to expect that you're going to feel pain. Pain is all part of success story. You know, you don't expect to go through life on a flowery bed of ease. No. For you to get any distance and any great coverage and have great success stories to add to your resume, you've got to experience pain. Here is a delivery by Tansil outside the outside. There's a appeal for caught behind. The umpire says not out.
Oh, I thought that probably from my vantage point, it looks like we have to see the replay, but umpire Campbell says no, that's not out. As Tyson and the fielding team, they look a bit stunned. As Tyson, he delivers close to Sherman. Looks like he came off the whole sleep guard, and everybody was confident in that. No big celebration. They thought it was a regulation catch, but seems that Sherman Lewis or John Louis lives to fight another day, and he will continue to bat.
Well, that's interesting too, and we had quite a great deal of discussions yesterday as to what should a batsman do. If you've nicked it, should you leave or you wait for the umpire to give the signal? A delivery that's driving outside the off stump loosely, doesn't make contact, and Smith collects behind the stumps, almost as if that was reactionary.
Yeah, yeah. You know, the comment you made. If you look at the the one-day games between West Indies going on and on Australia. I think the second match will be resuming this morning. You'd have seen in the first one day, I think it was in Marsh, one of them would have been caught down the leg side.
Yes.
There was a big appeal. He was not given out when they went for the review. He
walked
knew he nicked it, so he walked off after the nick. So I guess nowadays batsmen are waiting for the umpire to do their job. So he probably didn't want to be embarrassed to say that he knew he nicked it. So you want Sneeko to put him out. But before even Sneeko made a decision, he was off the field.
Yeah, he was off. Once it went up, he knew that Sneeko was going to pick that up.
Yeah.
So he walked off. Well, we talked about that yesterday, and there was the debate, discussion as to should you walk or should you not walk.
Yeah.
We know that players like Brian Lara,
Adam Gilchrist. Yeah, that's
those
cool.
players.
They walked.
Yes, they walked, and even those before them, the Alvin Kalicher and the Zagari Sobers, they nicked it, and you see them quickly peel the glove off, tuck the bat under the shoulder, and they walked
Off
away.
they go. Yeah.
Those days are no more.
I think the mentality among a lot of these players now is that the umpires are there in the middle to do a job and let them do their job. They're not making it any easier for them. But
Interesting that.
yeah, but as we know, the old saying, some people might say, oh, we have to revise it, but cricket being a gentleman's game, the gentleman aspect of it is slowly being eradicated from it.
Yeah, what a shame though. It's gonna be Edwards, and he'll be moving into bowl to Lewis. Lewis is 6. He's there now and bowls. Lewis is looking to drive. He didn't really push that left bat across. It was tossed up, and I think his eyes lit up and was looking to bang that through the offside. Didn't make contact. Dennis Smith collects behind the stumps. The total remains on 256 for 9. Sherman Lewis remains on 6 as Larry Edwards moves in round the wicket there and bowls, and he's onto the back foot, pushes out to Ambrose, who has fielded the ball more than any other player on the Volcanoes team. They're at short extra cover.
No, I think that's it looks like Ambrose is
Here's a delivery that is pushed back to the bowler,
No.
gets a comfortable bounce, and there is no run.
I think Ambrose is actually in mid-on, so that's because the player in mid extra cover doesn't have a number on
you're
his
right.
back. So
Yeah. That might be Anselm, is it?
yes, Anselm. That's
Here is a delivery that brings Lewis forward, pushes it out on the onside, and again there is no run. The total remains on 256 for 9. Edwards 2 for 67 into his 23rd over is in now and bowls to Lewis. Lewis gets a shorter, faster delivery, flatter one, lower trajectory that he pushes out on the onside to a shortish mid wicket. And again, there is no run. The total remains on 256 for 9.
was that an opportunity or a bat far from Jamal James, who's
No,
under the bat?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Came off quickly off the bat too. Here's the
Oh,
delivery
yes.
that is driving nicely. They'll get only a single here. They're going to come back for the second. No. Well, Lewis thought about the second run, and John Louis said no, none of it.
Not at
None of
all.
it at
He was
all.
not moving at all.
So the over comes to an end, and at the end of Edwards' over, it's 257 for 9. Edwards 23 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 68.
Yeah, it's another good over, just a single off the last delivery. So that means Sherman Lewis will take strike off the new over, coming up against facing up against Geelong Tyson. Sherman Lewis would have been one of those players who would have had a contract last season. He'd have lost his contract, and now he's facing up against one of those persons who replaced him in the contracted team, that is Geelong Tyson. So I'm probably looking to say, hey, though you're not one of the new kids on the block, I'm going to make you work hard to get my wicket. And Pastor, I've noticed it for quite a while today, but when you look at that slip cordon and even extra cover, well, it's probably strengthened now, so it's probably defeat the point I'm making with Ryan John, one of the taller fielders, but 2 slips, Devon Smith and Desmond Maloney, Alec Athens in gully, and Dennis Smith.
Beaten outside by off stump with an absolute pearl of a delivery. That one broke away from him. He was pushing down the line and pushed down the wrong line, but it was an absolute beauty. Just curled away, and Dennis Smith collecting behind the stumps.
Yeah, beautiful delivery there. Nice upright action, pitch and lefty,
Ooh.
right-handed batsman. That's whether you bowling that to a number 11 or not
Yes.
opening batsman, you'll be quite pleased to see that. The only thing is that you probably would have wanted to nick it, but Sherman Lewis was not good enough to get the bat onto it.
And the ball swung too. It
Oh,
swung.
yes.
So here once more is Tyson. Would move in once more to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is 7. He's been there for quite a while. 28 deliveries for his 7 runs.
35 minutes, quite long period at the crease for Sherman.
And Tyson once more is in and bowls to Lewis, pushed up on the onside, and he won't score. But there is a talent, I would think,
Oh yes,
in Tyson. And
certainly a lot to work with there.
Yes. If you can get somebody to move the ball,
Yeah.
that already says something.
I think normally, as you say, bowlers, people, they have a lot of pace but coming to you straight. But once you can, as you said, pitch it and move it both ways, you're certainly in the
In
game.
business. Here is Tyson in bowl. Oh, he swung it again. Beautiful delivery. That was pitched up. And really was just trying to jab the bat down on it. Swung a long way. Wonderful delivery. A pearl of a delivery. That's what I love to see. I love to see bowlers who can not just bowl fast, but they can have lateral movement, and they can also swing the ball. That swung beautifully. Love it.
This match they're playing with the ping ball, to sort of accommodate for the side screen.
Here he is once more in and bowls, and the ball is edging down to the second of 2 gully. He was looking to take the bat away, looking to shoulder arm, and there was some movement too, and just managed to get a bat onto it, but inadvertently went down to the second of 2 gully, and the total remains on 257 for 9.
Yeah, as you say, in the ping ball, it looks like that ping ball is swinging quite a bit, and the bowlers will be quite encouraged by that. Sherman Lewis himself, who swings the ball a
Yes.
bit, would be quite happy, would be licking his lips to get an opportunity.
Here's a delivery, bad delivery down the leg side, looking to hit that down to long leg, doesn't make contact, and Smith dancing around very quickly, collected the ball. Total remains on 259 for 9. Yeah, it would have been nice also to see someone, maybe like a Ryan John, coming from the other end and bowling quickly too. That's what you got the new ball for.
Yeah, Ryan, strangely, just 6 overs, so you have gotten a couple of bangs yesterday in the field. Later on yesterday evening, he got a knock, I think probably in the knee area. He was off for a period of time before that, but just bowled 6 overs of the 87, so probably on the bowl so far.
Tyson is in, bowls onto the back foot, delivery just back of a length, push back up on the offside, beg your pardon. The over comes to an end. So at the end of the over, Windwards Cricket Board 257 for 9, 257 for 9. Lewis is 7. John Louis is 38. He'll be taking strike, and they continue to work very hard to dislodge this final pair.
Yes, making it difficult for them as we see some action outside the National Stadium. I think that's one of the girl teams, Grenada women football team. Probably not to show at what age group level, but see the girls taking in some action. And Pastor, it's certainly good to know that our women are being engaged in sports. We'd like to see the same in cricket, but whether it's football or anything, it's always nice when we see the girls are engaged in those sporting activities.
And the opportunities out there, Kerry, they're great, really. An opportunity to make a livelihood and to make a career out of sport. And that's why we would love to see maybe even governments trying to encourage young people to get involved in sports, because you can have a good livelihood from different sports. Here is John now in and bowls, and John Louis comes forward and pushes it out in front of him on the offside, and there is no run. Ball goes out to short extra cover. Total remains on 257 for 9.
Yeah, as we said, we would have loved to see Ryan. Probably Captain Ambrose probably would have had an earpiece in his ears listening to the commentary, and he said, "Hey, Ryan, the commentators are saying that you should have a bowl to come take the opportunity now." So it's good to see Ryan back. He's a bowler, not express pace, but he bowls a good line and length and moves the ball a bit. So should be looking to nick off the last wicket here and get his team into bat.
In once more and bowls to John Louis, who is coming forward and plays the ball up in front of him on the offside again. With no aggressive intention, ball going out to short mid-off. Edwards, I think it is, coming in there, picks the ball up Total remains on 257 for 9. We're in over number 89, so it's been a long period in the on the field for the Volcano 11, the Windwards Cricket Board 11. They've made them work hard. John once more, with a few stuttering steps, now begins to lengthen and strengthen those strides. He's there now, and bowls to John Louis outside the off stump. Good carry, but maybe just too far outside the off stump to induce the batsman to a drive or a cut. And the total remains on 257 for 9, and John Louis remains on 38. 122 balls there for his 38 runs, but he looked unperturbed, doesn't look disheveled, and he's played a very stout, daring knock. He is once more facing up to John, and John Louis to this delivery leaves it alone outside the off stump. Wayward delivery, and the ball slanting across the left-hander's batsman off stump, just outside the off stump, and kept going further away, but didn't have to play. Total remains on 257 for 9.
Yeah, again, a bit of a wayward there from Ryan, looking to probably would want to get a batsman to play a bit more, especially the new hard ball. John Louis is set, and he anything wide outside the off stump, he's just going to leave it alone. So Ryan would have to look to attack the stumps and attack probably that fifth stump line to get into.
Balls to John Louis, short delivery, and pulled out of the shot because for a moment Jean-Louis thought maybe about pulling that in front of square on the leg side, then decided, I think early enough, look, let that go by, and allowed it to go by. Total remains on 257 for 9.
Yeah, Ryan John literally bending his back on that one, and I think the short ball was not something we'd have seen much utilized a lot yesterday. You know, they considered the wicket was a good wicket, so they just wanted to bowl the ball on a good length line outside to the batsman, but not really utilizing that short up pitch delivery.
Here is John in, and bowls to John Louis, leaves it alone outside. Oh, that crept all the way, and then will go into the boundary for 4. Now you can't fault the keeper at all. You just can't fault him. That was pitched up, and it just never raised its ugly head at all, and just went straight past the keeper. We have the benefit of the replay here.
Yeah.
Dropped in front of. That could have
nasty.
injured him. That was dangerous. It certainly was.
Yeah, I think he took good. He ended up making the right decision, because had he got and kept behind the line of that, probably could have gone into his face and could have been a different story. So 4 extra runs, you'd not be as a keeper who sets really high standards, you'd not be happy to see 4 byes next to his name, but I think that was really a good decision there. 4 byes. Yep. So
yeah, just wondering, maybe they're calling and asking maybe to bring, I don't know, he probably needs to keep with a gum shield here now.
yeah, so as seems to be at the end of the over, Smith looking for some assistance from the dressing room. Is he giving up the helmets as Tyson gets set for another over coming in from the southern end, and as we see that's Nicholas Redhead comes to retrieve the helmets. Smith back to take up his position behind the stump. So attacking with a new ball. We have 4 fielders behind the bat and the keeper. So looking for that edge.
Well, did in fact find the edge, but not edgy enough. Ball going out to backward point as Edwards comes in rather quickly, prevents the batsman from going for what they thought might have been a single. 261 for 9. Well, we did talk about how important it is for Windwards Cricket Board 11 to get up past the 250 mark. Well, they've certainly done that. Here once more is Tyson, bowls outside the off stump, let alone there, but it was a good tantalizing, teasing delivery, and decided at the last moment just to pull out of the shot. He was looking maybe just to poke that ball out on the offside, and then left it alone. I thought it was a good delivery, but also it was equally well played.
Yeah, well watched there from Sherman Lewis, resisting the urge to go after those deliveries.
Down the leg side is Tyson, and that was a bad delivery. Moving smartly across is to his left, the keeper, Dennis Smith. So he's just been a little up and down here, Tyson. He's want to make sure that he remains on a good line and good length. He's got the support structure with 3 slips and a gully. So with that in mind, he needs to be pitching the ball outside the off stump and looking for a little bit of away movement. Here he is now, balls outside the off stump. He gets the away movement, but it's just too far. And Dennis Smith collects behind the stumps, 261 for 9.
Yeah, another one there watched by the batsman outside the off stump. Probably started it a bit too far to entice the batsman into playing a shot, because Sherman Lewis, once he sees a ball pitch outside the off stump, the angle is going to keep taking it away from him. So all he has to do is just shoulder arm and watch it pass by.
Here's Tyson again in, bowls to Lewis. Lewis is getting a better delivery this time, much closer to the body. He eased onto the back foot and turned it out on the onside, but can't score. He remains on 7. Jean-Louis remains on 38 of 125 balls. 261 for 9 is the total, as once more is Tyson moves in to bowl to it's a short rising delivery. There's a people caught behind. Yeah, he is walking now. So that one took, I would think, the glove.
Yeah.
Short rising delivery. And as Kerry Frank did say, why they did not employ the short ball a little more, you may never know. Maybe just looking and seeing that the wicket is a bit on the placid side. So finally, the cricket board 11 have been dismissed. Just getting the replay. Oh, that was a lovely delivery. It really was. And the appeal went up. And so Sherman Lewis was just out there for 7, 261 all out. 261 all out. And we'll take the opportunity to go through the scorecard. Of course, yesterday, Jelani Robinson caught Dennis Smith of the bowling of Tyson for 66. Junior Henry bowled Larry Edwards 14. Teddy Bishop leg before to Arthur Nace for 43. Cato caught Devon Smith, bowled Edwards 29. Dylan Douglas leg before to Arthur Nace for 11. Jean-Louis not out 38. Stout innings, under challenging circumstances. He remained there and batted 38. 125 balls, 180 minutes at the crease, 4 fours. Kevin Augustine caught Dennis Smith, bowled Thomas for 19. Asif Hooper was caught Maloney of the bowl of Arthur Nace for 14. Vincent Lewis was bowled by Arthur Nace for 4. Darryl Cyrus leg before to Thomas for 2. Sherman Lewis, of course, caught Dennis Smith of the bowling of Tyson for 7 and stayed there for 39 balls. So in the end, Windwards Cricket Board 11, 261 all out, 261 all out, and extras 14, buys 8, no balls 6, and let's give you the bowling analysis. Ryan John 7 overs, 1 maiden none for 17. Gillon Tyson 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 37, so he's been economical. Thomas 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 59. Larry Edwards 23 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 68. Courtney Anslem 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35. And Alec Achtenez 18 overs, 7 maidens, and captured 4 for 34. So we've had 2 carried, 2 apiece for Tyson, Thomas, and Edwards, but Alec Athenez, outstanding figures of 4 for 37.
Yeah, the fifth, a 6 bowling option for the Volcanoes coming up to the party, leading the wicket haul, 4 for 37. He bowled pretty well, got a good bit of drift with his bowling, bowled a good, nice, tight, containing line. And I think that 4 wickets really would have done justice to his effort. Probably would have wanted a 5th to say that, hey guys, you know, I'm one of the top batsmen in the team, but hey, I have 5 wickets, a 5 wicket haul also. But he would have done well, 4 for 37, quite good effort. Gillon Tyson bowled quite well, 2 for 37. Probably would have liked a couple of wickets more for his effort. Josh Thomas bowled pretty good, especially that spell this morning. And 2 wickets also for Larry Edwards, none for Ryan John, and none for the off spinner Courtney Anslem, and they would be looking to see if they can get another crack at it maybe later on, maybe tomorrow for their team's sake, to see if they can get among the wickets. But it was a very good effort with the ball. As we said, the pitch was not offering much assistance, but it really required a lot of commitment and dedication to bowl a good tight line and length, and picking up bowling out the team in 90 overs for 261, I think is a really good effort with the ball.
Yeah, well, good batting conditions there, and I thought that Windwards Cricket Board 11 utilized it fairly well to get up to 261. So we will await, of course, the Volcanoes 11. They're going to be out there and trying to eclipse and overhaul that 261. There'll be a change of innings, of course, and we'll be on here to bring you the broadcast.
All right.
We live. So, Chief, in your capacity as chairman of the board of tourism, how did you feel to be vaccinated and having the privilege to be here watching international cricket?
Thanks, Kevin. I mean, it is a sign of really the future. The way that we get things going back to normal, and the way that we will be able to continue our lives as we used to, with freedom to move around and to gather and to socialize as West Indian people love to do, is through vaccination. I mean, there's no other way that we have to get our lives back as normal other than vaccination. It is absolutely critical that we get more people vaccinated. I am very concerned. I am very concerned that our levels are not high enough, and I fear that you see, Kevin, what people aren't understanding. I think people think that. You know, like think back to last year when you may have one or two little outbreaks last year, and then you quarantine people, and then everything's all right? You know, there's no country that has had COVID in their community that I know of that has been able to get rid of it. So once it's in your community, you can't get rid of it. I mean, look at Barbados. Barbados has done a fantastic job in trying to manage and mitigate the community spread that they have, and they just can't get rid of it. So what that means is if we have an outbreak and it gets into the community, you know, you could find yourselves with restrictions for a very long time. So the freedom that we are enjoying now is because of yes, the management of the COVID situation has been exemplary. And you have to give kudos to the Ministry of Health and the entire government and private sector, citizens in general, for the way that people have coordinated things and the way people behave. But the freedom, a lot of the freedom that we're enjoying now, being here and all that has to do with the fact that we're vaccinated.
And how important it is for the economy, of course, tourism and all of that.
You know, as I said, it is the only way that we get things back to normal. It's the only way that we get the country moving again is through vaccination. For tourism, is extremely important. I want to commend the tourism industry workers for stepping up. and getting vaccinated. The large majority of them are vaccinated, and I really want to commend them for it. It's the only way. There's no alternative. There's no other way. There's no other solution that we have.
And welcome back here to the National Cricket Stadium in St. George's, Grenada. Reminding you that Windwards Cricket Board 11 dismissed for 261, of course. And now it's the Volcano 11. They're out there. Desron and Devon Smith. There are the two batsmen there. Desron Maloney, who got a good score of 95 in the previous practice match. And he would obviously want to build on that performance. And Devon Smith, of course, the veteran, would want to stamp, of course, his ability to bat and to show, of course, that he is not over the hills. So,
it's going to be, it looks like it's going to be Sherman Lewis taking up the action from the southern end or the river end of the ground, and we're looking to start off quite well. Two good batsmen coming up against them. He's facing up against first up as he's go through his loosening motion, and with that breeze coming from the left to the right, probably would be might be a bit challenge for him bowling to the left-hander, or could be at the same time going to help it swing the ball back into the left-handed batsman. So starting over the wicket as we see the batsman, the trousers, quite heavy breeze this morning.
Here he is, Lewis, with the first ball in, and Bolton Smith is looking to pull that outside the off stump. I think that kept much lower than anticipated.
Yeah.
And it really didn't have much carry at all, but it was short, his eyes lit up, and he's a good puller, no question about that, looking to hit that through mid-wicket. But the ball stayed very low down and looked a little ugly in the end. So that was the first delivery there by Lewis.
Yeah, the ball didn't come up at all as Smith's eyes lit up, as you said, looking to get off the mark quite early, but Lewis probably will be encouraged by that to see Smith's attacking instincts quite early.
Here he is, bowls, and he is onto the back foot. Short rising delivery, pushes it out to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, so we can see that one. The bounce was what was expected in that delivery. Smith was able to get on top of it. The first one kept a bit low. That one, quite some good bounce from the hard new ball. Good take by the keeper. That is the keeper, Junior Henry, out of St. Lucia. He has the duties in this match. I think the first match, annual match, you'd have done some keeping. So Junior Henry looking to make his stakes.
Here is a delivery that brings Smith forward, pushes it out to just in front of him on the offside. So they're rather chirpy out there, and one understands that. In the early part of the innings, usually you see the players all chirpy, everybody is energetic, very lively. But sometimes when a partnership goes and everything becomes so placid and docile.
Yeah.
Well.
Now the plan, what they go out there, is still fresh in the mind, as you said, an hour from now, and no wickets down, and nobody wants some more award.
Here is Lewis in and bowls outside the leg stump. Good take there by Henry, dying down the leg side. He's a tall man and had to go across there rather quickly. Did it very well. So, one without loss.
Yeah, as they feel as they're going through a bit of fielding drills before they get the ball back to the bowler. That would be Jelani Robinson in the first slip, Delon Douglas in second, Teddy Bishop is in gully, and they look quite energetic so far to start the proceedings.
As Lewis once more from the far end, in now and bowls to Smith. Smith is off the back foot, turns it up on the outside quite confidently, and can't score though. So Lewis, just a one run on the board, a no ball that was bowled by Lewis. That was the fourth delivery. Two slips, a gully, cover. There is a mid-off and a mid-on. Two slips, a gully. Oh no, yeah, that's right.
Two slips, gully.
Yes.
Backward point.
And there is a cover. Here he is now in and bowls.
Ooh,
and
good
delivery that wraps him on the pad. And again, all the feelers just closing in on Devon Smith as though they're felines or species.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my golly. But those things I doubt will ruffle Devon. He's been around for so long, quite frankly. 20 years of doing this at first class level. That's a long time. It really is.
Yeah, and imagine Teddy Bishop is still on the 19, so he'd have been playing first class cricket longer than Teddy Bishop has been alive. So
That's right.
He's seen it all at this level.
Yes, I don't think that would bother him at all. I doubt. Here's Lewis once more. Turns from the top of his mark and begin to move in now to bowl to Devon Smith, who is looking to turn that down the leg side. They will, in fact, go for what would be a bye, I would think. We'd have to wait to see what the umpire.
One bye.
Yeah, just a bye. So this is sort of difficult take down the leg side. So the total has gone to two extras. Meanwhile, the end of the first over, and at the end of it, Volcanoes 11, they're 2 without loss.
Yeah, for a very good over there from Sherman Lewis, good pace. Couple of those probably would have sliding on the leg side, would have wanted to probably attack the batsman more, but you could have seen he got some good pace and bounce off the wicket. The first ball kept a bit low, but so far that over was quite good, and would be walking back to his mark feeling quite good about his first over served up.
Yes, he'll be quite happy with it, and.
With that, the left armour, that looks like it's going to be Vincent Lewis, a left arm a medium fast bowler from the island of Dominica. So he look quite a short guy too, Pastor Warm, but looks again like he has some very powerful shoulders.
Yeah, could be a skidder.
Yes.
Yeah, I just love when there is a left arm medium fast bowler in your attack. Always brings variety, different angle. So that to me is refreshing. It's not too many left arm fast bowlers around in the region. So it's good when we see one or two of them emerging.
And thinking the Windwards, we have two of the best going around on the circuits right now, Obed McCoy and Preston McSween.
Here he is in now and bowls. And he's coming forward there, Devon Smith, and drives that down the ground. They've gone only for one, didn't seem to be interested in coming back for the second at all. When Devon Smith hit that, it just seemed as if to say, that's all I wanted, one. So he's off the mark, and the total has gone to 3 without loss.
Yes, as
it's not very often you've got 2 Lewises.
No.
For that man. 2 of any namesake.
But if we're gonna if we're gonna pronounce it the English way, how we know in the English pronunciation, we say there's 3 Lewis in the team, man.
That's correct.
Kashaki, John Louis, Vincent Lewis, and Sherman Lewis. So the Lewises are quite prominent here at the Windwards Cricket Board 11.
So here he is Lewis in now to bowl to Maloney. Maloney is not very happy about something, so he pulls out of it.
Yeah. Pastor, if you think you hear the commentary, probably you're not watching it and you hear Lewis and Lewis, you'll be saying, hey, is that the team from that would have been Royal Lewis Union team in action here, because quite a number of Lewises from that village would have represented Union, and so it's the village of our owner Royal Lewis, Windwards West Indies manager, currently on duty with the team in Barbados. So we think that series will be resuming today, but it's really good to see the left armer here in the National Stadium.
Vincent Lewis in and bowls to Maloney. Maloney's onto the back foot, just went a little deep into the crease, pushed it up on the onside to short mid on, and there is no run. So total remains on 3 without loss.
Yeah.
It's got a pretty longish approach though, very much in contrast to that.
His fellow Dominican mate, Ceylon Tyson.
Yeah, that's right.
And Tyson is bowling probably 5, 6, 7 miles faster than him. So,
but I'd take an opportunity just to look at his approach, and he leans forward now. He's got a smooth approach, nice entry there, bowls. And Maloney drives down to long on. They've gone for one, would come back for the second. That's all there be. So he's off the mark. Maloney, he's gone to 2, and the total has moved on to 5 without loss.
So you see that action there. Very he has those strides, kind of sort of short strides, not no long strides. He gets into the wicket in a quite nice groove. Look to build momentum from his run up. At the delivery point, he doesn't seem to be jumping from a high angle. pretty lateral to the pitch and get that ball moving through. So as you have said, maybe one of the skiddier bowlers.
He is there now and bowls to Maloney. Maloney is coming forward and opens the face of the bat. He's got to be careful about that. Pushes the ball out to Gully. Teddy Bishop picks up, and there is no run. The total remains on 5 without loss.
Yeah, and those shorter bowlers, Pastor, normally when they bowl in and with those, the ball tends to skid off. It comes onto you much quicker than you anticipated, because you'll see him running in, you're like, oh, my decent pace, and that one off the wicket might just come off with an extra zip. So the batsman will be looking to be a bit watchful all year on to see what he has to offer.
As he turns once more from the top of his mark and begins to move in is Vincent Lewis. He's there now and bowls outside the off stump. Maloney goes onto the back foot and just opens the face of the bat and glides it out to cover. Can't score. Total remains on 5 without loss. But he's got a slightly open chest approach.
Yes.
Not nothing side-on-ish.
No.
He will now move. He will now bowl from round the wicket. He's asked the umpire to just change direction. So he's going to go round the wicket. Whether there's going to be any adjustment to the field, no. There's still 2 slips and a gully cover mid-off, mid-on. Then there is a forward square. There's a leg gully and a long leg right back, almost verging on a deep backward square. Here he is once more. Is Vincent Lewis. He's in and bowls to Maloney. Maloney is coming forward rather carefully and with a bit of style attached to it. Pushes the ball out to short mid-wicket and can't score. So the over comes to an end. At the end of the over, Volcanoes 11, they're 5 without loss.
Yeah, good over there from Lewis. Kept keeping the ball close to the batsman. As we seen, there are a couple of opportunities to just hit down the ground for a few runs. 2 to Maloney and 1 to Devon Smith. Both batsmen got off the mark in that over, and they'll be looking to continue to be watchful and help set a foundation for what can be a good score from the Volcanoes 11. Conditions are quite nice for batting. Not much clouds, some lazy ones above, but no immediate threat of any rain. So it's quite good. Bat wicket. So it's just settling on bat for long period.
Here is Lewis in and bowls to Smith outside the off stump. Bit of pacey delivery there. Henry collects behind the stumps. Had a bit of carry because he got it somewhere wrong head height.
Yep.
So that was good. Lewis is a tall man, so can in fact get the ball to come on and also to climb. Total remains on 5 without loss. Smith is 1. Maloney is 2. 2 players who are usually positive. Well, Devon Smith is not as maybe not as quick scoring as in his early days when he was termed shotgun Devon Shotgun Smith. Here he is once more. Is Lewis. Moves in now from the far end. He's there and bowls to Devon Smith, looking to turn that up on the onside. The ball cannon into the thigh pad. And again, there is no run. Ball goes out just behind square on the leg side. So 261, the Windwards board 11. They amassed, and they would be pretty happy with that total. As once more is Lewis from the far end, turns from the top of his mark. He's a tall man, rather athletic. He bowls now to Devon Smith, who is tucked up, just comes forward and pushes it out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Still a lot of chirpiness outside there. Everybody is hurling out their encouragement and articulations there. As we say, we're going to be here listening to see whether we'll be hearing similar songs coming through the microphones at 1 hour after.
Yeah, we wait to see though. It's normally one of the things with cricket. When the going gets tough, the action gets quiet.
Yeah, once more is Lewis in and bowls to Smith. Smith leaves that alone outside the off stump. As Lewis really long follow through, got almost up to Devon Smith. And that's good, really. Love to see a fast bowler with a good follow through. Momentum will take you maybe halfway up the pitch, but then you've got to go all the way back. It's such a difficult assignment as a fast bowler, impacting, of course, on the knees, the body as a whole. And you've got to do that in brilliant sunshine, very humid conditions at times. It's never an easy assignment. Fast bowling's got to be for people who've got great stamina, good body physique, and people who are strong physically and also mentally tough.
No, yes, it can be a daunting task. You're in the field for 90 overs.
Here he is once more. Lewis is in now and bowls to Smith outside the off stump, left that alone. Carry was okay as Henry collects behind the stumps. The total remains on 5 without loss.
Yeah, so in the West Indies, typical West Indian fast bowlers, when you get back to the heydays, those big strong guys, they can run in whole day. Malcolm Marshall probably would have been an exception to that description of the typical West Indies fast bowlers. But when you think of Croft, Garner, Holding, Marshall, Ambrose, Walsh, Bishop,
all were 6-footers.
Exactly. So
they were huge. Wayne Daniel also.
Yeah.
Here he is once more. Lewis is in and he bowls, and Devon Smith leaves it alone outside the off stump. Collected there by Henry. The over comes to an end, and at the end of it, it's 5 without loss. Joel Garner, you didn't.
Oh, Joel
you can't
Garner.
leave Joel out,
Big
can
bad
you?
Garner, no. And nowadays you find in our cricket, the tallest men, they want to bowl spin, while the shorter men are those who are bowling fast, right?
All right. So it was a plethora, a list of them.
Yeah.
Tony Gray, remember him? Wes Hall also.
Yes.
Rather good size. And Charlie Griffith was big and
Yes.
burly, was strong.
Mm-hmm.
And the list will go on and on. Had Roy Gilchrist also. Maybe not as big as some of the others, but he was a really great speed star. It said that his temper fuse was very shallow. but you can't blame him. He was just...
No.
They said that you had to know Roy Gilchrist and know how to handle and how to harness him. But he was absolutely aggressive and was always coming at you.
Yeah, as cricket, it's always about the man management is one of the most important aspects of the game right now.
Here once more is Lewis in and bowls outside the off stump. Ball will just curl back a little after pitching, and left alone by Maloney. Henry collected behind the stumps. Andy Roberts, who was, we wouldn't want to call him necessarily one of those tall fast bowlers. He was very strong in the legs and had good shoulders too. Malcolm Marshall was 5'10", so relatively short for a fast bowler, but he really would speed to the wicket very fast. Tony Gray was big also, from Trinidad and Tobago. Here once more is Lewis in and bowls, and Maloney comes forward and pushes it back along the toe. There's a stare there. So many of these fast bowlers would stare down the batsman after bowling. But there is no harm in that. It's just as if to say, hey, listen, let me tell you something. I've got a red cherry in my hand and you better be careful as to what I can do with it and what I can do to you.
Yeah, it's all part of the way we play our cricket in the Caribbean. It doesn't really mean any ill intent between the players, but it just means that there's a little bit of aggressive nature there. And once you're out in the middle there, all friendship goes out the door, and who wants to knock over who's off stump?
Lewis is in, bowls, Yorker-like delivery. That was well bowled. And there was a little bit of aggressive intention there by Maloney, looking to drive that through the offside. Got the bottom part of the bat, a delivery that he should have just maybe come forward and just pat out on the offside. But he saw it on the fuller side, and maybe his eyes lit up a little bit and thought, let me drive that through the extra cover, but found that it was dipping onto him. In the end, he got the bottom part of the bat. No harm done. He remains on 2. Smith is 1, 5 without loss.
Yeah, as you see, Lewis just into the middle of in the middle of a very good over so far.
As he comes in again, he's there now and bowls to Maloney. Maloney is in defense, gets across almost outside the off stump. Has this way going right across. Maybe I think he just wants to make sure that he gets bat and pad, covers everything.
So that's why I think probably Lewis should have continued bowling to him over the wicket. The left armer, the ball moving away from him a bit might be bringing in a bit more other modes of dismissal into contention, because now we're coming around the wicket. Once Maloney gets outside the off stump, and even though he struck outside the off stump, he can be given out LBW.
That's correct.
So probably though you have 2 slips and a gully, probably look to slant the ball against the right-handed batsman to see if you can induce an edge.
Here's Lewis again. He's in now and balls to Maloney. Maloney is wrapped in the pad. There's a slight appeal for leg before. That's
high.
much too high, of course. And the umpire says, hey, that cannot be given out. And so it's 5 without loss. Maloney is 2. Devon Smith is 1. So 261. The Windward Islands Cricket Board 11. They batted rather well, I must say. As it's going to be once more Lewis. Vincent Lewis. He's got 2 slips and a gully. Cover is square and a little extended. He moves in now, passes the umpire there, and bowls to Maloney. Maloney gets a Yorker-like delivery right up in the block hole, and looked rather awkward in the end as he was looking to turn that down to
Going down to fine leg.
Down to fine leg.
For
Well, he had his legs spread apart. Let's see it again. It was an absolute beauty. It swung. And swung late, and that went between his legs and got a nick onto it down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Well, Maloney has gone to 6, awkwardly to 6, and the total is pushed on at the end of over number 4, 9 without loss.
Very good over there from Vincent Lewis. Quite unfortunate that he had to have 4 runs registered against his name in the last ball there, but that was a really good over. Had Desmond Maloney, he had to play at all of those, and he had to use all of his skills to keep that one out. Probably would have missed the stumps, but he was able to get some bat onto it and between the legs down to the fine leg for 4. So very good over there from Vincent Lewis.
Yes, got swing, got big in swing too, and went between the legs down to the boundary for 4. Thought that Desron may have. Did he put on a little pong or 2? Yeah. Here is Lewis with a new over. Sherman Lewis bowls outside the off stump and looking to drive, looking to cut rather. Ball came back a long way after pitching.
Passed very close to the stumps also. Smith
stands up, arms akimbo.
Chat the exchange of words between the veteran Devon Smith and Sherman Lewis, probably saying, "Good job, youngster, but you need to probably do a little better to dismiss me."
Yeah, he went right up to Devon Smith and had a word or 2 with him. Certainly nothing obscene, nothing disrespectful, because there was in fact a bit of a smile on the face of Lewis as he came back.
No, I think we would like to see that, even though it's a 3-day game, franchise exercise, you'd really want to see that level of competition intensity, and so far you're seeing it quite early in this inning.
And what's more, is Sherman Lewis in now and bowls to Devon Smith. Devon Smith is in defense, short delivery that comes into the left-handed batsman, goes onto the back foot and pushes it out to mid-wicket, and the total remains on 9 without loss. So nice little battle we have here developing with the 2 opening batsmen and 2 opening fast bowlers. Both parties are fresh, and both of them want to go into the ascendancy, so it's been a good battle. I don't think we can say any one of the 2 forces have yielded as yet. But here is Lewis turning once more in pretty decent sunshine, passes the umpire now and bowls to Devon Smith down the leg side, gets inside the line of it, and Henry dances across. He seemed to enjoy his keeping though. From all indication, you can see him collecting the ball and does a little bit of stylistic movement here and there, but he enjoys it. That's nice. That's the important thing. Whenever you're involved in anything, and if you're going to be productive, you've got to love what you do. If you don't like it, please get out of it. You would not be able to perform very well, and you won't be successful. 9 without loss. Smith is 1, taking strike. Maloney looks on. He's on 6. Here is Lewis in, bowls to the left-handed Devon Smith, who just pushes the ball out. One that was threatening to go into the pad, turns it out on the onside, and there is no run. That one was a fuller length, and so he had to hasten his shot a bit, turned it up on the onside. 9 without loss. Smith is 1, 18 deliveries for his 1 run. Of course, you don't expect him to be as the Devon Smith of yesteryear, who at this time might well have been 20.
Yeah, quite.
Lewis is in and bowls to Smith. Smith is looking to turn that down the leg side. Wayward delivery. Good take again by Henry. Showing pretty good glove work. Good movement too. Nice to see players maybe just taking a step or two, and if you have to dive, then you dive. And those are the better keepers than those who would just hurl themselves to the right or left spectacularly. Dujon didn't do a whole lot of footwork, but then he was so agile, you see. And then when you had fellas who were so fast, you didn't have much time. You had to react so quickly. Here once more is Lewis would bowl to Devon Smith. He's there now and bowls, and Smith is off the back foot rather competently and confidently pokes the ball out on the offside, out to short extra cover. The over comes to an end, and so at the end of the over it is 9 without loss. Smith is 1, Maloney is 6, and they're chasing, of course, 261.
Yeah, very good over there from Sherman Lewis. A good bit of steam was delivered in that over, and it's really good to see that Sherman Lewis has found he's settled into a nice groove so far. You know, he tends to be a bowler who would take a couple of overs to really find that good line and length, but the challenge of bowling to Devon Smith quite early is one he has responded to well so far, and I think he has bowled 2 very good overs so far, and will be looking to continue on that path.
Yes, so 5 overs, so they've not bowled badly at all. Still would like to see, of course, Vincent Lewis, left arm, wrong the wicket, in now and bowls to Maloney, gets a short delivery and gets a French cut. That's going to go down close to the boundary. It won't go all the way, they get only 1. It was a short delivery, his eyes lit up, and as to whether there may have been some inward movement, you may never know. But he saw it and he was looking to square cut that one, got on the edge, and the ball went down to fine leg, got a single.
Yeah, quite fortunate there. Looking to hit the ball, but the ball came back into him a bit, and luckily the edge was able to. I think it dropped short before the keeper, so the keeper was not able to collect or to stop it. But he will be feeling probably a bit, more. Maloney will be saying, "Let me watch him for a few more deliveries from the non-striker's end."
He's by nature an aggressive player, but he wants to be very careful to curb that a bit. Here is a delivery from Lewis down the leg side. Smith comes forward, turns it down to long leg, will get a comfortable single. So 1 more to Smith, who's now gone on to 2, and the total has now pushed on to 11 without loss. Brings Maloney back into strike, the right-handed Maloney. Didn't have the best of first season with the Windwards a couple of seasons ago, but he's a dogged policeman from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and he knows what it is to battle. As it's once more Vincent Lewis in now and bowls, and he is off the back foot. Is Maloney, pushes the ball out square of the wicket on the offside, but no aggressive intention. So a testing period here for these two in Smith and Maloney.
Yeah, and I think the bowlers, you see from the bowlers, I think Vincent Lewis, you can see he relishes bowling more to Desron Maloney than Devon Smith. Couple of deliveries to Devon Smith, he hasn't really lined it up that well. One was driven down the ground, one was clipped off the legs, and you see Maloney seems to have settled into a nice line of attack around the wicket, looking to attack the off stump or the fourth stump line. And he has been doing quite well, while Sherman Lewis has bowled so far so good against Devon Smith. So they'll be hoping that they can keep attacking those respective batsmen and probably get the breakthrough for the team.
Here he is once more, is Vincent Lewis. He's there now and bowls to Maloney. Maloney is driving well, good shot. There runs here for Maloney. They've gone for 1, will come back for the second. That's all there be. It was pitched up, it swung a little, just a little, but not sufficient to pose any danger for Maloney, who drove down the ground, and he got 2. So 2 more to Maloney. He's now gone on to 9, and the total has moved on to 13 without loss.
Yeah, that one was just a bit too full there from Vincent Lewis. Maloney eyes lit up with the prospect of scoring runs down the ground. Had the outfield been a bit faster, probably may have gotten more reward for the shot, but 2 runs nonetheless.
As he's in again is Lewis, in and bowls, shorter delivery, tucked down behind square on the onside, and they get a single. So he's now gone on to into double figures. Maloney's gone to 10, and the total has now moved on to 14 without loss. Brings the left-handed Devon Smith, who's on 2 of 21, now into strike. Now these batsmen would understand that they're basically the senior players in the Windward Islands make-up, and they would have to understand that a total of 261, they'd want to get beyond that. They don't want to feel belittled at all. As here once more, Vincent Lewis moves in from the northern Adabo end. He's there, and bowls to Smith. Smith is wrapped on the
Beautiful
field. There's an
delivery.
appeal for leg before, not out.
Wow.
Well, that was going down the leg side. I think you can see it here. It was certainly going down the leg side. Devon Smith was looking to drive, didn't make contact, and so that completes the over. We do have, in fact, the replay here. The benefit of it, it would have gone
go down the leg side.
So good umpiring here, and at the end of the over, Windward Islands Volcanoes are 14 without loss.
Yeah, good over from Lewis. Big appeal there. All the fielders behind the stump, they were up in supporting 100%, looking to see the back of Devon Smith, because whether or not you're playing 1-day cricket or 3-day cricket or T10 or T20, seeing the back of Devon Smith is always a good sight for any bowling team. But that one, as we said, pitch on just about the middle stump and keep slanting down the leg side. So at the end of the day, very good decision by the umpire, as Devon Smith survives another over, and 6 overs gone already. And the WICB 11, they have been kept Desmond Maloney, as who you said likes to score quickly in check, and Devon Smith 2 from 22. A really good effort from the WICB 11 bowlers.
Certainly. An over number 7 ball now by Sherman Lewis, who passes the umpire in, bowls to Maloney, and Maloney is coming forward. Just pushes the ball in front of him on the onside.
Yeah, as
Cato comes in, picks up, and there is no run. Total remains on 14 without loss.
yeah, and when you look at we've made the observation earlier on, but when you look at the way that the fielders at the end of the delivery, they lay almost like just about 10 yards or so from the pitch itself. They're all close in, coming in very tight, looking to choke the batsmen, and it really shows that the intensity out there from the WICB 11 players.
Sherman Lewis again is in and bowls to Maloney. Maloney is getting a good delivery, one that had a bit of swing, and came forward, played it a little late. And that's important. When the ball is moving around a bit, you got to be careful not to play too early. And there was a little bit of movement there, not prodigious, but he played it with soft hand and rather late, and squirted the ball out behind square on the offside. Total remains on 14 without loss, and Maloney remains on 10.
Yeah, as you know, when you look at the passage of play, you can think that these 2 opening bowlers, they can probably get 2 busts with that hard new ball, because you're gonna have just maybe about 40 minutes to lunch, so they'll probably have a rest.
Sherman Lewis, short delivery outside the off stump, away movement, is not lured into playing at that, left it alone, and Henry collects behind the stump, still 14 without loss.
Yeah, so they could probably have maybe bowl for another 15 minutes or so, and then come back after lunch with another spell. So they've been doing quite well so far, and they'll be looking to bowl as long as possible, and look to make that vital breakthrough. Because as you look at the batting lineup, still the likes of Ambrose, Athenes, Dennis Smith, Jamal James to come. It looks quite some good quality batsmen left in the hut.
Here once more is Lewis. Is there and bowls, and to this delivery is coming forward, opens the face of the bat, just glides it down to gully, and there is no runs. The total remains on 14 without loss. Maloney is 10, Devon Smith 22. They'll want to see these 2 fast bowlers off, I would think, and they've tried, and they've had some 6 overs between both of them so far, into the 7th now. and they've got the wickets intact, which is very good. Turns again is Lewis and begins to move in to bowl to the right-handed Maloney. Maloney is
Good
getting a
delivery.
good delivery, really beautiful, a pearl, a peach. Pitched just about on the off stump and then began to move further away, pulled inside the line. Maybe on another day he would have sparred at it, let it go by, and keep a Henry behind the stumps, collecting. Well bowled.
A very good delivery there from Sherman Lewis. Unsung quite early. That one pitch and left the batsman a bit. Maloney, he did well to not get a nick onto it, but very good effort there from Sherman Lewis into his fourth over. One ball short of overs, 2 maiden, 1 run, and would be looking for a wicket in that foot to put in that foot column.
Outside the off stump, maybe for a fleeting moment, he thought about maybe cutting it, and then decided to let it go by. The over comes to an end. Maloney's 10. Smith is 2, 14 without Lawson. We'd have Ali Developed, of course, who's going to join Kerry Frank.
Yeah, very good start there from the Windwards Cricket Board 11. They've done well with the ball, keeping in check Desron Maloney and Devon Smith. As we see Vincent Lewis, he's have some encouraging words from his captain Roland Cato. He's about to bowl his 4th over. And they'd have done well so far, keeping the scoring in check. Just going at 2 runs and over in the first 7. And I think Ali Di Bellot, they would be looking to get a breakthrough early as we see Vincent Lewis into bowl to Devon Smith. And to that one, Devon Smith watches it outside the off stump, pitched and kept moving away from him. Watchful there. Reminding you of the last delivery in the previous over. There was a big appeal for LBW1, which in our estimation was going to miss the leg stump. But Lewis certainly has found his groove and he's looking quite good early on today.
Yeah, he's bowling pretty okay. Of course, he's bowling to one of the top batsmen around the region, and he should be energized by that in itself. And of course, selection is what is important here, so performance is of key.
Yeah, normally, Ali, when you see bowlers, with not much of a long resume coming up against batsmen, they can be either nervous or they can be rise to the occasion. As we see Lewis once again a delivery full pitch. Smith watched it all the way, just came down onto it. Not much of a threat there from Smith, as he was able to play that one to the offside, where the fielder does in extra cover does the fielding. So Vincent Lewis is not daunted at all by the challenge of bowling to Smith and Maloney early up front.
Yeah, and as you said, sometimes facing a top batsman and it gets you a bit nervous. But I don't think he has shown any sign of that. Of course, they have been together for quite a while. They train, so even though he's a top batsman, it's not new to him, and so he's doing pretty well.
Yes, Vincent Lewis from the island of Dominica, left arm medium fast bowler. Into Devon Smith once again, and to that one, Smith watches it outside the off stump again. Pitched maybe a whole set of this on the 6th stump line and kept swinging away from the left-handed batsman. There was no challenge, so Vincent was probably want to pitch it a bit closer to Smith to make him play a bit more. But once the opener sees that ball outside there, he's not obligated to go after it.
No, but it could also be the setup. You get it to move away a couple one, you think you're going, and then you try to get one slanting back into him, and it could also be the trick, of showing him what he could do moving away, but waiting on the one that comes back.
Yeah, we'll wait to see if he has those sort of weapons in his arsenal, as he's in once more to bowl to Smith. And Smith again, that one is pitched much closer, but Smith recognizing that the ball would pitch and move away from him, shoulders arms into the keeper. So far he's getting the ball to tail away quite nice from the left-handed batsman. As we saw, he swung one into Maloney, the right-handed batsman, which got him in some sort of trouble, but we'll be looking to probably see if he can get it to go the other direction, which might pose another threat to the batsman.
That is one of the more dangerous deliveries to the right-hander, the one from the left-hander going into him.
Yes.
And it will be the opposite for the left-hander, so if you could get it to come back into the left-hander, we look to see how much he will challenge Smith in that.
Yeah, two slips and two slips and two gully waiting as Lewis once again delivered that one shot in length. Smith comes back and plays it onto the onside. There is quite a number of open areas there, and they come through for two. Very good running from Devon Smith and Desron Maloney as they complete two. And you can say, well, Devon Smith, he has been around for 20 years, but he's certainly still one of the better runners between the wicket within the Volcanoes team.
Yeah, he's very quick. I think as a footballer, he was one of the dangerous wingers, and if you're a winger, you have to be quick.
Yes.
So that has propelled himself also into the cricket, where he exerts quite an energy. Although he feels and slips most of the time, but he's a very quick runner.
Yes, as we see the two slips and gully, there is waiting. That is Robinson and Dylan Douglas. To that one, Smith comes forward, opens the face and plays it to the field line backward point. So the end of another good over from Vincent Lewis, one which conceded just 2 runs, and after 8 overs, Windwards Volcanoes, they're 16 without loss.
I think it's just sum it up by saying good cricket. The bowlers are bowling pretty okay. The batters are having a good look at them. Of course, it's 3-day cricket, but the whole essence of it is from both teams is to bat as long as possible. You could see that is being instilled in them. So not many rash shots. I think the bowlers will be having some pretty hard and long days, as we saw yesterday, where the batting side batted the whole of yesterday and part of today. And again, you could see from the two openers there that Smith and Maloney, really 28 deliveries, Smith 4 runs, 21 and Maloney 10. You can see that they are really trying to play themselves in.
Yeah, at least persons will be looking at the scorecard and we said good cricket, but when you look at the scorecard, 16 without loss from 8 overs, the casual fans will be saying, what are you talking about? But if you're really into the game, you would really agree with the sentiment that it has been good cricket out there between both bat and ball. And even though it's not a test match, but a longer version is certainly a test, and we can see an examination in progress outside there in the middle.
Yeah, and then the purists will like this kind of cricket.
Yeah, oh certainly. And as we see Sherman Lewis about to begin his 5th over into Maloney, and to that one Maloney shoulders arm to one outside the off stump, which kept a bit low. Junior Henry, he does the fielding behind the stumps, and now we have 3 slips for Sherman Lewis to Desron Maloney. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, extra cover, a very square mid-off, or would you call it another extra cover?
Straight mid-on, a wide extra cover.
Wide extra. It would fit within one of those categories there. So he'll not be looking to pitch up the ball much, but a good line and moving the ball away and looking to induce an edge. As Lewis in once again, and that one Maloney, he uses his height to well get on top of it, opens the face, guides it to Teddy Bishop at gully, and there is no run. You made a point in the last over of Devon Smith being a good winger in football. He plays a lot of football for I think it's Hard Rock. Is it Hard Rock he plays for in the local league? And nowadays you find people tend to specialize more between the respective sports. But years gone by, they will tell you that cricketers love to play football, builds the endurance, and it really translated and benefited them in both disciplines. As Lewis this time, full delivery, Maloney extends his hand well, hits that one through extra cover, will cross the boundary for 4. So a full pitch delivery there from Sherman Lewis, dispatched by Desron Maloney for his first boundary, and it's 20 without loss. His second boundary, I apologize, and it's now 20 without loss in over number 9.
I think again he showed a level of concentration of the batsman, because one of the few bad deliveries and he extended the arms and hit it so fluent, like he'd been waiting for it.
Oh yes.
And really took advantage of a bad delivery.
Yeah, his eyes lit up when he saw that full pitch delivery, and he was like, there was not much I was going to get this morning, but I'm going to make good use of this one. Sherman Lewis again, that one, this time Maloney allows it to go outside the off stump. He's a little bit shorter in length, and he shoulders arms into the gloves of wicketkeeper Junior Henry, who so far, from what we have seen today, has been quite solid and competent behind the stumps. Would have made some good stops down the leg side, and so far quite good effort from the St. Lucian batsman wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable behind the stumps. As they said, his gloves work seems to be pretty decent. Of course, we have not seen the spinners yet, but,
Yes, different.
but with the pace, he seems very comfortable.
Picking up the line very early, and he's done well so far. Sherman Lewis into over number 5. Balls to Maloney. This one pitched on the stumps, driven down the ground. The fielder there in mid-off. He comes around, can come stop the ball, and the batsman they come through for two more runs. So 2 more runs to Maloney. He moves to 16, and the total is now 22 without loss, with 1 ball short of over number 9.
The problems with Lewis is his direction. He seems to be moving the ball pretty good pace, but not challenging the batsman enough. The one that moves away, no need to play. The one that comes in is pretty short, so he sees it. I think if you could just get that line more accurate, he would be a threat.
As we see the last ball of over number 9, Sherman Lewis into ball to Maloney. Another full pitch delivery. Maloney comes forward, drives. That is very good feeling there in mid off. By that, I make that to be is that Kevin Augustine there. Good feeling there to restrict the batsman from scoring any runs. So it's the end of over number 9, and very good support in the field there for the bowler. After 9 overs, Maloney is 16, Devon Smith is 4, and the Windwards Volcanoes are 22 without loss.
I think if he didn't get his hands to that, and he did very clean indeed, it would have probably sped all the way to the boundary. Excellent, but again, it was one of the sort of loose deliveries we saw from Lewis, and before you came past, we were almost trying to analyze probably how Lewis has tailored off so much, and you see him here not very consistent. He bowls very good deliveries. You guarantee in every over he bowls 2 or 3 deliveries. That one seems to be what he really wants to do. So probably that's the reason he has tailored off a bit.
Yeah, I think sometime players, they would have achieved a certain level of success, and not realizing that you have to work sometimes twice time harder when you've reached those levels to maintain it than when you were aspiring for it. So we hope that he's still quite a young man, and we hope that I think he's just about 26 now, so he still have a lot of years ahead of him, and we hope that he can refocus and recommit himself to the trade. He has what it takes, and it's just about putting in the effort and making it count. As Vincent Lewis this time, starts a new over. Again, pitches one aside the off stump, which Devon Smith allows to go into the gloves of the keeper. And as we've mentioned, if it's one criticism we've had of the 2 opening batsmen, is that the 2 opening bowlers, is that those deliveries we'd like to see them pitching it probably a bit closer to the batsmen to make them play a bit more. Smith and Maloney, they can watch quite a few outside the off stump, and every time they're offline, they're either clipped off the legs or hit through the covers for runs. So Vincent Lewis and Sherman Lewis will be hoping to make the batsmen play a bit more on those good length deliveries.
Yeah, they need to be a bit more accurate.
This time that's short and wide, and in the typical Devon Smith manner, he comes back and cracks that true cover point for 4 good looking runs to Devon Smith. His eyes lit up when he saw that one from the left arm, a shot and wide outside the off stump, and he did not need a second invitation.
No, I did. Again, and just prior to that, whether it's the commentators, because we spoke just of the fact that they bowled just too many loose deliveries. And again, that was one shot outside the off stump going further away. Coach Devon, one of the better cutters of the game, didn't need a second chance. He made full use of it and hit it between cover and squarish cover for 4.
Yes, as Vincent Lewis would be looking to bounce back, as he's in once more to bowl to Devon Smith. Full delivery this time. Devon Smith comes forward, drives. Excellent fielding again there from the Windwards Island board 11. Certainly saved 4 runs there. Devon Smith's full delivery, drive quite nicely to the offside, but he was not able to beat the fielder. That is John Louis there in extra cover.
Yeah, that was a good piece of feeling again, and really the feeling has been pretty good up to this point in time.
Yes, Vincent Lewis certainly needs to bounce back quickly. 2 deliveries there on the wrong length to Devon Smith. And this one much better length delivery, which Smith allows to go through to the offside, died a bit onto the keeper. So you can see the bounce in the pitch so far, Ali. It's a bit inconsistent. Some of them are carrying through well, and then the odd delivery are keeping low.
It's fortunate for the batsman. It seems that those that keeping a bit low just outside the line of the stumps. I have not seen one on the stump that actually kept low, but you're seeing those just outside, particularly to the left-hander at the southern end. They just outside the off stump, tend to. And probably, a leg spinner bowling on this end. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yes, and they do have the WICB 11 do have that weapon in the arsenal, Daryl Cyrus. He would have picked up, I think, 6 wickets in the first inning in the previous match. So he will be full of confidence and be relishing his opportunity when it comes. And that one a bit wide outside the off stump. Smith watches it, goes into the hands of the keeper. No threat there to the batsman. And bongs and it pitched and it kept moving away from him. Probably a one-day cricket, in one-day limited overs cricket, may would have been signal a wide. But Smith is not tempted into going after that one.
He would have been close to a wide even in this version of the game. But it's just 4 overs. It's just coming to one delivery before it's the end of his 5th. And, you have to wonder if he's not... probably losing some of his energy, because this over has not been pretty good. He has not really put the ball in the right line and length as he expected in just his 5th over.
Yeah, they take a while to... And that one, full delivery, full toss. Smith looking to drive to the offside or drive down the ground, got more of the inner portion and went to Augustine, who is fielding in the mid-off position. So it's the end of 10 overs, and after 10, Devon Smith is 8 of 34. Desmond Maloney is 16 of 27, and the Windwards Volcanoes are 26 without loss.
Well, the type of start they would have liked to have, not losing any wickets. Particularly yesterday, batting performance from the board 11, where they batted pretty well and batted all through the day. Of course, this is the team that one look forward to. These are the regular 3-day players. And so the mindset will be more in the longer version of the game, and it will be interesting to see how they carry along. They have been doing pretty well, 26 without loss. There's not been any real threat of a wicket, maybe 1 or 2 shots that probably was not what they wanted to play, and the ball keeping a bit low at times on outside the left-handers. But besides that, I think they are pretty steady.
Yes, very steady start there from the openers from the Volcanoes, as there's a change of bowling. That is going to be Kevin Augustine, medium pace bowler. Kevin Augustine from the island of St. Lucia. He has his opportunity to bowl for the first time in this match. He is one of those players that came in to participate in this match and will be looking to put in a good performance to keep his name in contention when the selection panel selects teams later on for the tournament. As Augustine into bowl, that's a good delivery, pitched, and it left Maloney a bit, pitched just about outside the off stump and moved away from the right-handed batsman. Maloney initially he wanted to probably go after it, and at the last minute he decided to let that ball pass outside the off stump. So very good start from Kevin Augustine.
It's just his first delivery, so it was, of course, he saw the reaction from his teammates, so they are expecting a lot from him.
Yes, Augustine once more in. Oh, good, not a good delivery from Augustine. Maloney looking probably to leave it alone, and that one probably would have held its line a bit, and he had to get down his bat on it at the last moment. So very good start from Augustine from his first 2 deliveries so far.
The batters, of course, he's been getting the ball to move. It's 2 deliveries, and he has bowled 2 different deliveries.
Yes.
So I think he would have put a bit of thought in the batsman's mind as to what next.
Yes.
So 2 good deliveries to start. The question is going to be consistency.
Here he goes again. Augustine once more into bowl to Maloney, and Maloney again is rushed into playing a shot out onto the offside. Onto the onside, and there is no run, so he remains on 16 and the total remains on 26 without loss. As we see again, that's going to be Augustine once more into bowl to Maloney. Maloney gets solidly behind that one, plays it back down the pitch, where that's Captain Cato from mid on comes in to do the fielding. So she keeps shining that pink ball, looking to see if they can maintain it for quite a long period of time. Looking to keep it in good shape, as the Volcanoes, they remains dogged in their effort. So far 26 without loss, as Augustine, who has bowled 4 good deliveries to start the over, will be looking to finish the over off quite strongly. Still searching for that first wicket, the board 11. And that one, he opens the face of the bat, looks to guide towards the fielder between backward point and cover point. He doesn't succeed there. So another good demonstration of fielding in the by the fielders from the board 11 to keep Maloney on strike.
Again, and that's the importance of good fielding, because just one bad delivery so far, and even though it was executed well, it was real field, and still the batsman have to face up to him again, and keep the pressure on. Still was not able to score, but so far pretty good over from Augustine.
Yeah, spirit still high between the 3 slips and gully, as Augustine is in to bowl to Maloney, and Maloney looking to probably open up himself a bit, looking to hit down the ground. He's able to play it back to Augustine, who does the bowling, who does the fielding of his own bowling. So the end of a very good over from Augustine to start. And after 11, he starts off with a maiden, and after 11, the Volcanoes, they remain on 26 without loss.
The only concern there, Frank, is the fact that he only has 2 men on the onside. Now, it tells you that you're expecting him to bowl outside the off stump, and I think if you're noticing that over, he's attacked his stumps a bit more. I think he probably should be given a little more protection.
Yes.
Because you're setting a field that you expect every delivery to be wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, you have 3 slips. Probably one of the slips can come out and go into maybe a backward square, and not backward but square leg position, to put give them a bit more protection to attack the stumps. Because if you can move the ball, as you see, away from the batsman and bowl that one which hold its line there, then attacking the stumps could be a good option.
But he has bowled a good over for his first over.
Yeah, as we see, it's going to be another one from Vincent Lewis. Probably will not be too happy with his last over, and will be looking to give a better effort this time round, as he's into Devon Smith, who watches that one outside the off stump onto his bat, plays it to the fielder, plays it onto the offside, where Asif Hooper, who is in backward point, does the fielding. So no runs scored there by Devon Smith. Doesn't seem to be troubled at the moment, picking up the line and the length quite early, and playing it accordingly.
I'm not too sure. There's not a speed meter here, but somehow tell me that his pace has dropped a bit from after his third over.
Well, I think too, you have to, in all respect, they might be playing cricket, right? But is the level of cricket or the type of cricket they're playing? Because I know they're currently in Dominica, as we see Vincent Lewis into goal to Devon Smith, full delivery driven to the offside, where Jean-Louis does the fielding. I know there's a T20 competition in progress in Dominica. I'm not sure if there's any longer version of the game going on at the moment. So they have maybe been playing cricket where you've been playing like bowling 4 overs for the day of 4 overs in a match. And now to come to a situation where you have asked to bowl, like for example, he's now into his 6th over. Even though you're not done that for a while, it will take some accustomed to get back to that level. So the fitness level is probably not at the level he would have liked. So that's why the pace probably would have dropped off maybe after the 3rd or 4th over. As Vincent Lewis once again into bowl to Devon Smith, short delivery. I think that's the first one we'd have seen for the inning. Devon Smith probably would have had in his mind probably go after that one, but he just wait inside the line a bit and watch it pass, sail over his head down the leg side.
But there is no fielder.
It's a brave delivery
behind the umpire on the leg side, and you didn't have to do much except if you glove it. Anything else probably would have been 4.
Yeah, it's a brave delivery there, and he got away with it. As you see the 2 fielders on the onside, one in mid-off and one in square towards the right of the umpire, square leg. As Vincent Lewis in once again, this delivery is a good delivery on the line of the middle stump. Devon Smith comes forward solidly, pushes back to the bowler, hold his pose a bit, exchange a few words with the bowler, and he's probably saying, youngster, you've bowled a good one, but you need to try better to dismiss this veteran.
Well, I think a good delivery, but it was played fairly easy by Devon. No real hustling or seems unsure. So good delivery, but well played.
Yes, as we're approaching lunchtime here in St. George's, Grenada, the lunch hour, 12 o'clock, just about 16 minutes before that, and the board 11 will certainly be looking to break that partnership as they head into lunch. Another one which Devon Smith shoulders arms outside the off stump, as we can hear the encouragement from the Volcanoes batsmen, being the Volcanoes team coming through the sound effect microphone. They're quite in control outside there. Not much devils in the wicket. The wicket is quite placid and very good for batting, and it's all about putting down your head and occupying the crease for a long period of time.
Yeah, I think the only worry probably is one or two that seems a bit low, but again, not challenging the stump, so really, no difficulty. Once you get in line, you should be able to play.
Yes, as it's going to be Vincent Lewis, the last ball of his 6th over into Devon Smith. The Smith comes back and pushes it onto the offside, where Hooper he does a fielding once more. So that's the end of the over from Lewis after 12. Lewis is none from 18 from 6. That could probably be the end of his spell. And after 12 overs, Volcanoes do 26 without loss.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if he given a rest. He did bowl probably 3 or 4 very good overs, but seems to be just tailing away a bit in his last 2. And probably a good time to give him a change. But again, we must comment about the way the batsman seems to be so assured of themselves. Getting in line, deviling the pitch. Probably again the aim and the objective seems to bat as long as possible. I mean, just for somebody who has a spectator's point of view, probably I like to see a little bit more shots being played. But of course, the longer the bat, the better.
Yes, we see that is going to be Kevin Augustine, and Maloney again opens up himself, hits that one through the onside mid-on, can't stop that as that to be Kato. The batsmen, they cross over for 2, so 2 more runs to Desron Maloney. He moves to 18, with the total now moves to 21, and as you've been saying there, not much protection on the onside and much that delivery again on the stumps. So he probably, if you put in another fielder in mid-wicket, then the mid-on can come a bit finer, and that would have probably gone straight to him. But in this instance, it's 2 runs to Maloney and 2 more runs to the Volcanoes.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure based on the pace he has that 3 slips or 2. I'm not sure if it's 2 slips, 2 gullies. I'm not sure the pace is all
like,
about that.
It looks like 3 slips at the moment as Augustine pitches, and that one moves outside the off stump away from the right-handed batsman. And at the end of the over, Teddy Bishop, he went off the ground. I think he probably went on to put on protection because he could be coming in to do some fielding under the bats. Maybe in the next over we can probably see maybe the leg spinner, the option of leg spin from Daryl Cyrus or Asif Hooper. Cyrus likes to bowl from the southern end, so probably might be Hooper coming in from the northern end.
Yeah, which is really the traditional end for the leg spinners.
Yes, bowling with that wind there, as the wind can help you take that ball away from the right-handed batsman, as it's going to be. Oh, good delivery there from Augustine. That one was pitched up, and Maloney, not the best of action there, looking to open up himself to hit on the onside, and that ball just moved away from him at the last moment.
But the previous shot that went for 2, he did the similar thing. He saw wonder what the shot is, but he hit it effectively. This one seemed to tie him up a bit. He was body was really too far from the ball, particularly the front foot, and luckily he got the bat down in time. Yeah,
that's almost like a one-day or T20 shot, you know. So looking to make some room and hit towards the onside, and the ball moved away from him, and that one again, pitched on the off stump and moving away from him. So good comeback there from Augustine after not the best of first deliveries, but so far in this over he's rebounded quite well.
Yeah, but I still think I like to see variation in the bowling, and he has bowled 3. Most of his delivery goes towards slip, and again, but the field is set for that. So you're not too sure if it's the instruction you get or that's how he bowled, because I would like to see one coming back to put the batsman in doubt.
Yes, He's at the top of his mark again, comes in to bowl to Maloney, and to this delivery Maloney watches that one outside your stump. Slight movement away from the batsman, not that exaggerated movement as he'd have done a couple deliveries ago, but Maloney is watchful again, and you can see Maloney's intent is probably to get on with the scoring, but the bowlers from the board 11, they've been doing quite well, bowling quite well.
Yeah, but again, it's not long to go for lunch, so it seems all of a sudden his mind seems to adjust a little bit more aggression, but probably the time he should be ensuring that he makes it to lunch.
Just about 10 minutes to go before the lunch break, and that one Maloney, oh my goodness, looking again to hit down the ground towards the onside, got an outside edge and went to that John Louis there in the extra cover position. So probably Devon Smith would maybe just want to have a word with his partner as the over comes to an end, to say probably, buddy, just focus a bit more and let's see if we can take it to lunch.
He's doing just that, but it's strange that he just all of a sudden decided he needs to play some shots with just a few minutes to go to lunch, and the shots seems to be not correct cricket shots, so he looks a bit awkward in it, and he's not that type of batsman as we have seen previously. So sometimes you wonder what goes in this batsman's mind, but I think he's a better player than what he's shown in the last couple of deliveries.
Yeah, so it's going to be leg spin off, as we said in the last over. That would have been the end of Vincent Louis' spell. Now it's going to be the leg spin of Daryl Cyrus, taking up the action from the northern end of the ground. Teddy Bishop is back with protective gears on, and he will be going on under the bat he'll be bowling to Devon Smith. So the Daryl Cyrus, I think he's going to start over the wicket, and with the breeze blowing from left to right, that probably would help the ball take it away from Devon Smith. So bowling to the legs, the left-handed Smith, as we see Teddy Bishop goes into forward short leg. We have a leg slip, fielder in slip, that is Jelani Robinson. Roland Cato in leg slip, Teddy Bishop in short leg. We have a backward point, that is Jean-Louis, Dylan Douglas in extra cover, and Asif Fupa in mid-off. So just about 10 minutes to go. Cyrus probably might have one or two over, and will be hoping to get a breakthrough for his team in before they go into lunch. That one pitch just about the middle stump, turning into the left-handed batsman, plays back to Cyrus. There is no run for the batsman Devon Smith. Cyrus once again to Smith, a bit shorter in length this time. Smith comes back and plays it towards the onside, where Teddy Bishop, who is under the bat in silly mid-on, does the fielding. A forward short leg. There is no additional run to the score. That one again, pitching outside the leg some and carrying on down the leg side. Devon Smith looking for that sweep shot, doesn't connect into the gloves of wicketkeeper Robinson. So Cyrus can consider himself lucky there, got away with one.
Yeah, it was wide.
Not good delivery from Cyrus. Pitch on the maybe off stump line, turning in slightly into the left-handed batsman. And there is no run. So quiet start so far from the Volcanoes. Devon Smith's very circumspect so far, and this time he opens the face a bit, drive it towards the extra cover. Not much real aggressive intent there, just looking to keep the balls out as they approach lunch, with the final delivery of the first over of Daryl Cyrus' spell. And to this one, Smith clips it off the legs, can't beat. That is Augustine in the extra cover. I'm sorry, in the mid-wicket position. So the end of the first over from Cyrus. It's a maiden, and after 14, the Volcanoes, they're 28 without loss.
Well, not much from Cyrus there. I didn't see that much turn in the ball either. It was more strict deliveries, but again, the top end bowling from the northern end doesn't give you that chance to get the ball to turn much from the leg spinner. The heavy breeze coming down there, and it's not a place where many leg spinners would have bowled. They usually bowl from the southern end, as we said before, but I suspect just trying to get in a few overs before the luncheon interval, they choose to use Cyrus there, and Smith just being careful. He wasn't any threat or so, but he just ensured that he played it out, and I suspect he himself is playing for lunch.
Oh yes, certainly. As we see, it's going to be Augustine um, to continue from the sudden end. Maloney again watches that one outside the off stump, and again into the gloves of wicket keeper Junior Henry. So there is no run score. Probably we might just maybe have 2 more overs before lunch, as Augustine, he's had Maloney in a spot of border in the last over. Will be looking to continue on that that mode of attack outside the off stump, and looking to induce an edge and hope that lunch can be much even better for his team from this position. A shorter delivery, which Maloney guides towards Teddy Bishop in gully, and there is no run.
Well, I think in the previous over, Maloney had himself in more problem than the bowler had him, because he was trying to invent some shots literally, so of course Smith had a word with him, and so probably expect that he'll be a little bit more careful in this over.
Yeah, as we see, it's going to be Augustine once again. Third ball of over number 15 into Maloney. Oh, and a flashing blade there from Maloney to a delivery which pitched and just went on with the arm outside the off stump, looking to go after it, beaten there, and that would offer some encouragement to the fielders.
Well, it's strange because he has look at his using his arms to show how the ball, so he knows the ball is going in that direction, and he was not to the pitch and still went through with the shot.
Yeah.
I think he was very lucky not to have gotten an edge there.
Yeah, Augustine with the quite colourful style, as the end guides that short delivery from Augustine down to the fielder at the second gully, that is Daryl Cyrus. A locks individual, that is Kevin Augustine, has his hair maybe in some band, and you can see those spikes there, which is dyed in what a blonde-ish color. Quite an interesting look there from the fast bowler from the island of St. Lucia, bringing his bit of individuality into the game.
Well, there's no carnival this year, so
as Augustine once again into bowl to Maloney. That time Maloney watches it outside the off stump, pitched wide outside the off stump and continued. Surprised that one probably wasn't called wide, as it certainly passed outside the wide guide markings of the crease on the offside. But at the end of the delivery, there is no runs scored, or there is no runs given. Still 1 ball short of 15 overs, and the Volcanoes, they remain on 28 without loss.
Yeah, again you could see quite a bit of movements from him from that sudden end, but again not challenging the wicket enough. A bit just too wide.
Yes, Augustine into the final delivery, and this time Maloney gets behind it and pushes it to extra cover. So that's the end of the over. After 15 overs, Volcanoes, they're 28 without loss. Maloney is on 18, and with him is Devon Smith on 8.
Yeah, well, Maloney has gotten back into his groove, if you want to put it. The previous over, he played some erratic type shots, but this one he was a bit more careful, because that's not a lot of time for opening batsmen. Opening batsmen tend to have that ability to bat for real long, but he seemed to have lost his concentration just a bit in the previous over. Of course, the veteran Smith is with him, called him down, had a couple words with him, as they did again, and also this could be to ensure that this is a final over that will be bowled before lunch.
Yeah, just about 3 minutes or so to lunch, to 12 o'clock, and the batsmen using all their experience, trying to kill some time to ensure that this is indeed the final over. Cyrus to bowl to Smith, one pitched up outside the off stump. Smith comes forward and drives to extra cover, where the ball is intercepted by Dylan Douglas, and so far I think the ping ball has provided quite a bit of swing to the fast bowlers.
Yeah, that. Well,
and that one badly lined delivery there from Cyrus, full delivery on the stumps, outside the line of the leg. Smith sweeps well. That's 4 runs. No fielder behind square, or 2 fielders actually behind square, but they're not on the boundary or close to save that one. So 4 more runs to Smith. It's his second boundary. He moves on to 12, and the total 32 without loss.
That was a gift, really. Full toss behind the legs.
All he had to do was swing, and which he did swing well. Shorter delivery, line down the leg side. The keeper Junior Henry comes wrong. There's a field in, so there is no run in this instance. So 2 balls left in the 3 balls left in the over. As Cyrus, at the top of his max, waits on till the batsman Devon Smith is ready. He's in now, bowls to Smith, a shorter delivery. Smith comes back, wrapped on the pads, probably a bit faster also, flatter and faster, and Smith is not able to get back onto it. So, so far as you said, Ali, not much spin being seen there from the leg spinner.
No, it's hardly turning the ball, but again, and that one kept a bit low too, and but again outside the stumps.
Yes, as Cyrus in once again. Flighted delivery on the line of the leg stump. Smith clips it through mid-wicket. They come through for 1, comes back for the second. So 2 more runs to Devon Smith. He now moves to 14, and the total is 34 without loss. 1 ball short of over number 16. Cyrus in what could be the final delivery before lunch. He's in to bowl to Smith. Smith drives solidly down the ground. Can beat Cyrus in his follow through. As we see the umpires, they're going back to their position. So we may have just another over as the 16th over comes to an end, and 34 without loss. It's going to be Kevin Augustine to continue the action from the southern end of the ground. So far he's bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2. Has bowled quite well, probably not attacked the batsman as much as he would have liked, but so he's been quite economical so far. We'll be looking to continue in that vein, and with the intentions of dismissing the pair of Maloney and Smith.
And I think no, there wasn't the synchronizing of the watches between probably the commentators and the umpires. I think this could be the last over.
Yeah, I think it's from our time he just turned 12, so the over probably finished with a couple, which was about maybe 45 seconds before. So the umpire said, okay, fine, let's have another over. As Augustine again, that one pitched and moving away from the right-handed batsman Maloney. And he's certainly one of them I think that the break can't come too quick for, because he'll certainly want the break to come so he can go back there and try to regroup and recollect his thoughts and come back out after lunch and continue his efforts. But he has 5 deliveries to negotiate from Kevin Augustine. Ooh! Maloney in his customary mode of allowing the ball outside the off stump. That one pitched, but it did not swing as much as the previous deliveries. As that one just, oh my goodness, that probably just shaded the off stump. So good bowling there from Augustine. That one came on with the arm instead of going across the right-handed batsman.
Well, I think it's the first delivery that he has brought back into the batsman. That one came back and really just barely missed the off stump.
Augustine once again on the line of the stump, which is played behind square. The batsmen, they come through for 1, they'll come through for a second. Effort in the field there cannot restrict the batsmen from crossing over for 2. So 2 more runs to Desron Maloney. That the fielding there would have been done by Vincent Lewis. Quite energetic in the field. You can see the slide, the slide tackle pulled out on that occasion, but the batsmen were able to cross over for 2. So Maloney, he moves on to 20, and the total now 36 without loss. Delivery, which is solidly behind Maloney, plays it onto the offside, where the fielding is done by Jean-Louis. So no runs scored on this instance, and just 2 balls left in over number 17.
And then, prior to this era of cricket, you see the batsman ensuring that it's the last over. I think no effort was made by the batsman to ensure that the previous over was the last. Guys would go and talk every delivery. That wasn't done though.
Yeah, as we see another delivery on the line of the leg stump, clipped into one of the vacant areas in mid-wicket, and again the batsmen, they cross over for 2. You've made the comment, the razor point earlier on there, that he doesn't have much protection on the onside, and for a couple of deliveries in this over, once the ball is pitched on the stumps, it's easy pickings to the batsman to the onside.
Yeah, still I don't think his pace will carry the edge will carry to these gullies. It had to be a shot, and surely one of them should be probably on the onside. Really, given that we probably have 6 or 7 runs already. by just having two players on the onside of the wicket.
Yeah, Captain Kito is still on moved in terms of that one is driven down the ground solidly, and Kato, who is much finer on this occasion, does a good bit of fielding there. So it's the end of the over as we see the bails are being removed, indicating that's the end of the session. A very good session indeed for the Windwards Volcanoes. They were able to wrap up the innings of the Windwards board 11 for 261, and at lunch they're 38 without loss. Devon Smith is 14, Desron Maloney is on 22 and 38 without loss. After lunch they trail by 223. I think Ali, they'll be going into lunch feeling quite good about their position.
Yeah, well, both sides I think will be fairly satisfied with their performances up to this point in time in the game. The two opening batsmen are still there. Not much to worry any one of them. Surely not a piece of the wicket. Probably just a couple of bad shots, but generally nothing to worry about. The bowling doesn't have any devil in it, so I don't. It's looking pretty easy for them. It's just a matter of batting as long as possible and concentrating. We saw Maloney seems to have lost his concentration a bit in the couple overs before the end, but he's batting with the veteran Smith. You need to talk to him, and I expect that they will hope that they could bat as long as possible in the next session of the day's play.
Yeah, so that was a very good that was the first session on day 2. We thank you for taking in the action. As the fielding team, as the players, they go off for a much deserved break. We are also going to take a break, and we'll be back with you in just about 30 minutes for action in the afternoon session on day 2 of the Windward Islands Volcanoes best of best challenge match.
Taking a break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
Tourism connects us all.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours, that's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we've vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10-11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean. And I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
I'm masking for my family and friends. Who are you masking for? A message from the Ministry of Health.
The Nutmeg Princess is very special to me because I think it's the first Grenadian fairy tale, so to speak. Growing up as a young boy and stuff, we never really had positive images of fairy tales where we can see a black princess or a black prince and stuff. So I really wanted the world to know that there is a black princess and she comes from Grenada. There are other stories of black princesses, but this one is a special one because it's a spicy princess called the Nutmeg Princess. So she's a really beautiful black girl, and she lives in one of the most exquisite places in Grenada called the Grenada Lake. And it's a lake that has no bottom, right? And the only way you can see the princess, even if you're outside on the sailing on the sun and beautiful blue Caribbean Sea, the only way you can see the princess is if you have a good heart. You must have a good heart. And sometimes you think you have a good heart, but you might not have a good heart. You might have to do little things to have a good heart. So to have a good heart, and then you will see her. And she will appear, and she's the most beautiful. She has diamonds in her hair, lots of braids, and sometimes she appears and she'll be singing a song. Sometimes it'll be a sad song, sometimes it'll be a happy song, depending on how you feel that day. If you're happy, you'll always get a happy song. So that's Nutmeg Princess.
My name is Anthony McClarence, but everybody know me like Nero. 40 years ago, I started building boat. First boat I built, her name was Unity. My grandfather was one of the best boat builder in Carriacou. His name was Mac McClarence. He owned 11 of them, 11 boats. In his life story, I was 23 years when I built my first boat. I built about 8 boats during the years I was a shipwright. It took me 2.5 years, 2.5 years to build this one. The length of it is 65 foot by 18 foot 6 wide. The process for starting out was like, we had was 1/4 lot of wood to start it. We sent for the main part of it is the keel. That come from Guyana. And the rest of lumber came, well, it's lumber from Honduras, but the company in Grenada order it and we buy it from them. It will be a great day for everybody. We expect string band music and lots of people and food, a lot of liquor drinking and old tradition thing we do tomorrow.
Are you gonna wear your mask today? You see everywhere you go, there are rules you got to follow, so don't you say COVID-19 will delay. Take the opportunity to save your community. Don't be that guy, put a mask on your face if you're heading outside. It's your life, my life, more lives will be taken if we don't try. If you feel any symptoms, call the hotline. Stay inside until you feel fine. 6 feet away every day. Keep COVID-19 far from away. Keep Grenada safe. Be COVID-19 smart.
You know, sister, we are doing big. Much more to life than just living. This holiday season, I'm not taking any chances. I'm wearing my mask. And you should too. I'm COVID-19 smart. Are you? A message from the Ministry of Health.
You know, sister, we are big like the will. Big like the will.
Hello from Grenada. I am Chrislyn Lashington, your dance instructor for today. We're going to be learning the ballet dance, a traditional dance here in Grenada, born out of a resilient era in our history. It merges African as well as French influences. With me today are my dance buddies, Preston as well as Nadine, and drummers, Kendon, Bevan, and Larson. Now we're wearing parts of the traditional ballet costume, and you may not have that with you at home. So you can take a sheet, tie it around your waist, and make sure you have nice long arms of the skirts like this. And of course, if you don't have a skirt or sheet, you can simply use your arms, which gets you a good sweat as well, and you're doing the basic moves. We're going to start with the basic forward step, where we put our heel in front. So we start on the right foot every time, and then we bring it back. So the left foot, heel and back, heel and back, heel and back, heel and back. Good job. You're getting the swing of it. Let's do it with the drums. And I can tell you're getting it. We're going to add the arms. Now the arms are going to be going in and out. 5, 6, 7, add the arms. Go close and open. Close and open. Close and open. Close. Let's try it a little faster. Keep it going. Let's try to move forward with it. 1, 2, 3. Take it back now. Let's go forward again. Keep the arms nice and strong. 1 more. Now we're gonna get a little fancy and try it over to our right shoulder in a anti-clockwise direction. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Other way. Good job. Wow, that was amazing. Now, by now, you should be feeling a little burn in your arms, which is good because the ballet dance is going to work up a sweat for you. Now, a lot of the focus in the ballet dance is at the hips. I'm going to teach you a trick that allows the hips to move more easily. Now, if you just try to shake your hips on the spot with the knees straight, you won't get much movement. But if you bend a knee by putting one foot on the ball, you get a lot more movement in the hips. See? Try it with your right foot flat and your left foot on the ball. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's switch the feet now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, switch. Make sure the hips are going. Other side. Now we're gonna try to move with it this time. Let's move. Move. Other way. Same thing again. The trick in ballet is that in the direction you're going in, that's the foot that's going to be flat. So now we're going to the left. Your left foot is flat. Let's try it with the arms. Other way. 2 more times. And now you know how we like to do it. We're gonna get fancy now and go to the right shoulder. Around. Other side. Again. Everybody give yourselves a round of applause for a job well done so far. Now that you've learned some of the basic steps of the belly dance, I'm going to teach you a pro tip because I think you've earned it. So the trick is when you're going around in a circle, we are going to start low and end up high. So all you have to do is bend your knees when you begin and slowly straighten the knees as you go around. So we're going to show you right now. 5, 6, start low. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, other way, low. Again. One more time. Lovely. Let's do everything you just learned in a full sequence. You could even call it a piece of choreography if you like, all right? Let's go on the count of 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. Move forward for 4 and back for 4. Keep smiling. Around in a circle, right shoulder. Other shoulder, let's go. Strong arms. On the spot, shake. Let's move to the side with the arms. Keep the hips moving. Again. Around. Remember the pro tip. Again. One more. Either side. Wow. Good job. That was fantastic. Congratulations to you for dancing with us. This is the Ballet Dance of Grenada. We're so happy that you joined us here today to learn the basic steps of one of our traditional dances here in Grenada, the ballet dance. Feel free to rewind this video, get your practice going, and hopefully you can join us one day in Grenada where you can do a live class with us, use the skirts, and get the live drumming as well. And don't forget, you may want to sample some of the authentic Caribbean rum here at River and Twine Estate. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Crystalline Lashington. Bye.
Should you wear a mask outdoors? Hey, I'm just masking for a friend. Besides, it's the law. A message from the Ministry of Health. Be COVID-19 smart. Wear your mask.
You know, sister, we are live big like blue whale. Big like blue whale. Tell it, big, 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 big.
The benefits of coral reefs are well documented, from fisheries production to coastal protection. It has long been known that many countries and populations rely on healthy coral reefs for employment, food, and protection from coastal erosion. It is estimated globally that coral reefs provide a combined income of over $30 billion in goods and services. Not only do they support some of the greatest biodiversity on the planet, but they are invaluable for humankind. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique have a wide-ranging natural diversity of coral species, indicating that our reef ecosystems are healthy. Coral reefs, however, can be threatened by climate change, overfishing, poor water quality, and coastal development. Coral reefs need our support and protection, and we have the right healthy conditions to be able to do just that. Through the establishment of marine protected areas, our conservation-minded dive operators, and coral restoration projects, we are active in the protection of our reefs and are here to help. Elkhorn and staghorn corals, named for their uncanny resemblance to the antlers of their namesakes, are two of the acroprid species targeted in the Caribbean for restoration. These critically endangered species historically occupied a large percentage of the Caribbean reef landscape, and are now slowly on the recovery. Acropora corals have the potential to grow relatively fast for a hard coral, at tens of centimeters per year, faster than the annual growth rate of many.
Oh, welcome back to the National Stadium in St. George's, Grenada for action on the post-match session of the two in the Windwards Best of the Best series. We're into match number 2, and this match being the second match being streamed here for your viewing pleasure. So we want to welcome you from wherever you may be joining the broadcast. We want to say welcome to beautiful sunny conditions here at the National Stadium as the Windward Islands Volcanoes 11, they would be resuming on the score 38 without loss. Earlier on today, they would have wrapped up the innings of the boat 11. The boat 11 made 261. As we see now, it's going to be Kanshaki John Lewis. He's going to take up the action from the northern end of the ground. A delivery pitched outside the off stump and swung away from the left-handed Devon Smith into the gloves of that is Junior Henry. So a sort of a very sedate start from the Volcanoes 11, 38 without loss. A partnership of just 17 overs in the pre-lunch session, looking to lay the foundation for what can be a very big score here in their first inning, as we see John Louis into Smith, a delivery full on the line of the leg stump, probably tailing into the right-handed batsman as he played it towards the offside, where it's fielded in the extra cover. So no run scored off that delivery. And Pastor Om, welcome back after lunch. Windwards Volcanoes, they're nicely posed, 38 without loss.
Both batsmen facing 78 deliveries. So it's been slow going, but they're off to a good start.
There you go, John Louis again, this time on the line of the leg stump. Devon Smith plays that one really well off his legs, but he can't beat the fielder that is there in mid-wicket. I think that could be Anil Machu, the substitute fielder, and Smith probably will be disappointed that he's not able to find the gap there on that one.
Yeah, didn't cash in on that one at all. Was just on the pad. Might have just thought about delaying it a little and hitting it behind square rather than to forward square.
Jean-Louis once again. This time Devon Smith is forward behind it and pushes it down to Captain Cato in the extra cover position. Earlier on, we'd have seen some good opening spell from Sherman Lewis and Vincent Lewis. Sherman Lewis a spell of 5 overs, 3 made it none for 7. Vincent Lewis 6 overs, 1 made it none for 18. And you probably would have thought that coming in after lunch, the ball still relatively near the 17 overs, that you'd have seen probably one of the opening bowlers who would have gotten a short spell after lunch.
That would have been my preference.
Yeah, as we see Jean-Louis once again, not a good delivery. Devon Smith solidly behind it. Taking nothing away from Jean-Louis, bowling a good line and length, but Sherman Lewis at a bit maybe extra pace and a bit of movement might have been a different proposition to the Windwards Volcanoes 11.
Yeah, you got 40 minutes to rest, to redeem yourself, to just restore a little bit of energy. You come out and you bowl 3 overs and just set the batsman on the back foot.
Yeah, certainly. Well, it's still just the first over, so we wait to see what would happen from the sudden end. As Jean-Louis once more that one off the pad, tickled fine, probably came off the tie pad or the pad down to the fine leg position. The fielder there comes wrong, does the fielding. I make that to be that looks like it's Sherman Lewis who does the fielding down there. So 2 more runs to the Volcanoes 11 as thing that was signaled leg byes by the umpire. So it's the end of the first over after lunch, and after 18 overs, it's 40 without loss.
Well, not fast going at all. 40 without loss. Smith 14, Maloney 22. But it's going to boil down, Kerry, to a patient game. Who is going to really crack first? Of course, both batsmen not doing anything silly, just seeking to play all the balls on their merit. As well as you've got, of course, the board 11, who will have other things up their sleeve. If they can dislodge one of these two, then it's going to put a little bit of pep in their step. But it's a good start here. Slow start, but a good start, 40 without loss.
Yeah, as we see that Dylan Douglas, he's back on the field. As Anil Matthew, who would have been the substitute fielder for 1 over after lunch, he's off. It's going to be Kevin Augustine. With that flamboyant hairstyle from the southern end, he will resume the action. As we see, he puts the locks into a sort of ponytail, and it spikes from the top. The tips sort of bleached in with a blonde color. Quite an interesting look as he at the top of his Mac. Bowled quite well before lunch. 4 overs, 2 made it none for 6 into bowl to Delton Maloney. Maloney's behind that one and pushes it down to the fielder at mid-on. That is Sherman Lewis who does the fielding, throws a powerful return to the keeper, no runs.
Yeah, it's interesting how things have changed over the years. Back then, I would think maybe 20, 30 years ago, you would not see anything like that sort of hairstyle. But he carried his rubber band with him and tucked the ponytail up with a little bit of blonde coloration at the end. That's hairstyle, they call it.
Pastor, it's a different time, so
yes.
The players now very much into the image as this one. Augustine, this one is dabbed at and played down to the field at gully. Daryl Cyrus, Maloney looking a bit want to get on with the action. Characteristically, he's one of those free-flowing batsmen, and it's really 22 out of 53. Though he has hit 2 boundaries, I think he's scoring at 41 runs and over. He, in his own liking, he'll probably want to score a bit faster.
Yes, but I think he's also playing in the back of his mind that, look, he wants to get into first-class cricket and he wants to chalk up a good score here.
Here again, Augustine at that time comes forward, looking to hit that one, maybe down the ground over mid-on. Instead, he gets an outside edge back towards the backward point position. They cross over for 2, and just as we see he looking to get onto it, that one pitch and maybe moving away from him slightly and looking for that big shot down the ground.
Yeah, he didn't get to the pitch of the ball. Now, if you notice, the front pad was facing more so down the track rather than across. So you've got to get close to the ball, and in order to do that, it means you've got to use that leading leg, which is the front leg, which is the left pad, get it as close as possible to the ball.
Yeah, so you see another delivery there from Augustine into Maloney. This time he squared up a bit, opens the face, guides it down to the third man, straight to Teddy Bishop, who is in the third of 3 slips. He does the fielding, and it's good to see Teddy Bishop given some responsibilities in that area. His fielding not necessarily the best aspect of his game, but asked to field in third slip and gully and under the bat shows that he has some responsibility and he has to focus a bit in the field.
Yes, it's all a learning situation. Obviously, he's going to learn as time goes on.
Here is Ian Augustine once again into bowl to Maloney. A short delivery. Maloney picks up the length quite early and ducks under it. And at this time, Maloney probably saying, I'm just going to watch that one still over my head.
Yeah, just looking at his body language, though, it looks a little languid, is Maloney. And not that you're supposed to be tight. As a batsman, you want your body to be as relaxed as possible. But then sometimes you can be a little too relaxed. And they're needling him out there. I don't know whether it's getting to him at all, but they're telling him all sorts of things out there.
Yeah, Vincent Lewis on mid-wicket. As we see Augustine once more into bowl to Maloney, and Maloney comes back and plays that one towards Vincent Lewis. With the previous delivery, he left his position and walked maybe a whole 20 yards, almost into the face of the batsman to have some encouraging words to him. So
Yes.
it's the end of the over, and after 19, it's 42 without loss.
He did, in fact, circled him, so to speak, and while circling him, had some words to say to him. I don't think it'll be anything nasty, really. That's what it's all about. If you're gonna get to the highest level, be prepared to be needled, prepared to be taunted. And they call it the psychological warfare that goes on outside there. Cricket, like any other sport, it's not just physical. You've got to be mentally solid, mentally strong. You've got to have gumption and acumen. It's not for the faint-hearted.
Oh, certainly.
No, you've got to be men to play out there.
It's all about the response. That's we Jean-Louis in again to start a new over to bowl to Devon Smith on the line of the leg stump. This time he plays it, clips it through mid-wicket. The fielder there, that looks like Cyrus. He's not able to field cleanly, so they cross over for 2. So Devon Smith moves on by 2 to 14. By 2 to 16, and the score is now 44 without loss.
Good shot. It was on the pad, and it's one of his strong areas. He can pull very well. He clips off the pads very well, and then he's a strong cutter. Also drives down the ground well too. Those are 4 shots in his repertoire that he does quite excellently.
Yeah, on his day he plays those so effortlessly. Of those 4, we'll come back to that at the end of his delivery. As we see Jean-Louis once again into Smith, this time on the line of the middle stump. Smith comes back and pushes it defense solidly. The fielder runs in from extra cover to do the fielding with no runs. But Pastor, I will tell you, of those 4 shots you described, I think my most favorite is the when he comes, just leans forward and drives through extra cover. There is not much more pleasing sight than that in the game of cricket.
Yes, it is pleasant and the fact that he is a left-hander, that already would bring pleasure to it. But there's something about his pull shot that I like. His short-arm jabs does that very, very well too.
Yeah, it's very difficult batsman to bowl to, as we see Jean-Louis once again into Smith, and this time he comes forward, stretches a bit, pushes it plays it out to the fielder at a backward point, and make that to be Asif Hooper. Asif Hooper, one of the off spinners, he would have had some first class experience with the Windwards in the past, and would be hoping that he can get back into the Windwards setup. A very good bowler from the island of St. Vincent.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines have produced some good bowlers over the years. And when talking about off spinner, of course, the one that comes to mind first is Stanley Gunny Hines. He had to be the best off spinner in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Here is Jean-Louis once again to Devon Smith. This one just pitch maybe on the line of middle and leg stump, and Smith again defends it towards the fielder, towards Asif Hooper in backward point. So no runs scored. And Jean-Louis he's not offering much width, but looking to bowl wicket to wicket and keep the ball as close to the batsman as possible.
He's done a good job. He's not sprayed it all over the place, and that's what's important. So if the batsman misses, then there is a chance of being bowled or let before.
Yeah, it's a very good prospect there. Kashaki Jean-Louis from the island of Dominica, bowling to Devon Smith from Grenada. This one a bit shorter. Smith equal to the task, defends it towards the field at extra cover. And Pastor, normally in normal times, these players would be getting the opportunity to play 3 matches for their territories in the Windward Islands tournament. But for the last 2 years, that tournament has been on a hiatus due to the COVID pandemic. So I'm sure those players, 26 plus players who were selected for these best of the best matches, will be relishing the opportunity to do well.
Absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, John Louis once again into bowl to Devon Smith, and this time Devon Smith a bit looking to maybe clip that one towards the onside, but at the last minute he decided to play it a bit straighter. The ball came off the outside edge to Asif Hooper in backward point. So after 20, Devon Smith is 16, Maloney is 24, and the Volcanoes are 44 without loss.
Well, yes, there have been a dearth, so to speak, of cricket over the past year, but hats off to the Windward Island board, who have sought to keep many of the players together, with headquarters here, of course, in Grenada, to make sure that they get as much cricket as possible. In fact, when they played the last match in the regional tournament, that's when COVID got onto its height, and
yes.
I came back from the match in Trinidad and Tobago, and the day later the country was shut down.
Yeah.
Trinidad and Tobago was shut down, so I just got back home in time.
Yes, as we see, it's going to be Kevin Augustine to begin another over. It's going to be his sixth from the southern end, and that time Maloney comes forward and pushes it towards extra cover. And you know, at that time, Pastor Warm, when the whole wall was shut down, we would have thought, no, that's probably going to be maybe a month or two, not realizing a year and a half later, we're still basically back at square one.
Yeah, I never thought that it was going to be a month, though. I must admit, I knew, because of the drastic situation and this mysterious, rather demonic disease, virus, the little that you were hearing about it so early, we knew that something did not smell good.
Yeah, so most certainly, and but we must give kudos to, I think, the health and the medical professionals across the region and across the world who have been doing a Herculean task in fighting against this dreaded COVID disease. As you see, Augustine once again in off the back foot, looking to punch towards the offside, plays towards the fielder Kashaki John Louis there at backward point, so there is no run. And Maloney again looking to probably keep the scoring rate, pick it up a bit, but he's so far being stymied by some very good bowling from the both 11 bowlers.
Yeah, it's a huge challenge we're talking about here, Kerry, in all the sporting disciplines across the world. Of course, you've got what you call now the 2020 Olympics in progress.
In 2021.
In 2021.
As we see Sean Louis once again, this time a badly lined delivery that is from Kevin Augustine, clipped down towards the vacant fine leg position. The batsmen, they come through for a couple runs, so that's going to be 2 more runs to Desron Maloney. So far Augustine has been quite disciplined being bowling outside the off spin, but that one was a bit too straight on this occasion.
Yes, just slanting down the leg side, and the real good players do not allow those to go unpunished. So he turned it neatly down to fine leg, picked up 2 runs. It was played well, a rather nice, clever manner.
Yeah, with 3 slips and a gully in position waiting. Here comes Kevin Augustine again to Maloney. This time he comes back and punches it towards the field at extra cover. There is no run, so another dot ball. The dot balls continue to be piled up here. Maloney so far has faced 61 deliveries, 49 of those past arms has been dot deliveries.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to bother him too very much. I think this is a learning experience for him, and I think he understands that cricket is more than scoring quickly, but it's about assessing conditions well and making changes.
Again, another delivery straight down the leg side. Junior Henry, he moves well to his left to collect. So there is no runs on this instance. Probably a missed opportunity there from Maloney to pick up a few more runs, but Augustine will be feeling quite lucky with this one.
Yeah, again, I was just talking about his body language, his Maloney. He looks extraordinarily casual.
Yes.
No, as I said, being relaxed is important, and that's when you perform the best. When you relax, but again, you got to be careful. Don't let that relax dribble into being too casual.
Yeah, Augustine once more into bowl to Maloney. Short delivery. Maloney goes back, flays that out one outside the off, some thick edge that flies over the slip that make that one bounce into the boundary. So definitely a bad ball there from Maloney, and he needed no second invitation to go after that one.
That was a fine shot. It really was a fine shot. It was outside the off stump, begging to be cut, and he went after it hard. Now, even if he did not connect it well, which he did, of course, and he had gone into the cordon, it would have taken quite a bit of catching, because it came off the bat very quickly, very sweetly, waited for the bad ball, And I like the fact that he's just hang on there, and when you're a little bit under the pad, he will niggle, he will just nurdle you down to fang leg. Got two, and that one was loose outside the off stump, rocked on the back foot and cut it hard behind point for 4, the 50 coming up.
Yeah, 50 partnership between Maloney and Smith. Maloney has contributed 30 of those 16 to Devon Smith and 4 extras. As the 21st over come to an end, it's now going to be, that is John Louis, who is going to be continuing the action from the northern end of the ground. So far he's had bowled 2 overs, none for 2, and we'll be looking to continue applying the pressure. Devon Smith watches that one outside the off stump, pitch and just held its line outside the off stump, no threat to the stump, so Smith is not obliged to offer a stroke at it.
Yeah, but it was a good delivery too, just outside the off stump. One of those deliveries that just tease you. It's one of those luring deliveries that you can put you in 2 minds. Should I go, should I not go? I thought he did well in the end just to let it go by.
As we go once more, Jean-Louis is in to bowl to Smith. Short in length, and this time Smith comes back and guides it towards the fielder at a backward point. Asif Hooper is stationed in that position, as there is no run scored.
Yeah, Smith is rather sedate, rather quiet, not doing anything rash or untoward. And he's showing great discipline and maturity too, and doesn't seem to be bothered with the fact that he's 16 of 66.
Jean-Louis, the third delivery of his 3rd over. Smith comes back and plays that one towards the offside. Very good fielding there in the extra cover position, as they restrict the opportunity for any runs being scored. I make that to be Vincent Lewis. Very busy character in the field. Early on before lunch, you'd have seen he executed a side tackle. He's been quite chirpy in the ears of the batsman, and he seems to be one who always wants to be involved in the action.
Not very often you have a fast bowler fielding in that extra cover area. It's a very important area on the field of play.
Oh, that one, Smith opens the face of the bat outside edge, found, beats Teddy Bishop. Probably may have just dropped short before it reached Teddy Bishop, and the ball goes close to the boundary, and the batsmen, they complete 2. We probably going to have the replay shortly, as we see just bounced and got an awkward bounce as it flew past the left hand of Teddy Bishop. So 2 more runs to Smith. He's on 16, and the score moves on by 2 to 52 without loss.
Yeah, there was an element of danger there. Didn't really keep it down, and maybe if there was a little bit more bounce attached to that, then Bishop might have been in business.
Yeah, John Louis once again with his tail up to bowl to Devon Smith. That time Devon Smith is solidly behind it. Smith again, as we said in the previous over, Jean Louis is not offering much width, so Smith has to play most of those deliveries, and this time he was solidly behind that one.
Good to see that he's keeping an off-stump line. In addition to that, good to see that the Cato is maintaining 2 slips and a gully. You know, very often when things are not going your way, you tend to want to spread the field a little bit, but just to keep Devon Smith in check, I'm glad that there are 2 slips and a gully there.
Yeah, so it's John Louis once more in. Smith at this shorter. Probably that one didn't rise as much as he expected it, but he was able to play down to Roland Cato in the mid-off position. So it's the end of another testing over from Kashaki John Louis, and after 22, the Windwards Volcanoes are 52 without loss.
One of the things you can also think about doing, you can also play to the weakness of a batsman's strength. I know that sounds paradoxical, but here you have a situation where Devon Smith, who likes to pull, maybe you might want to put a forward square a little bit on the deeper side, and say to him maybe once or twice and over, well, I'm going to give you 1 shot. You can still have somebody maybe down at square, and just see what he would do with it. If he pulls it, would he pull it in the air? Would he pull it on the ground? Those sort of things you need to do as a captain. Read the situation. Sometimes you've got to take a little risk here and there. You don't have to be ultra risk. You don't have to have ultra risk, but enough to see what the batsman would do.
Yeah, as we see, it's going to be Kevin Augustine to start a new over from the southern end, and to this time, Maloney plays it towards the offside. And Pastor, I think quite a bit of observation since we started. Do you think the batsmen have faced a ball from the other end? Because I think all deliveries Augustina's ball has been to Maloney so far.
Maloney. He hasn't. I can't remember him bowling to Devon Smith really up here. So that's what's been happening. And then you got, of course, batsmen who get a feel to the bowlers. Maybe the other thing Maloney would try to do is just to rotate it a little, not just look for the bungles, a little boundaries, a little noddle here and there will pick up a single or two.
Yeah, and that one again is watch outside the off stumps into the gloves of Junior Henry. So there is no run. So Augustine keep attacking that outside the off stump line, and Maloney trying his best to contain himself and restrict himself from going after some of those deliveries.
Yeah, he's got a good dogged fighting spirit. And as I said, he is in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines constabulary, and if you're a policeman, you've got to be of some metal, I would think.
Oh, most certainly. Officer of the law in the middle there, trying to contain the situation. Again, he could have seen his first instinct was to go after the bowling, but at the last minute he decided to shoulder arm, and again into the gloves of wicketkeeper Henry.
It's a challenging profession, as a policeman, you've got to be challenging. I heard a story just quite recently where a policeman arrested one of the civilian guy recently, and it's true actually, because the police who I spoke with actually confirmed it, and the next day I saw that they were drinking beers together.
Yeah. We have small society, so everybody knows everybody. So as we see, Augustine once more to Maloney. This time that one is a bit wide outside the off stump. Maloney has no intention of going after it, and into the gloves of wicketkeeper Henry, almost in front of first and second slip.
Well, the gentleman said, the police had to do his job. Whether we're friends or not, is his job, and let's get it done. But there was no ill feeling. They still had a drink a day later.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of our societies, because everybody, either you go to school together, you're from the same community, or you'd have played. If you play sports, you may have played each other against at some level. So we are all one big family at the end of the day. Augustine again to Maloney. He comes forward, drives it back to the bowler, who does a fielding of his own bowling. And again, Maloney looking probably to latch onto that one, doesn't time it as well, and Augustine is able to feel comfortably off his bowling.
Right, now let's look at that shot. Notice that the ball was drivable, but he is in a rather defensive mode, and I think on another day he would have just leant into it and drive it through the line. But because in this ultra defensive mode, wasn't able to really pick up anything out of it.
That one again outside the off stump, a bit wide outside the off stump, and watch into the gloves of the keeper. So it's another maiden over. Bowled after 23, it's 52 without loss. Maloney is 30, and Devon Smith is 18.
Yeah, so Maloney's got to be a little bit careful here. Now, when you get to the higher level, you'll find that their guys were a little bit faster. They're going to come onto the bat faster. They're going to hit the bat faster, and that languid disposition in your body. You realize, no, you've got to be much more purposeful than that. He's batting well. I'm not criticizing him for the fact that he's there and batting well for 30, but he just doesn't want to be too relaxed about that, and that's my concern. But he's looked very good. He's judged pretty well, and they've put on 52 and they've not lost a wicket yet. That's kudos to them, and they want to say to the lesser team, hey, we're better than you folk.
Yeah, the board 11 has Kanashaki John Louis bowling to Devon Smith, who comes forward and defends it out to the fielder at extra cover. And the point he made about Maloney, and he's batting with Devon Smith, so it's a lovely opportunity for him to grasp, getting some coaching outside there from one of the players who would have been around for, as you said, for a long time, playing first class cricket now for more than 20 years. So he would have seen it all at the first class level, and it's an opportunity for him to pass on some of those experiences to the younger players in the Volcanoes setup. As you see, Jean Louis once Again, to bowl to Devon Smith. Beautiful from Devon Smith. He came forward, over pitch from John Louis, and the full extension of the blade races through the offside. And Pastor Wama, I would have told you that's one of my favorite shots from him, and he has certainly delivered on this occasion.
No, that was beautiful. There was a lot of grace about it. The timing was superb. It was spectacularly driven through the offside. Now, here's the contrast. We had a similar delivery that was bowled to Maloney. And Maloney sort of checked it, wasn't quite sure whether he should drive or not to drive, and then pushed it back along the turf. That was sweetly done, and that was because he got that right leg out to the pitch of the ball and drove it sweetly.
Here is him, Jean Louis, once again into bowl to Devon Smith. That time, that one is a good length delivery, which Smith comes forward, pushes it again to the field at extra cover position. And Pastor Worm, a left-hander and a right-handed batsman would play the same shot, but there just seems to be an extra level of class when it's delivered, the cover drive by the left-handed batsman.
Yes, there's a greater sense of grace when the left-hander is batting. I'm not talking about a jerky, awkward left-hander, but I'm talking about a good left-handed batsman. There's just something sweet and precious about the way they go about the extra cover drive, the cut shots. There's just pure elegance about it. David Gower was such a fine player, just lovely to look at. And all of these, many of these left-handers, not like Alan Border, who's more gritty and dogged and, will milk singles and twos.
As John Louis again, this time pitch outside on the off stump, moving away from the left-handed batsman. Smith shoulders arms into the hands of the wicket keeper, and no runs scored. And we are all biased towards those left-handers, and yet he probably didn't even mention one of the best. We say the greatest batsman ever, Sir Brian Charles Lara, but certainly those cover drives was a thing of beauty.
Anything he did, batting was beautiful. Such a wonderful player.
Here is him against John Louis, this time on the line of the leg stump, clipped towards the fielder at extra cover. That is Sherman Lewis, who does the fielding, so there is no run. And it just shows you, sometimes people would say that, those of us who are taking in the cricket in this era, we are a bit harsh on the current cricketers. But when we had such a rich examples from past players, it's hard not to reflect on those days when we had some of the greatest ever gracing the stage. As you see, Jean Louis once again to Devon Smith, again attacking that middle and leg stump line. Smith plays it to the field at short extra cover, so there is no run. So minus the boundary in that over, it has been a good over from Jean Louis. Just 4 runs conceded, and it's now 56 without loss after over number 24.
Yeah, his line and length were good. Just a good model of concentration, and he didn't look to do anything smart or out untoward. Just made sure that he kept the line and leg very good. But you're talking about players of yesteryear. If you're going to talk, let's say, about Viv Richards, you wouldn't want to necessarily put him into the mold of elegance, or let's say a Clive Lloyd. They were players who bludgeoned ball. But if you want to talk about elegance as a right-hander, then you've got to think about Lawrence Rowe, Gordon Greenidge, Everton Mattis. These were players who just had a lovely poetic touch about their batting. And when they batted, there was something fluent and graceful about them. So those are the versions that you would quickly remember of grace. But West Indian players on a whole, they're known traditionally to be butchers of the ball. They hit the ball hard. There's a charismatic touch about most West Indian players.
Yeah, I think just to continue that line, you can't leave out Carl Hooper, though he failed to deliver at much times. But in terms of his elegance and his execution of the shots, Carl Hooper was certainly among up there with the best results. Who said otherwise, but as he was certainly up there. As we see the leg spin of Daryl Cyrus starts with a very flatter, quicker delivery, which rushed Maloney a bit and played towards the onside, and they cross over for a single. So I think that's the first single we'd have had post lunch.
Yeah, but Hooper was too pretty a player. That's the best I could say about him. Actually, he was one of my favorite players. He was such a gorgeous player to look at. He was always in poetic motion whenever he was batting. Lovely to look at. I think he turned out with an average of 37, between 34 to 37 test match cricket, which doesn't really show how good a player he was.
As you see Cyrus again, that time Smith pulls out the slog sweep, hit towards the fielder down there at the mid-wicket position. Cover, that should be Asif Hooper. An excellent catch there from Asif Hooper running in. Smith is standing his ground, waiting for the umpire to make a decision. He felt that the ball probably would have dropped before it was collected by the fielder. As we see that the fielding team is celebrating, and the umpire now raises a finger, he's out. As we see the replay now from Cyrus, picked up on the line of the middle stump. Hooper running in, and as we see, he collected it, and I think from that position looks like probably may have been a clean catch. We're probably going to get the replay once again. Smith is not happy with the decision, but the umpire has judged him to be out caught, and we wait for the replay for a second time as now Smith walks off. So we wait now. We see still some action there in the middle. The fielders, they are waiting. The batsman is standing his ground. So we wait now for the decision.
No, this is ugly. It really is ugly. I don't like what I'm seeing here. Now, if the umpire raised the finger, now we don't have the facilities of the replay. We don't have that. But if the fielder, and you've got to also, be able to believe what the fielder says. Now let's look at that. It's going to be difficult for us to really see from that angle that his body is in our path, so it's hard to really say. But if the catch is taken and the umpire says that you're out, I think the correct thing to do is to get off the field.
Yeah,
so I don't see why Devon should be, if we're reading it right, this game should not be held up like this at all. He's the senior cricketer on the team, and if the umpire says that's out, I think you've got to say that's out. No, if the umpire changes his decision now, then the fielding team could become, very aggrieved by this.
As you see,
we're going to look at it again.
The ball pitched on the middle stump. Smith slog sweep. Hooper got under it. As we can see, he came up with the ball cradled in his arms, in his hand. So from the ball getting in and into his getting up, you can see he got up with the ball. Smith is probably contending that the ball probably dropped before he collected it, but from that position where he got up, it looks like he was in control of that ball. Whether he dropped short, we can't see from this position.
Yes, we can't see. Now, couple of things happen here because we don't have an official replay so that the umpires can check. We can't see that. Now, if the fielder says, look, I have taken the catch, and the umpire in his discretion suggested that the catch is taken. Now, his body is to the camera, right? So we don't really have a front-on view. Hard to really pick that up. If the umpire says you're out, I think the correct thing for Devon Smith to do is to leave the crease. So that's poor. That is poor, and certainly with all my respect to him, there is no way I can condone that. That's absolutely gross. He should not be there, should not hold up the game like this. He has been dismissed. This is not good for young cricketers, of course, and being a senior player, he should lead by example. There should not be this ongoing debate over this at all. Do as the correct thing, walk away because you've been adjudicated caught down at the deep forward square boundary.
Yeah, we still wait for a resolution to the impasse in the middle. As we see the replay once again, clean off the bat down towards Hooper, who did a good bit of fielding, getting a run to collect that ball. As we see, he dived onto it. The ball became obscured a bit by his body. Got up with the ball in his palm. He was quite confident that he's taken a clean catch. Devon Smith, who was the
now our cameraman did a fine job in focusing. There's no question about that. But the angle at which his position could only pick it up from the back side of the fielder, so to speak. So where it's a situation that it's onshore, and I say onshore on the part of whom? Not even the umpire, because the umpire says you're out. The fielder has claimed the catch. Now, how many minutes have already gone in this? We'll have to check and see. This should not be happening here at all. It shouldn't be happening, and there is no way I can agree with that situation at all. Absolutely no way. They should not be taking up so much time. I think the correct thing for the statesman to do is to walk out.
Yes, again, the replay has good camera work. They picked that one up from Hooper, got it wrong, dive low down, took the catch. The ball became obscured a bit by his body in that position.
Even if he bobbled it, now even if it fell out from his grasp, even if it did, and he still managed to hold it with his back towards the TV, to the camera rather, it's still inconclusive, meaning you can't really say that he didn't. Came up, claimed that he took the catch. The umpire raised the finger, said that's out. Devon Smith should not be there.
Yeah, and I think another discussion happening there in the middle, as we see everyone is almost close to the center of the wicket. There's still a bit of discussion there.
No, this is ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. I'm sorry.
As we see the umpires, they are making their way off. The players, they are also making their way off. So it seems that now the match is at a bit of an impasse now. Has certainly grown now there in the middle. The fielding team, they are leaving the pitch. The umpires, they are leading the fielding team, or the two batsmen, Maloney and Smith, they're still in the middle. So the decision was made that Devon Smith was out, and it's been protested by the two batsmen. As we see the umpires and the players, they're making their way off the field.
Kerry, this should never happen. This should never happen at all. And with all my respect to Devon over the years, and I would not lose respect for him, it should not happen at all. The issue is that the umpire ruled that the catch was taken. The fielder came up saying, I took the catch. We do not have the facilities of the television replay. We do have it, but of course, we don't have cameras all around the ground. The shot suggested that it looked good, but again, you were getting a sort of dorsal shot. You weren't able to pick up what happened in front of the player. The umpire said that's out. Devon should not be remaining there protesting at all. This is ugly. It's not good for cricket, and it's not good for the youngsters who are here and trying to aspire to get to the highest heights of cricket.
As we see the captain from the Volcanoes now going out into the middle, that's Sunil Ambrose, now going to have a chat with his batsmen. Ambrose and Devon Smith now in the middle having a discussion. Maloney is a bit away from the action as the two senior members of the Windwards Volcano squad, they having a discussion. Devon Smith is making his case to the captain, but like you, I agree, whether or not you agree with the decision or not, the decision has been made, and the integrity and in the honor of the game, you should just follow the decision and go off.
I don't care the issue whether it was dropped. I don't know if that's so much is the issue. And if I were the captain, I would call him out, and the captain can in fact do that. Say, hey, you get out here. The umpire has made a ruling, and you've got to respect the ruling. You've got to respect the ruling. A match should not be held up because one player protesting the fact that he was given out by the umpire. That should never happen. This is bringing the game into disrepute, and I believe when players do that, they should be reprimanded for it.
Yeah, as you see, still there. The players, the fielding team, they are on the boundary close to the dressing room. Smith is on the boundary ropes. So too is his captain. There's on Maloney. He's in the middle, and still a bit of indecision. Probably we don't want to get a vantage point as to what is happening downstairs. You see the two umpires. They are out in front of the umpires' room. The players, the batsmen, everyone is outside there waiting. Not too sure what are the discussions happening now. Probably the match referee, Carl Felix, is going to call the captains into the middle. But we're certainly at an impasse stage in the match. This situation now is 57 without loss. According to the umpires, 57 for 1. But the decision of the umpire has not been accepted by the the batsman dismissed Devon Smith, who was out for 22. So we now have an unnecessary delay in proceedings.
Kerry, couple of things here. Not a couple of things, a lot of things here. Now this match is being broadcast and it's gone all over the place, really. So that does not do good for the testimony of cricket here in the Speyside. Now, secondly, Devon Smith should have walked. Thirdly, the umpires, they made a rule and they should keep the rule. And fourthly, I think Sunil Ambrose, seeing what's taking place there, should have quickly say to Devon Smith, the umpire has made a ruling, you've got to respect it. Maybe the match referee should have intervened even earlier than this. This should never happen at all whatsoever. And this to me is really ugly, and it is very disgraceful for cricket.
Yeah, as we see some action in the middle, Devon Smith has walked back to the middle to retrieve his bat, his helmet and his gloves, which was on the pitch, as he's now walking off the pitch with those instruments. So it seems that we wait to see whether or not that's an exception of the decision made by the umpire to give him out caught down by Asif Hooper on the mid-wicket boundary, as he moves off the wicket, and seems that so looks like Smith is walking off. Pastor Wam, exception that he has accepted the result belatedly.
That, I'm sorry, that should never happen. I think it's disgraceful. I think it's a shame. And when a player brings a game into disrepute, regardless of who he is, he should be reprimanded for that. Now, I still can't even understand, Kerry, the fact you may have a young player who is searching to get into a final 11. His chances. He's really urging himself to get on, and he gets a bad out. Now he may feel rather peeved about this because that may interfere with, let's say, his career, interfere with his that little glimmer of opportunity and hope that he has. I can see him, getting a bit ruffled, but even that should not warrant such a behavior at all. And yes, if you're going to go back in the Devon Smith Players Pavilion, then you've got to show a greater sense of responsibility than that. You're a senior player. You've got to be getting across to the younger players, look, you've got to play with maturity and with some measure of dignity and pride. And that to me is very ugly. It's one of the ugliest things. And I've been doing cricket commentary since 1991. That's a long time. And I think that's one of the ugliest things that I've seen. And I wouldn't forget this for a long time.
Yeah, as we see that the umpires, they're making their way back out into the middle. Probably an interruption for about 15 minutes or so. And they're now back walking out into the middle, followed by the fielding team. And it looks like the new batsman, along with the Desron Maloney, Jamal James and Maloney is also following the umpires out in the middle. So the impasse has now come to an end, and after what has been a very lengthy period of non-action, it's soon to be resumed with the Windwards Volcanoes on 57 for 1.
Kerry, can we now do a bit of impasse here?
I think there's no decision I do not disagree with, so I would have to accept whatever decision is made by the production team. So Mr. Olivier, I think we're gonna follow your directives, and any decision you made,
no,
we're gonna ensure that
you've got professional people.
Yes.
And full credit, of course, to all the technical team and personalities to make this a success story.
It's been an ugly situation, one you don't really want to see in a game of cricket, because earlier on we talked about when you nick the ball, players are yesterday would just walk instead of waiting for the umpire decision. Here is a situation where the batsman was unhappy with the decision, but you're told, even as coming through, the umpire decision are final. The judge's decision in any competition is final. So you may not be happy with it. And the point you made of younger players, we have youngsters in this match. Teddy Bishop, who is still 18, 19. He looking at that now, one of the most senior players in the most decorated batsman who will ever come out from Grenada is behaving in that manner. Probably is not setting the best example for those youngsters.
Not only that, he's the most decorated batsman in the region as a whole. has scored more first-class runs than anybody else in the history of cricket in the Caribbean, which dates back to the 1800s and goes back as far as 1865. So you don't want those things to happen at all. So that's rather ugly, and I hope that he can make an apology to everybody involved. I hope we can have a public apology from Devon Smith. It may not come, but I would think it's the best thing to do.
Yes, it's going to be Jamal James, the left-handed batsman out of St. Lucia. He's now facing up to Daryl Cyrus. That one's from Cyrus. Got a bit of loop on it, but was badly lined. Pitched on just outside the leg stump and spun past the leg stump. We'll be looking to bowl it a bit onto the stumps, getting the batsman to play, as we see Teddy Bishop, who is in forward short leg, doing the fielding. Oh, good delivery there from Cyrus.
I like what I'm seeing here about Cyrus. He is not afraid to give the ball a little bit of flight, and that's slog sweep that Devon Smith played. It meant that he flighted it well enough. I think that he would pose a little bit more of a danger here than one may really believe. Now, we haven't had any conventional leg spinner before, so let's see what he can do here now.
Yeah, Cyrus wants more into bowl to Jamal James. Jamal comes back on the line of the leg stump. Did he get some bat onto it, or did it come off the pad? We see Dylan Douglas doing the chasing down to the fine leg position as the batsmen, they cross over for two. So Cyrus certainly creating a little bit of naughty feeling there as the batsmen, they come for a third run via the overthrow method. But Cyrus certainly this over, he has asked the batsmen some various questions.
Yes,
that one turned a bit.
Yes, it was a conventional leg break. Let's hope we can throw in a googly or two here. Yeah, I like what I see, and this is refreshing. I just love to see leg spin bowling.
And then I think, when you look at the pitch, you see a lot of foot marks there, footholds, giving him a lot of areas to work with.
Use it.
Yeah, so as we see Cyrus once again, that time is driven powerfully down the ground through the fielder that is Augustine there in mid-off position. So that one was pitched up, and Maloney, he powerfully hit that one down the ground, 4 more runs to him, and he moves on to 31.
Well, yes, but it was airborne, and maybe a more agile fielder would have gotten there.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think Cyrus should not feel daunted by that at all. He should feel encouraged that they've not played him well so far.
Yeah, I think last match he'd have gotten 6 wickets in the first match, and so far he started off bowling well. And as you said, in limited overs cricket, he tends to bowl a bit faster. But you can see he's making an effort to bowl it a bit slower, give it a bit more loop, and he's posing various questions to the batsmen. Yeah,
13 runs coming off his first over. I hope he doesn't.
Actually, that was the previous over just went for 7. He's
7,
third
sorry.
over.
I'm sorry.
He has 1 for 13 from his 3 overs. He had 2 overs before lunch, so I think 2 for 6.
Right, that's correct. Sorry, my bad.
John Louis again to bowl to that one outside the off stump. Jamal James looking to play at it. The ball just kept moving away from him. He probably wanted to feel, he just came out, so he wanted to feel the ball and the bat, and that one from John Louis angling across the left-handed batsman. He looked rather ugly in that occasion.
Yeah, well, it's early days there for James. Well, Maloney is set now.
I think they would have expected Maloney now to bat even longer and deeper into this innings now. Have lost Devon Smith in the previous over. He's on 31, and it should be upon him to see if he can really make that stat count.
Yeah, well, after a rather controversial dismissal. I don't know if controversial might be the right word. Well, yes, you'll have to say controversial.
Yeah, it falls within that that description.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
The decision was not accepted. Controversy surrounding the decision.
Yeah, so it was controversial, wasn't it?
As you see, John Louis again, this time Jamal James, shoulders, arms, kept a bit low. The keeper, Junior Henry, is not able to collect cleanly. So there is no runs. Jamal James being niddled a bit there by Sherman Lewis. Both of them would have been part of the Windwards Volcanoes set up last season. Both of them would have lost their contract. So Sherman Lewis is just, giving him a little ribbon close to the wicket.
And all of these players are friends.
Oh, very much so.
And I'm going to make a comment which will be the last of the controversial.
As we see another delivery. Oh,
Beauty.
Beautiful delivery. That one pitch, and it actually left the left-handed James. He probably expected it to just continue on that line, but at the last moment, he just moved away from the bat. Excellent bowling there from Kashaki John-Louis.
Yeah, beautiful delivery. Peach of a delivery. Touchdown just on the right area, and then just moved away. That was an absolute pearl of a delivery. The other thing is, I would hope that if the fielder did not take the catch cleanly, that he would have been honest enough to say, look, I really didn't take it cleanly.
As we see, the slip calling has been strengthened. 3 slips and 2 gully. Jamal James gone forward on the edge, and oh my goodness, between third slip and the 2 off the gullies, down to the third man boundary, pulled back by Dylan Douglas, inches away from the ropes, and it was all happening in that over. He had the third slip being positioned there for that delivery, and the ball flew past his outstretched hand, probably dropped a few feet before him. But certainly the action area of the game right now.
One of the things that Slip Cotton would want to think about, because the pitch is not really, it's not fast. The ball is not really coming through. We see some dying before it got to the keeper. They probably could take a step or two forward.
Kashaki Jean-Louis again comes forward. This time Jamal James is solidly behind it, opens the face of the bat down to the second of the 2 gullies, that is Teddy Bishop. So the end of a very good over, one which conceded, I make it, is it just 4 runs or 2 runs? At the end of 2 runs, at the end of over number 26 is 66-1. Jamal James is on 5 and Desmond Maloney is 35.
James is a dapper cricketer. You look at him and you could see that there is cricketability in him. Even very often, even the way you attire, there's just something about some players. You look at body language, you look at the attire, and you know that, hey, there is something good, some potential in players. All those are little clues rather. It's you can't always go by dress, by attire. It's not always by that, but there's just some little signal, I would say, Kerry, that suggests, hey, that's a cricketer.
Yeah, he certainly has the abilities. It's just about, being able to deliver on them. Would be disappointed that he lost out on a contract this season for the Volcanoes, and would be looking to make a major statement in this 3 best of the best series, as Cyrus starts off with a good delivery again outside the off stump. Maloney watches by into the gloves of the keeper, and now it's a different prospect for Maloney. We see his intent against the faster bowlers now coming up against Cyrus, as that one again, he watches it spins outside the off stump into the gloves of wicketkeeper Henry. He would be required for another level of concentration to deal with Daryl Cyrus.
Yes, I like what I see about Cyrus. I really like. He's bowling with confidence, no question about that.
Oh, again, this one, he didn't watch this one. He was actually, you can say, he was beaten by that one pitch and turned away from him. Good leg spinning delivery, and certainly he's a bowler full of confidence, and the leg spinner, once they're full of confidence and at the top of the game, they are certainly a beauty to behold.
Yes, I like that. Now what he wants to do, yes, I know it's rather early, but you also want to put a little bit of variety into your leg spin. Now, if you bowl just a conventional leg spinner that just goes away all the time, then after a while you become readable. So he'll have to bowl one that just skids through and then bowl the googly, and that's why Shane Warne was so dangerous.
Yeah, I think that one was a bit faster, attacking the stumps a bit. We know he has that one that can go through with the arm. The googly is still a work in progress, and once he can develop those craft, as you see, you become much more difficult, and batsmen would have to decide whether he's coming into them or moving away from them. As you see Cyrus once again at the top of his mark into bowl to Maloney, as he watches that one turns across him into the gloves of the keeper. So Cyrus is certainly getting a big degree of turn from this wicket.
Yes, I like him. He is pitching. He is pitching well. Well bowled.
Excellent stuff there from Daryl Cyrus. The end of a maiden over. Very good maiden over from Daryl Cyrus. One, he extracted a great deal of turn and had Maloney very watchful in over number 27.
Now, he's got good control. There's no question about that. He's got good control with the conventional leg spinner. But again, I would love to see a little bit more into his repertoire, where you would have the batsman guessing a bit. It's always important as a bowler, whether you're a slow bowler or fast bowler, not to become predictable. And if he can just add a little dimension to his armory, I think it'll be more lethal.
Yeah, Kashaki Jean-Louis to continue from the northern end of the ground, bowling to Jamal James, who awaits him on delivery pitch just maybe outside the line of the leg stump, attacking the body. Played it a bit uncomfortably, caught maybe the extra bounce would have been, he was not ideal in the situation for the batsman. They played it towards the offside, where Teddy Bishop, the two fielders who are in gully, I could say maybe almost a backward point, does the fielding. So as you can see, I think Pastor Warm from the last over, I think they probably took a step forward. I think they're much closer. They're much closer this instance than they were the previous delivery, almost on the bordering on the square itself, as three slips, 2 gully, a field line, short extra cover, all looking to attack.
Yes, I think this is good. This is good by the captain, just to crowd him in the shallow. 3 slips, 2 gullies, and you'd want your bowler just to pitch just about on or about the off stump and allow the ball to move away. That's important. The other thing is that you can set him up.
Yeah.
You can just bring it backing a little if you've got the ability to do that, and then allow the one to move away a little bit, and then your slip will come into play.
Yeah, we see some action. Teddy Bishop is moved from gully into forward short leg. The fielder who was at short extra cover is now stationed in gully. I think that is Shaman Lewis. So it's quite a big party around Jamal James. 3 slips, 2 gullies, forward short leg. A fielder, Roland Cato, who is in mid-off, very close in.
Good captaincy.
Looking to keep the pressure on the new batsman. Oh, and that delivery turned onto the onside, straight to Teddy Bishop there in forward short leg. And, Pastor Warm, it's really an interesting passage of play at the moment.
Yeah, not good batting, I dare say, by James, though, because what he could have done, he could have whipped that through mid-wicket, or he could have delayed it and just nudged it down to fine leg, because there is nobody fine. So you just had to delay your shot a little bit and tickle it down to fine leg, and you may well have gotten 4 runs.
Yeah, missed opportunity there from James, as Jean-Louis into again this time beats the outside edge of Jamal James. Interest there from the fielders in the slip cordon, probably indicating how close that one was to the edge of the bat, but certainly good delivery there from the medium pacer from Dominica.
Yes, how important it is when you're getting that support with a wonderful cordon of 5 players, 6 players there in a cordon, so you're getting the support, and when you can keep the ball thereabout outside the off stump, then you're doing fine.
Jean-Louis again to bowl to James. This one pitched on the line of the middle stump and plays towards the onside, where Teddy Bishop does a fielding, and the score remains on 66 for 1. I think, Pastor Warm, we're in this situation of the game now where every ball we expect something to happen, whether the edge being beaten or wicket could fall at any moment, and we're in that interesting passage of play.
Yes, and he's not very confident. I think he came in a controversial atmosphere, so that may have interfered a little bit with his confidence too.
Jean-Louis again, that time a bit shorter in length, to watch outside the off stump into the gloves of wicketkeeper Junior Henry. So the end of another maiden over. I think that's 2 maidens on the trot, and it's 66 for 1 after 28 overs.
66 for 1. Good start here by Windward Islands Volcanoes 11. But I think over the last couple of minutes, I thought they've come back very well. The bowling has been rather tight. And James, who is relatively new at the crease, he's been tested. Now, that's the good thing about captaincy, and those are things you've got to look at. What do you do when a new player comes on to bat? Would you put the pressure on? Would you relieve the pressure? I always think that when a new player is in, you pressure him as much as possible.
Yeah, it's going to be Cyrus who has his tail up. One for 14 or 4 overs into bowl to Maloney, and Maloney used that right leg, advanced down the wicket, but he decides not to play a shot and watch the ball spins across him into the gloves of the keeper. So Maloney's intent is really to pick up the scoring rate a bit. This time he comes back as the ball spins past the outside edge of his bat. Another dot delivery, and so far we can see Cyrus, varying the length a bit. Some he pushes it up a bit closer to the batsman, others he pulls back slightly as the batsmen they come both forward and back to those deliveries.
I would have pushed the mid-off fielder a little further back. I'll tell you why.
Yeah, as we see this one again, he puts his pad outside the line of the off stump and watches the ball spin into the gloves of the keeper.
So the batsman is under pressure and he may want to go over the top, but if he sees the mid-off is a little bit further back, it puts him even under greater pressure.
Oh, good delivery there from Cyrus. Came forward, got the edge from Maloney, flew past the fielder in slips. That is Roland Cato in second slip. So one more run to Maloney. He moves to 36 and the score moves on to 67 for 1.
Good bowling, really good bowling by Cyrus. He is exploiting the conditions there. The pitch that is taking a bit of spin, and he notices that Maloney is maybe not the most proficient player of spin, and he's capitalizing on that.
Yeah, as we see Jamal James now faces up to Cyrus with 2 deliveries left in this over. Oh, that delivery pitch turned back into it off the pad. Teddy Bishop there in short leg made a valiant effort. There seems to be an appeal. I'm not sure if he was appealing for LBW or maybe an opportunity for a catch. But it's all happening in this over. As you see the replay, the ball came off the pad. Appeal there from Kato as that one is guided down towards third man, where Robinson moves from slip to do the fielding. So it's the end of another good over from Cyrus, one which conceded only 2 overs, and after 29 overs, the Volcanoes 11 there, 68 for 1.
68 for 1, meandering along, and these two would have to do a little bit of restoration here for Volcanoes 11. James doesn't look comfortable, and I dare say Malone, who was 36 and has been there since the start of the innings, doesn't look particularly comfortable either. A fine opportunity for Darryl Cyrus, I say, maybe to have a long spell and maybe to capture a couple of wickets here.
Yeah, Jean-Louis will continue. Is that from the northern end? That's now his 7th over. We're yet to see the introduction of Asif Hooper into the action. He is waiting his turn as Jean-Louis in to bowl to James. James drives towards the cover. Kato, who is in a short mid-off position, runs wrong to do the fielding. There is no run, and I probably, based on the way he has made James a bit uncomfortable with those deliveries slanting across him, the captain probably would have said, "Hey, Jean-Louis, here is another over. See if you can snatch a wicket."
Yeah, I think it's a good move, though.
Jean-Louis again to James, and I think, whoa, again James is prodding at one outside the off stump, and you can see he certainly does not like that delivery angling across his body.
Looks very uncertain. He's very tentative. He's half-hearted in his movement and pushing at those balls outside the off stump. And if he continues to probe away with the angle of the delivery, just moving away from the left-handed batsman, but he got a cordon, so there's no way he's going to pass through that cordon. Let's hope so. But he's got the support behind him. Should use it.
Jean-Louis once again into bowl to James. Again, James probably playing inside of the line of that one, he would want us to believe, or he probably didn't get used. Hey, I wasn't beaten, I just played inside of that one. But that one into the gloves of the keeper again. And another dot delivery, as we see Jean-Louis now changing his mode of attack, coming now around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. So it's going to be a different proposition now for Jamal James, with the ball now coming into him instead of moving away.
He wants to be careful about this, though, the bowler. Jean-Louis don't want to be too straight here.
Yeah.
Could be worked through the onside.
As we see Jean-Louis in. Oh, good delivery just about the off stump. Solidly defended there by Jamal James. The fielder at backward point, I make it to be Hooper, comes wrong to do the fielding. So yes, in that line, he still would have to keep that ball just about off stump, outside the off stump. Can't afford to bowl too straight, because with one fielder in mid-on and the next fielder on in short leg under the bat, there is quite a few acres of space available on the onside to pick up runs. Good delivery there, just on the line of the off stump, played towards the onside for another dot delivery.
Yeah, well, of course, you would always question whether coming around the wicket might be the better thing. But then if you can come around the wicket, allow the ball to touch down and then straighten, then you still come into play. The slip cordon can still come into play. So there's all different ploys and all different angles. You know, you've got to be constantly working how you're going to get a batsman out.
Jean-Louis again this time, shorter in length, guided towards the fielder at backward point, as it Hooper, and there is no run. So the end of another maiden over after 30 overs. Volcanoes 11, there's 68 for 1. Jamal James is 6, and there's on Maloney on 36.
Well, slow going, 30 overs, just a little over 3 runs, over 2 runs per over, which is obviously not very quickly, but that is not so much the issue. Current run rate 2.27. That's not the important issue here. Is about batting. This is a 3-day encounter, so batsmen will have to stay there and bat as long as possible. Understanding, of course, when they get into the first class cricket, that is, you know, the version is longer and they've got to stay and get their craft done.
Oh, Daryl Cyrus, this one badly lined delivery, pitching outside the leg stump and carrying on down the leg side. The fielder, Junior Henry, he's done well to skip across to collect it, and there is no run scored. Cyrus once again to bowl to, this time Maloney comes inside, plays it with quite soft hands, past the fielder at forward short leg, and they cross over for a single. You know, I think earlier on we were making the mention, we are taking notice of the keeping of Junior Henry, and he was like, so far he was keeping good to the seamers, but I think so far to the spinner he has been equally good. So looks like a very good talent with the gloves also.
Yes, and he seemed to enjoy what he's doing. That was a comment I made earlier on. You love what you're doing, you tend to have better success stories.
Jamal James now facing up against Cyrus. This one is a bit faster. Push to Dylan Douglas there in extra cover. Dylan Douglas, you know, one of the hard-hitting batsmen, middle-order batsmen in the squad. As that one is a bit beats the flashing blade of Jamal James, looking to hit that behind square on the offside, doesn't connect as the ball heads into the gloves of the wicketkeeper.
That was the one he had to capitalize on.
This time this one is much slower. Oh, his big appeal. I think that's it's LBW. The stumps looks to be in order. So very good delivery there from Cyrus. As you said, he had to capitalize on those bad balls. Now he got a good one pitch on just about middle stump and out LBW. He goes for 6. He never looked quite set against the batsman, and he would feel disappointed walking back there, only contributing 6 to the total.
Yeah, he was also in an ultra defensive mode. Let's look at the replay.
Oh, beautiful delivery.
Yes. Yeah, it was the googly to him, of course.
Pitched about the off stump and hitting middle stump out of the ground. And he can see he just turned his back and walked immediately. He knew himself that he was out plumb.
Yeah, the other thing is that players got to be careful. Batsmen have to be very careful. When you go out there to bat, you've got to be careful, but you also have to have a positive frame of mind. I thought that James was just a bit ultra defensive. He looked too tentative. He never looked like though he wanted to get the ball off the square. And even when he got a bad delivery, because he was so ultra defensive in mode, that's why he wasn't able to capitalize on the loose delivery that was outside the off stump that he really should have cut behind point. Then he got an absolute beauty, and because of his tentative nature, just pushed out rather lazily, languidly, and that was a judge leg before. So that's how it goes. And there's Sunil Lambris, who was walked in. He, in my opinion, when in his younger days, he was such a fantastic player of spin. As a teenager, had good use of the feet. We always remember, of course, what a fine player he used to be back then. I just think his batting has fallen away a little bit. It was a good opportunity for him to come good and do something special.
Yeah, coming up against Daryl Cyrus, who has picked up 2 for 17, certainly at the top of his bowling at the moment. His proverbial tail is up in the air as he bowls to the Windwards Volcanoes captain, who settles in to face his first delivery from Cyrus. The final ball of over number 31, and to that one he comes forward and plays it towards the fielder there at extra cover, Vincent Lewis. So that's the end of a successful over from Daryl Cyrus, one in which he conceded 1 run and picked up the wicket of Jamal James. And after 31 overs, Windwards Volcanoes 11, they're 69 for 2.
Cyrus 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17, and even the 17 runs against his bowling, that is deceptive, really. He has really bowled very well, was not afraid to flight the ball, and he got 2 prize wickets, James and Smith. Smith was set and controversially dismissed, but I like what I see in regards to Daryl Cyrus. And again, you know, when you've got those sort of talents around, Kerry, you just have to have a couple of good coaches who will just pick up a few details that could be ironed out and maybe added, so to speak, to make the leg spinner a complete player.
Here now we can have a change of bowling from the northern end. It's the end of the spell for Kashaki John Lewis. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 10. He's now replaced by Asif Hooper from the northern end of the ground, coming what we call around the wicket through the umpire and the stumps, and bowls to Desron Maloney, who gets one shot in length, which he's able to go back and clip onto the onside for a single. So it's now an all St. Vincent battle in the middle. Asif Hooper bowling against Desron Maloney and his captain, Sunil Ambris.
Yeah, interesting that. They know one another very well, don't
much
they?
So all of them involved in the Vinci Premier League. I know Ambris with his Salt Pond Breakers comes up to face up to Hooper, who I believe plays for Grenadine Divers in the Vinci Premier League, and Desron Maloney, I believe, plays for La Soufri Hikers. So it's all action now in the middle here in the Windwards Volcanoes best of best, as Ambris comes forward and plays that one onto the onside. So Pastor Warm, it's really good when you can see good friends also engage in battle at many different levels against each other. It really makes the competition, takes the friendship to a different level.
Yes, it really does. Agree.
And that one again, Ambris from the slow left-arm bowler comes forward with all the time in the world. He's not seemed to be flustered any bit in the few deliveries he has faced. He's been quite in control of the proceedings as he plays that one on the offside. This one short in length comes back and punches through the offside. Might be a bit disappointed he's not able to find the gap, but the ever-present Vincent Lewis is there in extra cover in the cover position to do the fielding.
You may have heard a little giggle through the microphone, which I did, and I just wondered whether Hooper doesn't have a little bit of an oversized trousers. I think he does.
Yeah, it's a bit heavy. You always have to see him keep pulling up, even though again he pulls that thing. There's probably the string maybe have just defeated him a bit, but at the end of a good over one, just conceded 1 run.
But when he took the catch down a deep forward square, I think the trousers were almost halfway down.
Oh yes.
Yeah. The old-fashioned pin would do, Kerry.
Yes. And those guys, even from those from yesteryear, they even used to have the belt, to keep the pants up. That was a long time ago, even way before my time. So I've just seen archives footage of those, but it was the players from the 50s and 60s. Certainly different era to those who we played now with this tight-fitted clothes, almost like skin.
Well, you know what? I remember when I was playing for Grenada Boys Secondary School back then, and even gear and attire was hard to come by. I'll give you a story about that one. Yeah, I suspect you would giggle.
Here is Cyrus, the ball to the captain of the Windwards Volcanoes. That's Desron Maloney, who comes inside the line of that one and plays it behind square on the onside for a single. So 1 more run to Maloney.
Yeah, my aunt who was living in, one of my aunts was living in New York at the time, had sent down a barrel with clothes I'll continue after this one. Okay.
As we see, Cyrus, he waits to bowl to Ambrose. To this delivery, Ambrose comes forward and he's genuinely beaten by that one, which spins outside, pitches and leaves him.
And in the barrel of clothes was a white female pants. I think we should leave the story right there.
Oh no, I think the viewers and myself would be quite eager to hear the conclusion of that story, as this time Ambrose comes back and punches it through the offside, where Hooper comes off the extra cover boundary. He's maybe about 75 meters back from the bat, so 75 yards or so back from the pitch. He does the fielding. Here comes Maloney again, a delivery which is pitches outside the off stump and continues to turn outside the off stump, and no run scored.
Yeah, so you got the drift, as they say it, Kevin?
No, I think I may have gotten it, but I think the viewers who's listening, maybe in Grenada, viewing the proceedings in Grenada, as this time another delivery again from Cyrus. Watch outside the off stump from Maloney into the gloves of wicketkeeper Junior Henry. Final delivery left in over number 33. Cyrus 2 for 19, bowls to Maloney. This time is much closer to him, pitches and beats the bat again of Maloney. So the end of the 33rd over, Cyrus continues to bowl well. He's 2 for 19 of 7, and the winners Volcanoes 11. They're 72 for 2.
Well, two players, one who is set at 39, that's Maloney, and Ambrose, who's a fine player, played at the highest level for the West Indies. They would have to show, of course, Ambrose would have to show maturity here and show that, hey, I've played at the highest level, so I won't be dominated here at all. Let's see what his approach is going to be. By nature, he is an attacking player and likes to get on with the bowling. But I like the fact that Maloney has curbed that natural aggressive nature and decided to stay out there as long as possible.
Yeah, if we see Hooper to bowl his second over, he in and he bowls to big swipe there from Captain Ambrose, looking to hit that one over the onside field. The ball pitched and moved away from him a bit, and Pastor Wami, certainly a shot you'd not have expected at this stage from the Captain Ambrose.
The issue is that I don't want to comment about that shot.
It's quite uncharacteristics. I wouldn't say it was ugly, but uncharacteristics from the captain, as Hooper is into bowl. This time he advances down the pitch, over the field, over the ropes on the long on area. 6 runs to Ambrose. It's the first 6 of the innings, and that's a much better shot this time from the previous delivery.
Yes, I'll comment about that one. Used his feet very well, got down the track. That previous one was a really ugly swipe. Really ugly swipe, and didn't make contact. He looked so bad playing it. This time, did the right thing, used his feet and hit it over long on.
Yeah, Hooper is into bowl to Captain Ambrose. Push drives firmly there, and it's fielded in the extra cover there by Jelani Robinson, who does the fielding. There is no run. Was a bit hit firmly to the fielder. And Pastor Wamino, it's amazing that you have players of Ambrose who can play such shot, and they chose to play shots of which he did about 3 deliveries ago.
Yeah, there's no need for it. Absolutely no need for it. I think there was some measure of premeditation too. Decided that's how I'm going to play that one. Looking to slog sweep from way outside the off stump.
Yes, and Hooper into bowl to Ambrose. This time nicely flighted. Ambrose comes forward and pushes it back to the bowler, and there is no run scored. So the battle, between the two Vincentian cricketers is on at the moment. Hooper once again, this time shorter, and the paddle shot comes out from Ambrose, plays it down to the long-legged region. The fielder, the batsman, they cross over for 2. So 2 more runs to Ambrose, basically toying with the bowling with that delivery there, picking up 2 runs. He moves on to 9, and the total moves on to 80 for 2.
There was no risk in that shot at all, absolutely none. Got inside it and just cooped it, really. Didn't look to sweep it. There wasn't a leg slip, not a leg gully. So though it's a 3-day match, I mean, you do see those shots played in 2020 cricket, 1-day internationals, but that was certainly within the context of the field placing. That was fine. Had absolutely no problem with it. He did it in a very skillful manner. It's gone to 9, and I think we will see a more aggressive approach here by Ambrose.
Yeah, to this time Douglas comes forward. Maloney comes forward and pushes Cyrus towards a backward point, where it's fielded by Jean-Louis. And I think from what you can see, they're a bit more watchful against Cyrus and looking to attack Hooper. As we said, that a big booming looking to hit that one over mid-wicket. Maloney, we can see he was looking for those big shot. That time came off the edge into the arms of the fielder. There is that Jelani Robinson at in the slip. As we were talking about, as we see the replay, big booming shot. It's actually the captain, Roland Cato, who takes the easiest of catches in first slip. And Pastor Worm, when you look at that dismissal and you see it in the replay, you can only shake your head and say what a disappointing dismissal that was by Maloney.
I think we used the word ugly quite a few times over the last half an hour or so. That to me was ugly. You're well set. He didn't look to get to the pitch of the ball. Now he stood there and just allow his arms to go. Didn't stretch the left pad down and across in the approved manner and seeking to drive the leg spinner. Just stood there and had an almighty swing of it. Took the outside edge, and it was the softest of dismissal. Although there was such a big move of the arms and the bat after the ball, so to speak, but it turned out to be a simple catch for Cato.
Yeah, very good bowling there from Darius Cyrus. He's now picked up his third wicket. He's been responsible for all three batsmen dismissed. It's now 139. The outgoing batsman, Maloney. Now we see the introduction of the Dominican diminutive left-handed batsman from Dominica, Alec Athens, number 18 at the crease, facing up to Darius Cyrus. Remembering that Alec Athens, who came coming into this tournament in a rich vein of forms, he was the leading run scorer in the Spice T10, which was held just about a month and a half ago. Though it is a different genre of the game, but he's certainly one who is full of confidence at the moment.
He used his feet very nicely there, Kerry.
Yes, first ball and using his feet, attacking the spinner, looking to immediately put the pressure back on the onto the bowler.
Well, this is going to be a lovely battle here. It really would be a lovely battle, one that I would like to see, because I'd just love to see Athens bat.
Yeah, Athens, Cyrus, and the captain Ambrose versus Cyrus should be an interesting period of play, as we see he comes forward and defends that one to the field on the onside. We see a shot mid wicket in place, short leg, and this time again diving, uses his feet, and that man again, Vincent Louis, in mid wicket position, Pastor, wherever he is, he seems to be doing something brilliant at the moment in the field.
Yes, he is a live wire on the field. Good use of the feet by Athens, really good use, but couldn't beat the mid wicket Vincent there at all. Yeah. Well done.
Cyrus into bowl, so this time pulls out the sweep. There's a big appeal for LBW. Was there some bat involved in that, as the ball goes down towards the fine leg? The fielder there kept going leg slip, and a bye signal, so the team would feel a bit better. The ball would have went through Cato after the legs. We see the replay now. Just pitched and turned. Big appeal for catch from the LBW. I think they are appealing for first, but certainly Cyrus is bowling on a different pitch compared to the other bowlers at the moment.
Yes, he's really bowled very well. And okay, now you may want to say, well, he's been supported by the pitch. That's what you might want to say. The issue is that he's pitched well, no question about that. So whether there have been some rough areas, there could be rough areas, and a leg spinner could still pitch poorly.
Yes.
But he's on a very good groove. He's been pitching very well. He's not been afraid to give the ball a bit of height. And the batsmen are a bit tentative as to whether they should use their feet or not. We saw Athens using his feet on a couple of occasions there.
Yeah, it's going to be Hooper, now the left arm bowler, slow left arm bowler, to bowl to the left-handed Alec Athens. Hooper over the wicket to Athens as he waits to the field to settle, and the batsman now is ready to face to Hooper, and Athens pulls out the sweep shot over the fielder at square. That one races into the boundary for 4. So Athens really looking to come out ultra aggressive and full of confidence, gets his first boundary in the inning.
No, I would like to see Arthurnes play a natural flowing innings rather than just being there pushing and prodding. He's a fine player. If he wants to accelerate, he's got the ability to do it. And I think he should say here, not arrogance, but say, look, I'm a good player and I should be able to get on top of the bowling. That was a good shot. It really was.
A very good shot from Alec Arthurnes, who's on 5 at the moment. Now Hooper continues to bowl to Arthurnes. To this one, he comes back and plays it onto the onside, where Jelani Robinson, he does the fielding. So there is no runs, and it's Hooper now into his third over, none for 13. Into Arthurnes, who comes back again. That ball angling into him from the left armour, pushes onto the onside. They come through for 1, thinking for a second. Not enough time, so they agree to settle on 1. So 1 more to Arthurnes. He moves to 6, brings Ambrose, who is on 9, into strike.
Yes, Arthurnes doing the right thing. That's rotating the strike, not just patting everything in front of him, but making the fieldsmen work. That's important. Let them run. And meanwhile, you pick up a single or 2, as the case may be.
To this time, Ambrose comes forward. They charge for a single, direct hit from Sherman Lewis at mid-on, but the batsman, he was comfortably in his ground. So 1 more run to the captain, Ambrose. He moves to double figures. He's on 10, and the score now 87 for 3.
Good feeling there by Lewis. Came across very quickly and shied at the non-striker's end, hit the stumps. So it shows alertness. Very often at this time in the day, some of the players can become a bit jaded. He certainly wasn't. Still doing a bit of repair to the
such
stumps.
a firm hit that it dislodged the bails and had the stumps shaken up a bit as Hooper, he gets set to continue over number 36 into Ambrose, and this time Ambrose is stylishly forward and turns it onto the onside, where Teddy Bishop at forward short leg does the fielding.
Arthurnes.
Sorry, that's Arthurnes. Yes, left-handed Arthurnes.
I love his name, Kerry.
Yes, Alec Arthurnes. From the island of Dominica. That time, that one pitch onto the leg stump and clipped towards the long mid-on area, where they come through for a single. So he will retain strike at the start of the next over, and Arthurnes is on 7, Ambrose on 10, and it's 88 for 3.
Arthurnes is, you can't call him a power hitter because obviously he's a small man, slender in nature, but his timing is what is superb. If you get an opportunity to see him score a 50, then you just got to say he's such pleasantry on the eyes. He's a wonderful player and able to play, in my opinion, right or wrong, not just on the offside, on the leg side, straight down the ground. He's that kind of player, rather deft too, and uses angles very well.
Yeah, most certainly a very class player. He scores very quickly. As we said, not much power hitting, but he certainly gets into position very early, and his timing is really impeccable. Some of the best we have seen here in Grenada in recent times.
Mind you, if he wants to go big, he can also go big. I've seen him hit some good sixes here.
Yes, I think Nicholas Redhead would and Neilon Pascal, they can attest to that of his 6 hitting capabilities. Cyrus once again, this time Arthurnes again uses his feet and plays it to make it be Augustine there in mid off, so there is no runs to the score. And Cyrus in a really good battle, two players facing off against each other at the top of his game, and Arthurnes used that expansive drive through the offside, sort of square drive, goes into the boundary now for 4, and a badly lined delivery there from Cyrus, just a bit too much a width to the batsman, and he needed no second invitation to lace that to the boundary for 4.
I think he understands now, Darryl Cyrus, that he's getting to bowl at a player who is a notch or 2, in terms of playing spin. He's a fine user of the feet, and he can also play equally well off the back foot. That was a great shot.
Oh, certainly, as we see this one again, full toss from The Cyrus this time is clipped through mid wicket. The ball races into the boundary. The fielder comes wrong and does a fielding. So 2 more runs to the that make it to be Anil Matthew, the substitute fielder down there on the boundary on the onside. So 2 more runs to Athenes, and you can see Athenes has came in, and from ball 1 he looked like he wanted to put the pressure back onto the bowlers, and so far he's just scored 13 of 12 runs quite easily.
Yeah, it's really batted well already in a short stay.
This one again is clipped towards the onside. This time it goes straight to Dylan Douglas in mid-wicket, so there is no run scored. It's a leg side bias field. We have a fielder sweeping on the boundary. We have a leg slip, short leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, and player at mid-wicket. Fine leg, short fine leg. So he's looking to attack more the middle and leg sub line. This one played towards the fielder there at mid-off. One of 3 fielders on the offside.
Yeah, I would love to see him get a big score here, Athenes. He's so lovely to look at.
This time short and wide from Cyrus, and Athenes comes back and creams that backward towards the offside. The ball races, it just reaches the ropes. It's a bit of a heavy outfield, but that was a good shot, and he certainly deserved 4.
Beautiful shot. Look at how he made room outside the leg stump. It was short, cuttable, and just rocked on the back foot and pulling away a little bit and cut it in front of square, and that raced away to the boundary for 4. That was a lovely shot, really lovely. Now, as I said, he's one of the players I can sit and look at for a long period and enjoy everything that he does. Beautiful shot off the back foot. Now, the delivery before that, you would have seen him dancing down the track, using his feet and driving. Now, that tells you that he's nimble on his feet. He knows about coming onto the front foot, knows how to play off the back foot. To me, he's a complete player, not just an offside player. He can sweep, he can tug, he can pull. Fine player, and I think he's got a lovely future ahead of him.
Well, most certainly, his potential really at this moment knows no limit, and it's all about doing what is necessary to keep yourself in the discussion of a selection of for teams at a higher level. As this Hooper who continues the action now into his 4th over, as bowling to Ambrose, and to this one Ambrose hits that one well over long on for 6, and that one was pitched up, and Ambrose saw it and he decided to muscle that one over long on for 6, so he moves on by 6 to 16, and the score 104 for 300, coming up of 225 balls in 166 minutes, 10 fours and 2 sixes.
That was a great shot. That was a lovely shot. It was right in the slot, and he went for it. They're pushing the long on back, but I don't think it makes much of a difference. It would have gone all the way anyway.
To this one, he comes forward and pushes it down to that fielder, who is sent back on the long on boundary for just 1. So the batsmen, they cross over for 1, and it has certainly gotten a little darker lately here at the National Stadium, as we see some heavier, thick, dark clouds above, now looking to cover the ground. We wait to see. There might not be any immediate threat of rain, but it's certainly gotten a little bit darker as we see some light sprinkles on the glass of the commentary booth. That one from Hooper, badly line delivery on the leg stump, but fortunately for him, went straight to the fielder there in sort of backward square.
Yes.
Good delivery from Hooper brings Athenes forward and plays it, nudges it onto the onside for no run. So Low be looking to bowl that length a bit more regular than the previous delivery.
It's a good delivery though. Last one up.
And this one a bit shorter in length, pushes Athenes back, who goes back and punches it down to Vincent Lewis at mid-off. So the end of the over, after 38 overs, Athenes is 17, Ambrose is 17. It's 105 for 3.
105 for 3, which is a good response to 261. And you've got 2 Windward Islands players. Both of them are on 17. Athenes 17 of 18 and Ambrose 17 of 18. So both of them got the same strike rate. And 2 sixes in the process there by Ambrose, though, out of those 17 runs.
Yeah, I think though in the partnership now 25, So Athenes has faced the bulk of the deliveries in the partnership, and he has scored 17 of the 25 runs in the partnership. So he's now on the non-striker end as Ambrose is on strike, as Cyrus sets the field to his delight. We have a slip, Roland Cato, two slips, Roland Cato and Jelani Robinson. Backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off, which is sent back slightly. To this time, Ambrose whips that one through the onside down to the mid-wicket area for 4. Very good shot from the Windward Islands captain. Slightly over pitch on the legs, and he just used wristy shot to mid-wicket for 4.
Well, it didn't look, quite frankly, did not look as if it would go to the boundary. But you know what? The timing was superb. He got it from the middle of the bat and clipped it nicely through the widest long on area and went for 4. Got it on the full 2.
Yeah, full delivery there from Cyrus, and you can see since Athenes came on there, Cyrus' length has been affected a bit because Athenes has been looking to get off to him, and quite a couple of boundaries has been scored, and 3 boundaries has been scored in his last 7 deliveries. To this one, this time he brings Ambrose forward. A good pitch delivery on the line of the middle and off stump, and play towards the offside, and there is no run.
That was nicely flighted there by Cyrus. 3 for 34 so far.
Yeah, reminding you just last week in the first, well, a couple of days ago in the first match, he had a 6 for, as that one again is covered up by Ambrose, back to the back down the pitch where it's fielded there by the fielder in short extra cover, Dylan Douglas. Douglas from the island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And that one is tickled fine there. Badly line delivery down the leg side. Tickle beats the keeper. Races towards the boundary. Cato gives up the chase as the ball crosses into the rope. So 4 more runs to 4 byes actually signaled by the umpire. So it beat everyone in that occasion there. So 4 more runs to the team total, and the score now moves on to 113 for 3.
Yeah, badly line delivery there by Cyrus, was bowled very well so far. That was slanting down the leg side, and whether he had gotten a tickle or not, it was badly lined and got what it deserved, whether it was 4 byes or 4 runs.
Ambrose certainly would have won those 4 runs next to his name, but instead it goes as team runs, and another badly line delivery this time. Junior Henry gets wrong in time to stop that one going down towards the boundary area. Yeah, Cyrus will be looking to get back that line of attack on off stump. As we see this one there, big booming drive from Ambrose, doesn't time it well, can't beat that is Anil Machu, who's fielding in the mid-off position. So the end of over number 39, Cyrus is 3 for 34, Ambrose is 21, with him is Athenes on 17, and it's 113 for 3.
I think Cyrus realizes that he's got 2 players that are superior batters to those that he bowled to a little earlier on. Not taking anything away from Maloney and James, but these are 2 better players of spin, in fact 2 of the better players of spin in the Windward Islands team, and he understands that, well, what would have confuffled the former batsmen, these 2 are negotiating him well.
Yes, well, certainly, as we see Hooper now into the attack, a short delivery. Ambrose comes back into the crease and pulls that one over long on for 4. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. A rank long hop there from Asif Hooper, and batsmen of the caliber of Alec Athenes, they're delighted when they see those deliveries are soft up to them.
Yeah, now that is a good player. When you see a bad one, to pounce on it. Look how quickly he rocked onto the back foot. Very quickly was able to spot that it was short and pullable, and he calculated it very well and pulled it down to the deep mid-wicket area for 4.
Yeah, and he could have hit that one anywhere, and I think he ended up playing it in the correct position, because you see there's a fielder down on the deep square boundary. Probably if he had played it above square, it might have just been 1 run. So this time played down the ground. That is Jelani Robinson in mid-wicket, and the bowler combined to do the fielding there, no run. So the fielders, they have certainly a bit more have to be more alert now. As you said, two of the better batters in this lineup, they are the crease at the moment, and they're going to put them under pressure.
Both of them on 21. They're going hand in hand in recent times.
Yeah, this one, Athenaeus comes inside the line of that one and clips it behind square on the onside, where the batsman, they cross over for a single. So Alec Athenaeus now moves to 22. The captain, Ambrose, comes in on strike on 21.
Yeah, they both have really... They're beginning to sort of stamp the authority here. Sunil Ambrose and Athenaeus, showing their skill and also their experience.
Yes. Asif Hooper a bit on the expensive side, 4.5 overs, none for 28. Has conceded 2 4s and 2 6s. Has Hooper waits on Ambrose as he's not ready and bowls, and to this Ambrose goes back and watches that one spin into the gloves of the keeper, so there is no run.
There's no turn attached to that one at all, just went straight on.
Hooper again, another delivery which draws Ambrose back, punches down the ground for a single. The captain with number 99 on his back crosses over for one more, so he now is on 22 and keeping tab in the chase with Ambrose, who is also 22 of Athenaeus, who is also on 22. So they'll be probably two batsmen. You know, when you have two batsmen, quality batsmen, they always like to spur each other on to do well, and I'm sure they'll want to remain outside there for a much longer period for the team. Hooper to Athenaeus, coming over the wicket. That one pitched just about middle and leg stump, and just played towards the fielder at short mid wickets. That's Jelani Robinson. So the end of over number 40 overs bowled, 119 for 3, just going up about 3 runs and over. Athenaeus is 22, Ambrose is 22.
Yeah, the scoring rate has increased. They were at one time just around 2.5 runs per over, under 2.5, and now with the advent of Athenaeus and Ambrose, they have just quickened up things a bit, and they're going much faster. Now Athenaeus got 22 of 22, Ambrose 22 of 26. That run rate, if you got it in a one-day match, you would feel very happy about it.
Almost certainly, almost going at a runner ball. Those two batsmen, they scored 44 of 48 deliveries, maybe just what, 96% strike rate. As we see this one, Ambrose comes back for shorter delivery from Cyrus, push back to the bowler. Cyrus now into his 11th over. This is his 9th over of the spell. Before lunch he's bowled 2 overs for 6 runs. Now he has 3 overs for 3 for 34. So the spell of 3 for 28 from just about 9 overs. Good bowling from the leg spinner from Grenada.
Want to see him be able to bowl the googly and the straighter one.
Yes.
And if you're going to do that, it means that you've got to work on it.
Yeah, it takes a lot of craft. It's a hard task to master. And as you see, Ambrose sweeps that one over deep mid wicket. That one goes into the boundary. A couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. So Ambrose looking to continue to keep the pressure on the bowler as he moves on to 26, and the total now is 123 for 3.
Now, how good was that shot? Really good, because he played against the turn. But the issue is that he was to the pitch of it. That's important. And yes, they will tell you, well, you know, play with the tide. He went against the tide, but he was to the pitch.
Yeah, that one got close. As we see now Cyrus, he advances down the track. That one is hit over the long on area for 6. A big 6 there from the captain. Hit that one over long on for 6. So it's now 4-6 and followed by 6, and he's certainly looking to keep the pressure on the bowlers at the moment.
As if to say, look, I have played at the highest level. You're not up to the standard as yet, so I'm going to do what I want with you. And he certainly used his feet well and hit that over long on for 6.
That one again, this time stays in his crease and hits straight and well. That's 4 more runs from Ambrose. He's certainly lighting up proceedings at the moment. 4-6 followed by another 4. That one was pitched up, just opened up himself a bit and hit it hard and straight down the ground. Couple of bounces into the boundary. So 4 more runs to Ambrose. He's now raced on to 36, and he has opened up a gap between himself and Alec Athenaeus.
And the 50 partnership has come up.
50 partnership in quite quick time between Athenaeus and Ambrose. So it's 133 for 3 in over number 41. And it's been a very interesting passage of play as we see the fielder in the long on is now being much finer almost behind the arms of the bowler. Looking to
Would he go again?
I think conventional wisdom will see that this next delivery, the last ball of the over, you just push it down the ground for a single to retain strike.
Come on, Cyrus, flight it again, would you?
Yeah, and this one is flighted at that time. Oh, good delivery there from Cyrus. The captain at the last moment had to push out at it and pushes it onto the onside. And you can see the discussion going on between bowlers and batsmen, and they're all pumped for this encounter there. A good passage of cricket where we've seen a couple of wickets earlier on, but now the batsmen have bounced back, and they've bounced back well, and now 133 for 3 to Windwards Volcanoes.
Yeah, good use of the feet in that over by Ambrose. Danced down the track and lifted it nice. Didn't lose the shape, because you can use your feet and lose your shape, and that's when you have element of danger. But he certainly used his feet and kept his shape very well. Did well. 133 for 3.
Yes, Ambrose continuing. It's going to be Hooper to continue now. Hooper none for 29 from his previous 5 overs. Comes around the wicket to Athenes, and he bowls to this delivery. Athenes is back, pushes it back to the bowler, and there is no run. I think now is the time, Pastor Wam, where the captain, Kato, probably will be thinking of offering a different proposition to the batsmen, because they seem to be settled quite comfortably against the 2 spinners, and maybe bringing in Sherman Lewis for a couple of overs before tea might be something that he might want to consider.
I agree with that. That would be a good move. Really wise move.
That's Hooper again, this time battle line delivery on the line of the leg. Some swept well behind square on the onside for 4, and certainly not a good shot from Athenes. Pitch outside the leg stump and carrying on the legs onto the leg side. All he had to do was to get some bat onto that and 4 more runs.
Yeah, well, he swept that nicely, got to the pitch of it, and the runs are continuing to flow. They're really careening now.
Athenes is 26, Ambrose is 36, Athenes 26 of 25, Athenes 36 of 32. Both of batsmen are scoring over at a runner ball and really keeping the pressure on the fielding team at the moment. And a full delivery from Athenes, push back to the bowler. Probably would be, knowing the high standards he set, would be a bit disappointed that he was not able to capitalize on that loose delivery.
Yeah, but nothing to feel bad about, really, because they've been scoring rather quickly. Athenes 26 of 26.
Athenes once again comes back and clips at one of his pads down to the fielder and deep backward square. The batsmen, they cross over for a single. So it's 1 more run. As we see, it's certainly gotten a bit darker now. The clouds have certainly sort of covered the ground at the moment. Still some clear spots over the western side of the ground. That's over the St. George's bus terminus area. But we can see from the danger area that's coming over the hills from River Road, it is certainly darkened quite a bit from that direction. Another delivery from Hooper, which draws Ambrose forward and pushes it back to the bowler. So after 42 overs, in recent times, this one is really, you can see, an economical over, which just went for 5, a boundary and a single. And it's, I think the sprinkles has intensified a bit at the moment, as we hear see the batsmen, they're signaling to the balconies for some. It looks like the helmet, as is going to be the Sherman Lewis. He's going to be back taking up the action from the southern end.
Well, we have those coming up from Barbados, Kerry, that West Indies have granted Australia permission to change their team. So Agar is in for Josh Hazelwood. And it's one of the rare occasions, of course, when one-day internationals were rescheduled. We had, of course, Sri Lanka versus India in the 1979 World Cup, and then New Zealand against the West Indies in the 1985 World Cup Championship, when both games went into the reserve day, day 3, of course, after the rest day. So there are always some little thing, and of course this one has to do with COVID.
Yeah.
This time no rain or anything involved.
Yeah, I think too, we have to be cognizant of the time, really, that we're going to see more of those situations. As you said, these have not happened for more than 35 years. The last instances are just about 35, 36 years ago, and we see it coming in. So in the period of COVID, anything is possible, and we have to be up for any eventualities. But it was really good to see that the series continues, because the amount of work that has gone on to it. I think the third match should have been playing today or so, but
it's gonna be on Monday, I think.
Yeah, but the original schedule, I think the third match would have, the second match would have been yesterday, the third match would have been played today on the original schedule. But it's so good to see that the two boards were able to work together and revise the schedule to resume the second match today and have the third one played on Monday. So kudos to both Cricket West Indies and Cricket Australia and all those involved in making the series happen.
That's right. You don't want to leave down under and come to the Caribbean only to play maybe one day. No, let's get all three of them in.
Yeah, certainly. Kudos to all those involved, and I'm sure cricket fans, West Indies and across the world, in the Australian supporters will be happy to see that the action continues, as it's going to be Kevin Augustine who has taken up the action from the southern end. Augustine into his 8th over, none for 15, is bowling to Sunil Ambris, the right-hand medium pacer from Dominique St. Lucia. Good delivery there. Ambris prodding forward, beating the outside edge into the gloves of the keeper. No run scored.
So Australia have lost a wicket early. Ben McDermott caught poor run of the bowling of Cotterell without scoring. They're 1 for 1.
Yeah, good start from the West Indies fast bowlers. Knowing that the effort that the team would have put in the first match, they would be looking to bounce back quite well. Our bowlers did relatively well to restrict Australia, I think, for 250, target revised to 257. But our batsmen, they made a mess of things, as we see. Augustine rushes Ambris a bit and pushes down the ground where the field line mid-on does the field in. So our batters will be looking to put in a much better effort this time around.
Certainly would want to do that. Not happy with the batting performance of the West Indies at all. They did a poor job, and they have a little bit of opportunity to redeem themselves.
Yeah, I think West Indians fans would be hoping that with the inclusion of Shea Hope, things can improve, as that one delivery from Augustine is pushed towards the fielder at mid-on for a single. So fielder without no runs being scored. Hit firmly to that's Daryl Cyrus there in mid-on, and Augustine is continuing. So far he's just conceded 1 run off his over, looking to keep things a bit quiet at the moment. The batsmen, both Ambris and Athenaeus, they were scoring at a very good rate. Ambris has 36 of 36, Athenaeus is 28 of 28, and they have certainly dominated the past 30 or 45 minutes of action. This time, this one is clipped behind square. A valiant effort there from Vincent Lewis there in square leg. He can't stop it, so the batsmen, they cross over for 2. So 2 more runs to Ambris. He's now 38, and the total now moves to 141 for 1. 441 for 3. So it's a busy period of cricket going on all over. We have cricket in almost all the corners of the globe. We have, I think, Bangladesh and Zimbabwe. They engage in a series on the African continent as Augustine into Athenaeus. That is Ambris clipped towards the fielder down there at a long leg for a single. So 1 more run to the captain of the Windwards Volcanoes. He moves on by 1 to 39, and the total at the end of over number 43, 142 for 3. Yes, so I was telling you that we have cricket all over the globe at the moment. There is a series in Zimbabwe between Zimbabwe and Bangladesh. In England, we're gonna get set for the England versus India Test series. At the moment, they have the 100 tournament going on, which is a new version of the game. 100 balls is in an inning. We also have getting soon for Pakistan versus West Indies tour, but in progress at the moment with the West Indies. They re-engage against Australia in the second one-day international. India and Sri Lanka would have just wrapped up their ODI series in Sri Lanka, I know India and England will be playing a few series of test matches, I think, in the next couple of weeks. So it's really a busy period of cricket after the West Indies home series, after the matches against Pakistan, the 5 T20s and the 2 test matches. We'll have the CPL, we'll have the IPL, we'll have the T20 World Cup. So Pastor Wom, for those of us who are cricket fanatics, it's a really interesting period coming up for us.
Yeah, it really would be relentless. Relentless cricket over the next year or so. Quite a lot of cricket around.
Yeah.
I'm glad that the ICC has, in fact, done all that it could to get cricket going, and so far it has worked out very well. Yes, we know the bubble is involved, but just to let the players earn a living, that's important.
Oh yes, as we see Vincent Louis, the left armer from Dominica, is in, and Ambrose settles on that, hits that one long on for another 6. So the first delivery in that spell from Vincent Louis, Ambrose needed no second invitation. That one was pitched up, and he hit that one handsomely over long on for 6. And Ambrose is certainly now in 6th gear at the moment.
Whoa, that was a fine shot. That really was a fine shot. It was in the slot and just pitched a little bit outside the off stump. Went after it, didn't look to hit it along the ground. Went airborne. That was a mighty blow.
Yeah, just a few minutes away from tea break as Vincent Louis in once more to the captain Ambrose. This one is shot in length, clipped towards mid-wicket. Straight to Dylan Douglas, who does the fielding, and there is no run. So Ambrose is now 45 of 39. That 45 came off 40 minutes, in 47 minutes, 3 4s and 4 6s.
Yeah, I believe when you're at this level and you're a test match player or former test match player, I think you've got to dominate. And that's exactly what he's doing there. He's dominating the bowling out there.
Yeah, I think as he continues to face that third delivery of the over, Vincent Louis certainly has a challenge on his hand. This time is a fuller pitch delivery, which Ambrose comes down on, digs out, plays it onto the onside. The batsmen come through for a quick single. They make it successfully, beating the throw from the fielder there at mid-wicket. So one more run to Ambrose. He's now on to 46, and the total now 149 for 3.
Athens was a little late in taking off, but I guess the fielder was a little bit deep, so managed to get there as they crossed. But good batting by Ambrose, not necessarily looking to hit everything over the boundary. I think when the ball delivery needs the kind of respect, he would do that. But if it's in the slot and it needs to be punished, he certainly will. The run rate has now gone up to 3.43. Since they have come in, it's just galloped.
Yeah, it's only one way traffic at the moment, as Vincent Louis to bowl to his Dominican compatriot Alec Athens, and to that delivery Athens comes back and plays it towards the offside. Probably would have wanted to hit a bit fine, didn't time it as well as he'd have wanted to, but it goes straight to Dylan Douglas there, who is at extra cover for without no runs added to the total.
Well, he had time and a half to play that ball. He's the kind of player, and the good players are not really rushed. Just seem to have more time to effect a shot than the players that are just what you may call ordinary.
Yeah, it's in Vincent Louis once again. He's in and he bowls, and Antanes comes back again and punches straight to Dylan Douglas again. So it's sort of a replay of the previous delivery. Bowled by Vincent, bowled to Antanes, played to Dylan Douglas in the extra cover position.
Yes, but he's playing the balls on the merit, and that's what's important. Antanes not doing anything rush or nothing ungainly, but it just doesn't look like getting dismissed at all. That's how fine he has been knocking. He's there on 28, batted really stoutly and very free flowing performance.
Vincent in once again to Athens, and this time Athens is forward, pushes it to the field at short extra cover. There is no runs scored, so that was Hooper under in the short extra cover position. So no runs scored. So the end of the over, 44 overs bowled in the inning, now 149 for 3. Just might be a few minutes away from tea. I think tea is around 2:45. 2:55. So we got just about 10 or so minutes. So we may have just about 3 more overs left in the inning, as it's going to be Kevin Augustine coming in from the southern end. Kevin Augustine from the island nation of St. Lucia, now engaged in battle here at the National Stadium in the best of best series Windwards Volcanoes. And to this delivery, he draws the captain forward, squared him up a bit, took the outer portion of the bat towards that is Douglas in the backward point position. So no runs scored. Ambrosy remains on 46.
Oh, he's looking for a half century here, Kerry. There's no question about it. And if he gets it, it will be done in very quick time too.
Yeah, he's just one hit away from getting into the 50. In the first inning, I think we'd have had just 150 in the first inning. That would have been Jelani Robinson. I think it was 66. Yes, yesterday. And now we have the captain. I don't like to talk about those milestones because we said that we up here who called the game, we put cuss on the batsman, so let's hope he can continue batting. And very good delivery there from Ambrose, dogged out and played towards the fielder at mid-on, and no runs scored. So Cyrus is not able to get in quickly. Yeah, 1 run scored. Yes, 1 run scored. I'm trying to not think about the score too much, or the batsman's score, because I remember earlier on this year, both of us, we were commentating a game and he was talking about how well, I think it was in the T20 tournament, St. Andrews versus St. Patrick, and you were saying how the two batsmen, they're batting so well, they are 99, they're going to get 100 partnership, and the very next delivery, you and Jeremiah was caught behind, partnership was on 99, so I'm not
They call it the commentator's curse.
Yes,
I don't know how many of us believe in it. You believe in it?
Well, if it happened once, I hope it's just an anomaly, as this delivery Athenaeus comes forward and pushes back to the bowler. And I think once is enough for me, so I'm not going to talk about how good any batsman is looking. When they reach the landmark, we'll acknowledge it, but no praises, undue praise before it happens.
Yeah, it's really ironic. It happens so very often. I think it's more coincidence than anything else, but I could understand the commentator's curse, really, because it happened with alarming regularity at times.
Most certainly. Augustine in once more. He's in and he's bowled to Athenaeus. Athenaeus watches that one outside the off stump. Nice curl there from the delivery. Came in with the angle, pitch, and went into the gloves of the keeper. And though they are a bit under the pump lately in the last 45 minutes or so from this partnership, but you can see Augustine coming in, running well, and still looking to bowl a good line and length.
Yeah, that's good. We didn't see them looking necessarily jaded in the field. Even while these two are going, they're still being very animated in the field.
That delivery coming into the angling into Athenaeus, he opens the face of it, guides it towards the fielder there at the gully. That is Dylan Douglas, a BC individual in the field. He's always in the action area, in extra cover, in gully, backward point. Certainly one of the better fielders in the WICB 11, Windwards Board 11. Reminding that Dylan Douglas, he's the MVP in the VPL 3.0, so coming into this tournament full of confidence. Oh, the short delivery played quite handsomely by Alec Athenaeus in that classical left-hand manner. Got up on one foot and hit that one behind square. No fielder moved, only the fielder down there at long leg to cross the ropes to retrieve it. Beautiful shot there from Athenaeus. He moves to 32 and the score now 154 for 3 after 45.
How good a shot was that? It was really, really good. Now, short, and he was onto the back foot, but the other dramatic thing about it, it was on one leg, with the right leg airborne while the left leg was on the toes on the back foot, and hit that down to backward square. That was a fine shot. Now you've got to have some measure of class and skill to do that.
Yeah, and there was certain left-hander from Trinidad and Tobago. Some say he was a good batsman. We used to play those trademark shots quite well. Short delivery, just lift one leg and just hit toward mid the square position on the onside. So it's always a nice sight when we see those left-handers playing those shots.
Yes, but of course, for that kind of shot, the person that comes to mind, not a left-hander, somebody called Gordon Cuthbert Greenwich.
Oh,
ooh, it was such a delight.
Probably one of the best pullers and cutters of the ball that I've ever seen.
I think it was the best cutter of the ball I've ever seen as a right-handed batsman.
I think if you talk about pull shot in terms of the name Ricky Ponting would have to come into the discussion too.
Richie Richardson, good hooker.
Oh, good hook off the cricket ball. Thank you. As we see Augustine, this time he rushes the captain who comes inside of it and hits that well. He hits well though over the fielder at long leg for 6. He was certainly rushed into that shot, and that's a 50 for 50 for Ambrose. So 50 comes up of just 44 balls, 3 4s and 5 6s. As we see the replay, shot delivery just about the in the chest area. Pulls out the hook shot, and the fielder there at long leg can only watch it sail over his head for 6.
No, that was a good shot. Now I'll tell you why it was a good shot too. Now that ball was not outside the leg stump, right? And it was pitched outside the off stump coming into the batsman, and somehow he had the ability to still kind of get inside the line and hit it over long leg. Now that was quite extraordinary.
Quite extraordinary from the captain, and he's now 53 or 44. Vincent Lewis comes into another delivery. This one is pushed back. They momentarily think for a single, but the batsmen, they regain their ground. No danger averted there. But Ambrose says he's certain he has really came out and stamped his authority. 45 balls, 56 minutes, 3 4s and 5 6s. He's 53 not out.
I love this innings. Because the Windward Island Volcanoes 11, they were under pressure, and I say under pressure from the context they lost a couple of quick wickets.
They were 80 for 3.
And and he came out and just stamped his authority. He hasn't done anything rash except one ugly swipe he made, but even the delivery after that was hit over long on for 6.
Yes, this one Ambrose comes inside the line, tucks that down to the long leg position. The fielder that makes it comes off the boundary to the fielding. So one more run to Ambrose. He moves on by 1 to 54, brings Athenes, who's on 32, into strike.
Yeah, 161 for 3. That shows a very good reply to the 260. So they're under 100 runs adrift of the total. These two have shown master batsmanship, and they have not played loosely, but it just shows that they're class act, and they've really orchestrated the innings very well.
Yes, they came in to get when the score was 80 for 3. Now it's 161 for 3 in very quick timing. The partnership now has rushed to 81.
Pretty packed offside field now here for Athenes.
Yes, we see good shot from Athenes. That one pitched on the line of the middle, clipped towards the mid-wicket area. They cross over for a couple. So he moves on by 2 to 34. And the total now 163 for 3 in over number 46.
No, not that it was a difficult delivery to hit through mid-wicket for 2. But look how easily he did it. Just came forward rather easily and turned it nicely to forward square and got 2. Good, nice touch player.
Athenes, he awaits Vincent Lewis, who rushes into him now, passes the umpire and ball to this one. Athenes comes forward and punches it down to the fielder at mid-on. That is Kevin Augustine. No run scored. Came in more of the lower push and off the bat, and doesn't really get much power into it. So no run scored. Another dot delivery. Vincent Lewis, and none for 34 in his 8 over. Would be looking for a breakthrough, or will be looking to get a wicket to dismiss this, to break this partnership. Dominica versus Dominica battling at the moment. Alec Athenes and Vincent Louis, both Dominican nationals, here in action. And this one is a short delivery. Alec Athenes probably momentarily thought he was going to lash onto that one outside the off stump, but he drops his hands and allows it to go into the gloves of the keeper. So 46 overs ball is now 163 for 3.
Yeah, well, very discreet with that last delivery. Maybe in the end he felt that it was a bit too close to his body for the cut shot. Allowed it to go by. And I thought that was good judgment, good decision. So these two have batted so very well. Ambris 54, Athenes 34, and 54 Ambris of only 46 balls. So he's going better than a runner ball. Athenes 34 of 38, just almost 90 being his strike rate. So all in all, you've got two players who've come out and they've stamped their authority, stamped their seniority outside there, and the board 11, they've got quite a task now in trying to dislodge them.
Kevin Augustine, that one full pitch delivery, which is clipped towards the fielder at mid-on. That's Daryl Cyrus, so no run scored. What could be the final over of the session? If T is going to be taken at 255, Vincent Louis, Kevin Augustine, he has bowled well. None for 23 of his, this is his 10th over, and would really like going into the break with a wicket to his name to reward his good bowling, as Ambris awaits Augustine. To this one, Ambris digs down and the full pitch delivery as it squats out to the fielder onto the onside, who is in square leg. No run scored.
Yeah, that was sort of edgy shot there by Ambris. Ball was sort of up into the block hole and came down on it rather late, but just managed to squirt it out. But it was a good delivery, not taking anything at all from Augustine. None for 23, 163 for 3.
And that one, he comes inside the line, clips it well, clips it nice behind square on the onside. They come through for 2. Vincent Augustine runs around and does the fielding. So 2 more runs to the captain of the Windwards Volcanoes, Sunil Ambris. He moves to 54. 1 run actually they've taken. I thought they took 2, but it's actually 1 run that now brings Alec Athenes into strike. Very good feeling there from Vincent Lewis, who really, you can see past home, is one of those fielders that always gives 100% in the field on all occasions. Augustine again into Athenes. This time he plays it onto the onside, and no run scored.
Yes, a live wire on the field, energetic. You can see him slide tackling that last, the previous shot, tackling it. Not that they would have come back for the second run, but he's just putting so much energy into it. That's good.
Yeah, when you're on trials, you need to show, the selectors what you bring to the table, and you can't just go there and want to give 50 or 75%. You have to give 100% at all occasions, and I think Vincent Lewis certainly has the right attitude, as we see Augustine rushes the lane to bowl to Athenes, and Athenes comes back and helps that one, not really pull, but more helps that one down to the long leg position. The fielder is there stationed, that is Teddy Bishop. He does the fielding, so 1 more run to Athenes. He moves on to 35, and the score moves on to 165. Had he probably wanted to really lash into that one, probably could have hit it much harder, but he just decided to help it down to that fielder and get off strike for the last ball of the over.
I think he knew too that there was a fielder down there, so didn't want to overhit it and just paddle it down to the backward square.
See Vincent Augustine around the wicket to bowl to Ambris, who covers up and pushes it back to the bowler for a dot ball to end the over. The ball is now sent to the umpire, who is about to remove the bails to signal the end of the afternoon session, and a very good session for the Windwards Volcanoes 11. They go into the break at 165 for 3, 165 for 3, reminding you they started the session on 38 without loss, so that means they'd have scored 127 runs in the session for the loss of 3 wickets. The batsmen to be dismissed in the session: Devon Smith, he was out caught as a football bowl Daryl Cyrus, after which there was a big almost a fracas, a big stalemate in the game as we wait maybe 15 minutes break as to what would have transpired. Desmond Maloney, he was out caught Roland Cato bowl Daryl Cyrus for 39. Jamal James, he was LBW to Daryl Cyrus, I think, for 6, and 127 runs scored in the session, but it was built around of a good partnership of 85 between Ambris and Athenes. Ambris goes in on the break at 35 and Athenes is on 30 Ambrose goes in on 55 with Athens on 35 not out. The bowling figures, Dara Cyrus, he was the star of the bowling effort, 3 for 48 from his 11 overs, and none of the other bowlers have been able to pick up a wicket so far. So, Pastor, very good session for the Windwards Volcanoes 11.
Very good session, except for the controversy there, but they handled themselves very well. And a total of 165 for 3 basically defines a very, very good reply to 261. Ambrose is 55, Athens is 35, and they would want to continue in the post tea session.
Yeah, so they feel as they're off the ground for a break for maybe just about 15 or 20 minutes. We're going to take a break ourselves, and we'll be back with you when the action resumes here at the National Stadium.
I want to know how has vaccination helped Grenada to host these games, and what message you have for Grenadians who are hesitant to revaccination.
Well, I think the key factor in our being asked to host this has to do with the fact that we haven't had major infections. So we've done well in controlling the virus in Grenada, one of the better countries in the world, based on the amount of infection that this country has had since March 2020. So I think that is a major factor. The question of the vaccination, I think, is a problem for all countries, especially in light of the fact that we haven't had much people being hospitalized, as I mentioned, the lack of infection rate in the country, and the fact that no one has died based on community spread in this country. I think that has drawn some people into a sense of complacency. So there is not enough vaccination taking place in the country. So I'm urging everyone, protect yourself. That's what we have to do, protect ourselves. And I'm urging everyone that the virus is out there. And as you can see, countries like St. Kitts, 4 or 5 weeks ago, had absolutely no infection. Today they're under serious stress.
Yes.
Trinidad under serious stress. Many countries. So we could be good today, and next week, 2 weeks from now, a week from now, 2 days from now, we could be in trouble. So I'm going to urge everyone. This is your life.
Yeah. So and because of vaccination, we were able to host international cricket, and we see hundreds
Well,
of.
that's right. But that's
yeah.
the fact that, in fact, I just did an interview with Gary and he said it's so nice to be in the stadium and see people in the stadium. You don't know the last time you've been able to announce a cricket match and interview people with so many people in the stadium. So I think that's a clear indication that they're moving in the right direction. But I want to urge us, if we want to see more of this, more socialization, more back to normal activities, then vaccinate, all of us, okay?
We live. So, Chief, in your capacity as chairman of the board of tourism, how does you feel to be vaccinated and having the privilege to be here watching international cricket?
Thanks, Kevin. I mean, it is a sign of really the future. the way that we get things going back to normal, and the way that we will be able to continue our lives as we used to, with freedom to move around and to gather and to socialize as West Indian people love to do, is through vaccination. I mean, there's no other way that we have to get our lives back as normal other than vaccination. It is absolutely critical that we get more people vaccinated. I am very concerned. I'm very concerned that our levels are not high enough, and I fear that you see, Kevin, what people aren't understanding. I think people think that like think back to last year when you may have one or two little outbreaks last year, and then you quarantine people, and then everything's all right? You know, there's no country that has had COVID in their community that I know of that has been able to get rid of it. So once it's in your community, you can't get rid of it. I mean, look at Barbados. Barbados has done a fantastic job in trying to manage and mitigate the community spread that they have, and they just can't get rid of it. So what that means is if we have an outbreak and it gets into the community, you could find yourselves with restrictions for a very long time. So the freedom that we are enjoying now is because of the management of the COVID situation has been exemplary. And I have to give kudos to the Ministry of Health and entire government and private sector, citizens in general, for the way that people have coordinated things and the way people behave. But the freedom, a lot of the freedom that we're enjoying now, being here and all that has to do with the fact that we're vaccinated.
And how important it is for the economy, of course, tourism and all of that.
As I've said, it is the only way that we get things back to normal. It's the only way that we get the country moving again is through vaccination. So tourism is extremely important. I want to commend the tourism industry workers for stepping up and getting vaccinated. The large majority of them are vaccinated, and I really want to commend them for it. It's the only way. There's no alternative. There's no other way. There's no other solution that we have.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours. That's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater, to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10-11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean, and I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
I'm masking for my family and friends. Who are you masking for? A message from the Ministry of Health.
So this is the post-lunch session, and Windwards Volcanoes 11 resuming at 165 for 3, 165 for 3. Ambris is 55 or 50, and Athen is 35 or 40. They have both batted so very well, as Augustine will move into bowl to to Athenaeus, who turns it out on the onside. He's batted so very well, got it down to a deep mid-wicket area, and got the opportunity for a single. So he's now gone on to 35 or 36, is he? 36, beg your pardon. And the total has gone to 166 for 3, brings the right-handed Ambris, aggressive Ambris, who has been very severe on the bowlers he has faced so far. He's 55 or 50. There is, in fact, long off, push right back on the boundary. Long on, not as far back as the long off, but both of them are deep. As here is a delivery that is hustling him. Had to be onto the back foot, got it down behind square. They've hustled for 1. They're going to come back for the second, and that's all there be. And so 2 runs, but a shot slightly in the dark there by Ambris. Ball just seemed to have skidded on and hustled onto him and got it inadvertently down to a backward square. Total has gone now to 168 for 3. 168 for 3. As here once more is Hooper, none for 37 so far. Wrong the wicket, left arm in and bowls, and he's off the back foot. Is Ambris hits that hard to short extra cover. I think it's Robinson feeling there, knocks the ball down, and the batsman had no time, couldn't get a single. Total remains on 168 for 3. Here once more is Hooper in and bowls, and Ambris is driving well, gets it down to the deep extra cover area. That is going to go close to the boundary, in fact goes over the boundary line for 4. That was a fine shot. It didn't look like 4, Ali, when he just struck it, because there was in fact a long off, who was running across there, maybe having to cover about 40 yards, but the ball in fact beat both the long off and the extra cover fielder down to the boundary for 4. He's got to 61.
Yeah, a lot of time in there, because as you said, no effort was put in the shot. He just choked it and got it down to the long boundary for 4.
Here is Hooper again, both to Ambris. Ambris is coming forward, driving nicely through the mid-wicket area. This is going to go all the way to the boundary. That's 4 runs. Now that was a lovely shot. Contrasting position, geographical position on the field. Just came forward and he drove it nicely against the tide, and it went down to the mid-wicket area for 4. 4 more runs there to Ambris, who's now gallop. He's gone to 65. And the Windward Volcanoes, they're pushed on to 176 for 3.
It wasn't too much of a bad delivery. He just worked it away.
Hooper to Ambris off the back foot. He's pulling again down to the mid-wicket area for 4 more. Oh, that was a wonderful shot. It was a bad delivery. It was short. And the 100 partnership has just come up. And it has come off of only 82 deliveries, 52 minutes, 12 fours, 4 sixes in the process. What a wonderful piece of batting by these 2 Windward Island Volcanoes batsmen. And Ambris has gone to 69 or 55. It's 180 for 3.
Well, the difference you see here with these 2 batsmen, Ambris and Athenaeus, is that they take full advantage of the bad deliveries, and even the good ones are being played where runs can be scored. I think yesterday I saw more containment. The batsmen were trying to survive and stay and bat as long as possible. Today what you are seeing is 2 batsmen in great form and are stroking the ball beautifully.
Certainly are. Just in case you're interested in the second one-day international at Bridgetown, Barbados, at Kensington Oval, Barbados versus West Indies. Well, Australia, who won the toss, decided to bat. They're 40 for 3. And I think Alzari Joseph got 1, Sheldon Cottrell got 1, and Holder picked up 1. So Australia will need to just sort of regroup here at the National Stadium. Ambris is motoring on 69. Arthur is 36. 2 players of contrasting handedness. Ambris, of course, the right-hander. Arthur is the left-handed batsman. And who is going to be from the far end? Is that Augustine? And he's going to move into bowl to the left-handed Ambris. Left-handed Athenes, I beg your pardon. Just 2 slips in. There is squarish cover, extra cover in the mid-off. Delivery outside the R stump. Athenes left that alone, collected by the keeper behind the stumps. Total remains on 180 for 3. Augustine none for 25 so far. He's into his 11th over. He has bowled well, but hasn't gotten any wicket in that column. 180 for 3. So Ambrose already gotten to a landmark of 50. Well, he's 69. Athenes would want to do similarly. Here is Augustine in now and bowls to Athenes, who is pulling well down to the deep forward square boundary. That's going to be cut off just inside, but they will in fact come back for the second. No, they didn't, did they? No, they just settled for 1. So 1 more to the total. Ambrose is now coming to strike. Athenes 37, and total has moved on to 181 for 3. We're told that the Australians have just lost another wicket, so they're now 41 for 4. Ali, too early to call, is it?
Yeah, but
but I'm sure the West Indians will be very happy.
Yeah,
at least the top order is already gone.
Not to show they had that strength as they had previously. They bat all down to the end. I think there are more tailenders will be coming in.
Augustine bowls to Ambrose. Ambrose pulls well, fine shot, just behind square, 4 runs. Well, that was a lovely shot. It was short and he rocked onto the back foot. He really is in a hurry here, Ambrose. He's batting well. It's been a fine performance here. He's rushed on to 73 and the total has gone to 185 for 3.
Yeah, it was really short and he really took advantage of it, but he is in good form. He has been stroking the ball magnificently. And a lot of good cricketing shots. That one was well played.
Yes, really was well played. That well got into position so quickly. That was the hallmark, one of the beauty of the shot, and he kept it done very well. Augustine once more in and bowls to Ambrose. Ambrose is driving in the air. The ball squirts off. The outer edge will go to the boundary very close. It goes there now, 4 runs. That's not where he wanted to hit it. Wanted to hit it maybe somewhere over extra cover, but it peeled off the outside edge and went very quickly down to third man. And I guess because he really threw the kitchen sink at it, that the slip really did not come into play at all. 4 more to Ambrose, who's gone very quickly to 77. It's 189 for 3.
I'm not too sure if he thought he was losing control of the shots. He sort of actually seemed trying to lift it over the top. And it got the edge but still went over the top of slips, and I think he was trying to probably hit it over the top of extra cover.
Yeah, that's right. Here is Augustine once more in, none for 34, bowls to Ambrose. Ambrose is turning that neatly down to backward square, runs here, that's going to go all the way into the boundary. 4 more, beautiful on the legs, and he went inside the line and clipped it nicely all along the ground. But he got good connection with that, and it went down to backward square very fast across the turf. Even if there was a long leg, he went to just retrieve the ball. Academic interest. He's moved on to 81. It's 191 for 3.
I think they were putting that bowler under a bit of pressure by just having 3 men on the offside, and again, he sort of lost his line a bit, and full advantage was taken off, and quite a number of runs are scored from him on the onside, and he only had 3 players on the on. Now they have strengthened it with 4.
Yes, there's a deep backward square put in. Here's Augustine in and bowls to Ambrose. Ambrose is coming forward and driving down the ground. Runs here. That's going to go all the way. Will it? No, held up just inside. It goes over the boundary line, doesn't it? Yes, 4. Well, it was pitched up and he came forward and he drove it well. And wasn't able to pull that back. That was Cyrus just going after the ball, and in the end was just to retrieve it. 4 more to Ambrose, who's gone to 85. He really rushed there, and the total has gone to 198 for 3. No ball signaled by the umpire. We'll put more salt into the wound. Here's Augustine. He is pulling well down to backward square. They've gone for 1. Won't come back for the second. That's all there be. one more to Ambros's total, and they in fact will get an overthrow, didn't they? Yeah, so that's bad cricket. So the 200 has now been posted. The 200 in 296 balls, 217 minutes, 23 fours and 5 sixes. The over comes to an end, and at the end of over number 49, Volcanoes 11, they're exactly 200 for 3.
I think they put Augustine under a bit of pressure with the field that is set for him. I don't think he has the pace to have 2 slips and 2 gullies. He's a gentle medium pace type bowler, and they should have been a little bit more defensive. And Martinez and Ambrose in particular took full advantage of the fielders that were pretty close in and just utilized the space behind their back.
Yes, certainly. And it's been a great innings here by Ambrose. Ali, no slogging, really no slogging, but it's just been good, nice hitting, and most of those balls have come off the middle of the bat. So, field changing around. Australia, we can let you know they're 44 for 4. Not very often you see them in that position, but they have this very great ability to bounce back. That's one of the things about Australian cricket. Not very often you just run through them at all. It's rare. So, will it going to be Hooper again? No. Cyrus, yes, in fact, is brought back into the attack. So, here is Cyrus, who's had a good bowling performance, 3 for 48 so far, in now, and bowls a delivery that is dropped short, and he rocks onto the back foot, pulls it down to a deep forward square, and gets a single. Is Arthanes, who's now gone on to 38, and the total has moved on to 203 now, sorry, 201 for 3. Brings the right-handed Ambrose into strike. It'll be an interesting battle here between these two. Cyrus, who has bowled well. Now there is a sweeper, long off, long on, and a deep mid-wicket. Those are the 4 fielders that are boundary riding. And there is a backward point, short extra cover, and a short mid-off, and a short mid-wicket. It's not very often you see those kind of fielders, two short mid-off and extra cover fielders there. But it is an interesting ploy. He's in bowls, short, and Ambrose is on the back foot. Pulls that down to the deep mid-wicket area. They've gone for 1, won't come back for the second. That's all there'll be as the return comes to the bowler's end. So 1 more to Ambrose's total. He's now gone on to 88. And the Windwards Volcanoes total has moved on to 202 for 3.
The set that the field, I think they figure he drives the ball in the air. So that's probably why they put in these fielders there.
Cyrus to Arthanes, who dances down the track, plays it very well, just turns it out on the onside. They come back for the second run. They've got to hurry. The return comes in, but they get 2. So 2 more to Arthanes, who's now gone on to 38. Just pushed the ball up in the infield, and the fielder down at mid-wicket was deep. So they had the opportunity to really come back for the second run very quickly. And in the end, they got it rather comfortably, 204 for 3. Arthanes 40 of 45 deliveries, as it's once more Cyrus in, bowls to Arthanes, wayward delivery, wide outside the arse stump, rocked on the back foot and cuts it down to the deep sweeper position and get a single. Well, maybe on another day he would have just let it go go by, but it was short and wide, and Arthanes still decided to go after it. 1 more to his total. He's gone to 41. 88 is Ambrose. Here's a delivery that is short. Onto the back foot is Ambrose and hits the ball out to cover. I just think that this time he might be just gripping that ball a little too tight, Ali. And when you grip it that tight, sometimes you can just drag it down. Here's a delivery that is driving inside out, gets it down to deep extra cover. They will come back for the second. The return comes in to the keeper's end. They get 2. So good strike in here by Ambrose. 2 more to his total. He's now gone into the 90s. He's exactly 90.
I think probably he's also trying to bowl a bit too quick. So, in the effort to bowl a faster delivery. And he's not an upright bowler, so he goes a bit lower in his delivery action, and that brings the ball down shorter. Probably needs to stand up a bit even to bowl his quicker delivery.
All right. But what happens, Ali? You yourself being a former leg spinner, when you do grip it too tight, it can also drop.
Yeah, it doesn't flies out. It sort of drops down. You deliver it too late. You need to get the arms, the fingers loosed on the ball rather than grip it too tight. The off spinners do grip it tight, but the leg spinners tend to have it a bit loose in there.
Well, we should let you know that Australia, they're in severe trouble. They're now 45 for 6. 45 for 6. Incredible, but that's the truth. So, West Indies, they're on top in this epic battle. And Australia in real trouble. Turner was just dismissed. He was bowled by Hussain. So,
straight delivery.
So let's back here at the National Cricket Stadium. 207 for 3. Athanaze is 41. He'll be taking strike as Lewis is in fact Sherman Lewis moves in from the far end to bowl to Athanaze, who is coming forward and driving neatly out to squarish cover. No run. So there is a one slip in and a gully. Now if you want to say maybe two slips in, there's a first slip and maybe a third. But let's put it this way. Let's say there is a slip and a gully, backward point, cover a bit extended, extra cover short, mid off, mid on, forward square leg, and then there's a long leg right back, verging on a deep backward square. Sherman Lewis turns from the top of his mark from the River Road end, brushes past the umpire now and bowls to Athanaze, who is locked in defence, plays the ball just behind him on the offside, opens the face of the bat and gets it down to just to the gully position, and there is no run. I think it might well be Hooper there running across and picking the ball up. Augustine, I would think rather, sorry. Total remains on 207 for 3. Lewis, none for 7 so far. And just into his 6th over, moves in and bowls to Athanaze. Athanaze is wrapped on the pad. There's an appeal for leg before out. Gone. Well. He turned his back very quickly, was Athanaze. I think he knew that, look, I'm gone. Didn't even look to see whether the umpire would raise his finger. He knew where he was struck. And let's look at it again. Wrapped on the pad and immediately just turned his back, walked away because he knew he was out. And I wish Devon would have done the same thing too. Well, it was more straightforward than this one. Anyway, 207 for 4.
But I think not very often you see Athanaze plays across the line. He got right in the middle of the wicket and tried to turn it on the onside. That's not one of his favorite shots, and he missed and as you said, he actually walked before the umpire put him out because he knew he was plumb in front. But good delivery from Lewis. He pitched it up, kept it close to the batsman, give him less time to see what is happening. He has to play under the eyesight. He lifted the head and tried to turn it away and missed and was leg before.
Yeah, he was looking to turn that through the onside. A delivery that he could have effectively maybe just pushed up along the track, just tapped it, but he decided to walk it through the onside and seemed to have played around it, Ali, and was dismissed leg before. 207 for 4 as Dennis Smith makes his way out. So Australia now 46 for 6. 2 batsmen in. Wade is yet to score and Stark is 1.
Wade has some batting ability, but Stark is more of, well, they might say, sort of all wrong. The position he's batting, but he's
I know, but he can hit the ball. Trust me, yeah. Stark. But he hasn't been having the best of returns in regards to his batting in recent times. But he can hit the ball. I think now he's bowling as well as he's bowled any time in his life.
Or that last over he bowled in the previous game, where it was really difficult to score.
Yes, it was. I don't think that Russell had maybe used his brain as well as he could have. So Dennis Smith comes in, just replacing Arthanez, and Lewis is going to move in from the far end, from the River Road end, and he's going to bowl now to Dennis Smith. Here he is to Smith. Smith is getting a full toss that he drives. Doesn't really make the best out of that at all. I think he'll be slightly disappointed with that as he drove it out to extra cover. Cato fielding there. Total remains on 207 for 4. It looks as though if they continue to go like that, I'm talking about Australia, you can have an early finish.
Yeah.
Here is Lewis in and bowls and worked nicely off the pad by Dennis Smith, but not square enough. There's a fielder there just to the right of the umpire, and no runs, so total remains on 207 for 4. It was a rather dull afternoon. We had quite a lot of sun during the course of the day, but over the last 40 or so minutes, it's been much grayer. Here is a delivery that he turns up on the onside again, Dennis Smith, and can't score. The total remains on 207 for 4. He is yet to score. He's of 3 deliveries. Ambrose is 90, looks on from the non-striker's end. How well he has batted. The over comes to an end, in fact, and at the end of the over, with Ambrose 90, he'll be taking strike. Smith, that's Dennis, is yet to score. And Lewis, 6 overs, 4 maidens. He's picked up 1 for 7.
Good over. He's just been brought back into the attack, and we spoke of his just today, but his career seems to went up very high and went down very quickly. But that over was a pretty good over. He kept the ball on line and linked, and was successful in getting the wicket of an informed batsman in Arthanez.
Yes. So it was a good delivery too, because Arthanez was seeking to work it through the onside and was judged leg before. Here is Cyrus in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Ambrose, as is collected by Henry behind the stumps. So Cyrus has bowled well, 3 for 55 so far. In again, both to Ambrose. Ambrose is coming forward, driving inside out, gets the ball down to the boundary for 4. Well, the fielder was coming across from mid-off, and I had to make some coverage, but wasn't able to get there, and it went down to the boundary for 4. That was a fine shot. Really lovely.
Yes, again, great timing. Even the fielder that I was chasing, it seems that he was expecting that you'll meet it.
Yes.
And it really accelerated onto him and went past the boundary.
Well, he's gone to 94 of 65, 211 for 4. Cyrus is now 3 for 59. Here he is, bowls, and there is an appeal not given out by the umpire. What do you make of it, Ali?
Well, he would have to be caught because you can see him as if he got knocked on the fingers. So it would not have been leg before.
Here is Cyrus is in once more and bowls to Ambrose. Ambrose is coming forward and pushes the ball back down the pitch. This is bad cricket by Cyrus, really bad. And he will get a single. He was not out of his crease. I don't know if there was some element of frustration there on the part of Cyrus, who just shied the ball back at the keeper's end, missed everything, and they were able to get a single. Not good cricket. It's gone now to 95 is Ambrose. And the field is now closing in for Smith, who has just come in. Faced 3 deliveries. It's not yet off the mark. 212 for 4. So here is Darryl Cyrus. His early spell was very good. Moves in now to bowl to Smith. Just tossing the ball from hand to hand. He's there now. And bowls to Smith. Smith is coming forward, bat and pat close together. And smothering whatever spin or turn they might have been attached to that ball. Pushes it back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. Cyrus is in again and bowls, and Smith is coming forward, beaten outside the off stump. The over comes to an end, collected behind the stumps there by Henry, And at the end of the over, Volcano 11, they're 212 for 4. 212 for 4. Ambrose is looking just down the road for what would be a well orchestrated 100. He's 95, and Smith is yet to score.
I think it will be a well played 100 if he gets there by Ambrose. He played a number of excellent shots, particularly the drive through the covers. It was really well timed, not a lot of effort in it, but the execution was great, and really a informed batsman he is.
Yes, he has really played well. And when the other players that came before him were just maybe milking the singles and twos and got into a stalemate, he immediately stamped his authority. And gosh, you wouldn't believe that he has already scored 95 of just 67 deliveries. It's been a great batting performance. So here is Sherman Lewis, in to bowl to Ambrose. Ambrose gets a full toss, wrapped on the pad, is the full leg before gone. Looking to turn that out on the onside. It was a full toss, and he was looking to turn that out on the onside. He didn't need to do that at all. He could have just simply strike the ball down to mid-off, and that's the danger of playing across the line. Let's look at it again here. We've got the replay. Right, just maybe about the leg stump, and he could have just pushed that down, and it was, well, maybe a little, I thought it was closer to the middle stump there, but maybe just about the leg stump.
I think the ball seems to have swung into him, and he was more or less trying to help it. Just look at it again. Look as if he was just trying to help it down there in the air, swung in a bit. That would have been close.
Yeah. Well, one of the clues was that the keeper didn't really look like going down the leg side, and that's one of the things you see, that the keeper stood right there and was not going down the leg side to suggest that the ball was going down the leg side. Might have just hit the leg stump.
But I think it also swung a bit late in there, and it was full, so he might not have picked it up at all.
That's correct.
But it's a good delivery because he got the informed batsman. He gone for 95.
Yeah, 95. So they've lost another wicket there, and Ryan John is now going to come out.
And so the two batsmen now not yet off the mark after what seems to be a good partnership of well over 100.
Oh yeah, they were really going, weren't they? So they've had a setback, couple of quick wickets. Both batsmen who were really ensemble and who were really batting so very well. Arthur Nares gone for 41, and Ambrose gone for 95.
And even the form they in both went off full toss.
Interesting that. Here's Lewis in now and bowls, left alone outside the off stump by John. Delivery that was wide enough, not luring him into indiscretion. Henry collects behind the stumps, and the total remains on 212 now for 5. Australia 49 for 6. That's the latest coming up from Barbados. Oh, it's not very often you find that in a one day, far less Australia.
Australia in any kind of cricket.
You're right. Here is Lewis, bowls. John comes forward and came forward, opened the face of the bat and glided that down to backward point. The fielder rushed in and then shied at John's, and he was out of his crease, wasn't he?
But where was he going?
Don't know.
That was never going to be a single. Somebody would have been out. He had the ball hit the wicket, and not too sure they must have lost concentration there.
And there was no effort really to make his way back into the crease. Rather strange there by John. Here once more is Lewis coming in now to bowl to Ryan John, and he is off the back foot, gets a short rising delivery. This time he goes for the single, but he's not hurrying again. What on earth is this? I can't believe this. He's running to the non-strikers end, Ali. I'm sure you saw that.
Yeah.
And he's just casually running down the track. As though there's not any value to his wicket.
I don't think he wanted the single. He was called by Smith, and apparently he didn't see where the ball go and was not probably interested in running. But you need to say no. If you're not interested, not jog down the wicket.
Oh, well, the non-strikers call you, and, I think you just need to respond. And even when you see you're in trouble, the adrenaline's supposed to kick in, and you're supposed to guard your wicket, shouldn't you? Well, Smith is yet to score 5, 213 for 5. Here is once more a delivery that brings him onto the front foot. Dennis Smith, that was a good delivery, came into the right-handed batsman. Well bowled, Sherman Lewis. Sort of beginning to look like his old self in this spell. He's picked up 2 for 8. Lewis, let's look at his bowling analysis. He is 6.5 overs, 4 maidens, picked up 2 for 8.
Yeah, very good bowling.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, he looks okay. I mean, he looks to be bowling well. He's in form. The line is pretty good. He's attacking the stumps.
He is in again and bowls. Good delivery once more. Smith is coming forward, pushes it back along the track. The bowler doesn't feel on his follow through, realizing that there was no harm done. As Cato, in fact, came and fielded. The over comes to an end. Sherman Lewis has bowled a very good over indeed there. 213 for 5, 53 overs gone. Smith is yet to score of 7. Brian John, who has lived a rather charmed life for the 3 deliveries that he's faced. He's not out on 1.
But the 2 batsmen will look to rebuild. They were in good position and just probably about over 200 for 3, 213 for 5. So you see a lot more concentration on trying to survive. Of course, the 2 batsmen that were hitting, Martinez and Ambrose, yeah, they are both gone, and so the 2 batsmen now looking to rebuild and trying to concentrate and play the ball on its merit.
Well, Cyrus 3 for 60. Again, he's bowled well. I guess he has to work on the whole idea of variety, where he could learn to just mix up his bowling a little bit. Not just a conventional leg break. But that's not taking out anything from his bowling. 3 for 60. Troubled the earlier batsman. He's in and bowls. And coming forward rather easily is John. Pushes the ball out on the offside. The keeper comes from behind the stumps. And Henry picks up. Total remains on 213 for 5. Cyrus once more into his 14th over. 3 for 60 in bowls. John is reaching forward and driving up to mid-off and has sufficient time to get a single. That's Vincent Lewis coming across there very quickly. Live wire on the field. 214 now for 5. As Darryl Cyrus again is going to move in. Just dabbles his hands in the dust to make sure that it's as dry as possible. In and bowls, and Smith comes forward, sought to maybe just open the face of the bat and glide it behind square, but got it in front of square instead. He remains on no score. Faced 8 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Bowls, and there is an appeal for leg before. The umpire said not out. Well, they started to celebrate. That was a beautifully flighted delivery, and he came forward. We're going to see the replay as to whether there was any bat or anything into that one. Now, let's look at it. Give him generous flight. What do you make of it, Ali? Did it hit the back pad?
It seemed like it hit the bottom of the bat.
Oh, bottom of the bat.
Yeah.
I think it was just motion in there that it hit the bottom of the bat.
Otherwise you would have been a gone, and it was on middle stump. And I think that's why the players were celebrating, because they saw it would have hit the stumps. But he's still there. Fortunately, the bottom of the bat played an important role there.
Yeah, don't always criticize it, right? Some players, when they don't hit it well, they look at the bottom of the bat. Well, this time it came into good use outside the off stump. Driven, he would get his first run out to extra cover. They've gone for 1 as Vincent Lewis is after it, and they come back for the second run. So finally, Dennis Smith is off the mark. He's gone to 2, and the total is pushed on to 216. 216 for 5.
Did a beautiful drive there. Got to the pitch and stroke it through extra cover.
Yeah, it was well played. Here is Cyrus, bowls, and he hits that down to the deep backward square area and would come back for a second run. So 2 more to Dennis Smith, who's now moved on to 4, and the total has gone on to 218 for 5 at the end of the over. So at the end of the over, 218 for 5. Dennis Smith is 4. John, who has faced just a 5 deliveries, 2. Cyrus 3 for 65. More thoughts from you, Ali, and then it'll be Kerry Frank.
With a period of play that, of course, the 2 batters, Smith and John, who just recently make their way into the middle. Is trying to consolidate. They obviously been lost of the 2 wickets, so they are now trying to resettle themselves, put themselves back into a good position. 218 for 5. Of course, the A team here, as you will say, they would be probably looking for well over 300.
Yeah, big partnership there was dismissed a few overs ago. As Sherman Lewis, he continues that one turned onto the leg side. There is no run. So Ryan John and Dennis Smith, they'll be looking to put together a good partnership. It has been we've seen some scintillating shots from Ambrose earlier on, who reached the 95 of just 68 balls. Would have been disappointed not getting to the 100 mark. As we see the action continues here, that is Sherman Lewis is in to bowl to full delivery outside the off stump, which John stabs at. A big appeal there from the fielders behind in the slip cordon and the wicket keeper. The ball taken on the rebound by Junior Henry, and Sherman Lewis certainly has he has come to the party in this spell. Figures of 2 for 8 in his 7.2 overs. He's bowled quite well this morning, and coming back now and getting the wickets of the set batsmen Sunil Ambrose and Alec Athanaze will be quite pleased with his performance to date. As we say, welcome to Reef Crony.
Hey, afternoon, Gary.
Yeah, as we see, it's going to be Sherman Lewis again. Continues into bowl to Ryan John, who comes back and steers that to the offside, where that it's Teddy Bishop in the cover region comes in to do the fielding. So no one more into John. He moves on to make it 3. Brings Dennis Smith on strike, who's on 4. This match now is way into the afternoon session. The Volcanoes 11. They still trail by 200. They still trail by 42 runs. Reminding you earlier on this morning, the innings of the board 11. They were wrapped up for 261 and now 219 for 5. Nicely placed, and we'll be looking to see if they can overhaul that 261 and add as much more to the score, as that one is a wide delivery outside the off stump. Junior Henry doesn't collect cleanly, goes through him. The fielder from the slips that's still on Douglas runs down towards the turnman area to retrieve the ball. As a batsman, they cross over for 2 byes. So a bit of untidy fielding there from Junior Henry in what is now the afternoon session of evening session of day number 2.
Yeah, a bit of scrappy keeping there. Just seemed to drop short of the keeper at this level. Certainly we respect him to collect that ball. They just dropped on the run past him and they were able to pick up a bye.
Yeah, as the action continues, Sherman Lewis in the cool afternoon conditions here at the National Stadium. The batsman Dennis Smith pushes it back to the bowler. There is no run, so it's the end of the over from. Is that the end of the over? As we see, the field crosses over, so that's over completed. 221 for 5. As the Smith is on 4, John on 3, and Curry. I think the two pair there, they would be looking to bat for as long as possible.
Yes, certainly. Yeah, pretty interesting period. 261, 221 for 5. The board 11 certainly would have made a fight. Getting up to 261, I think they would have done pretty well. after losing some wickets late yesterday afternoon, and has come back and seemingly bowled pretty well.
Yeah, I say it's going to be Daryl Cyrus to continue the action from the northern end. John plays that one outside the off stump as it beats him into the gloves of the keeper. So there is no run. So another dot delivery. Daryl Cyrus, Crony, he has certainly bowled well for this series so far.
Yes, picking up 6 wickets in the last game. Certainly he would be bowling with a lot of confidence, and that first delivery just pitch outside the off stump. John pushing at it and it turned away from him.
Yes, again John comes forward to a delivery from Cyrus, pushes it back to the bowler. And it's always good to see, the leg spinners, when they're in confidence, they can bowl they can be such a different prospect.
They are such lethal bowlers. I think length and line, if they can be consistent, they can make it very difficult for batsmen.
Yes, another delivery which John comes back and opens the face, guides it down to third man, and there crosses over for a single. So one more run to the batsman Ryan John. He moves on to 4. And the total now 222 for 5.
Yeah, and this one actually turned him around. I think it was pitched on good length, and you could see him looking to push it back and just had a turn. The ball turned away from him, and he pushed it down to a short third man.
Yeah, and I think one of the things the hallmark of his bowling as of late, you can see, he's trying now to bowl a bit of a much slower pace. He was one of those leg spinners. As we see this one, nice flighted delivery push towards the offside, where that's Kashaki Jean-Louis from the cover boundary comes in and do the fielding. So it's always good when you can see those leg spinners use the wicket a bit more instead of not only leg spinners but spinners in general, use the wicket a bit more and let it get something off the wicket instead of really pushing through with the arm. And it's an encouraging sight from the youngster. Cyrus again, this time he pads that one outside the off stump, wrapped on the pads outside the off stump with the ball turning away from the right-handed Ryan John. So no run scored.
Well, this one seemed to be the one that came back, but he was hit outside the off stump. And what is so good about Cyrus in this over that he have been consistently outside the off stump. The line have been good, and even the length have been pretty good.
Yeah, drive firmly there. Half stop, coming through for a quick single. Dennis Smith had to scamper back into his crease, and Ryan John also had to fight to get back in there, but it was certainly good over there from Cyrus, conceding just 2 wickets, but he's kept the pressure and intensity up in that over.
Yeah, very good over. I think his line was really good, off stump line, and really been giving the ball a bit of air. And it's something that we have spoken about in terms of the spinners, not trying to bowl too fast, and it was really evident in this particular over that he was giving the ball a lot of air. But he has certain bowls 15 overs so far, 2 maidens, 3 for 67. Following up his 6th wicket in the last game, he continued to bowl well.
Yeah, good. Cyrus looking to make a name for himself and to put himself into consideration for the Windwards 4-day squads when that series continues. Short delivery, and Smith gets inside of the line and pulls well through backward of square for 4. So good shot from the wicketkeeper batsman. 4 runs, short ball from Shaman Lewis, and very good pull shot there from Dennis Smith to move him to 9.
Yeah, bad delivery, short, and he was really quick into it. As we look at the replay here, very short delivery, and really was into it, and the leg side field, just 2 player feelers on the leg side. It mid on and forward square leg, so you able to hit it down to that vacant position for 4.
Yeah, as we see now, it's going to be the fielder gets back. Sean Louis gets back into the position forward of square on the onside. Now Shaman Lewis races into bowl to Smith, who gets a good delivery as he watches it outside the off stump into the gloves of the keeper. So another good delivery there from Lewis. Good comeback delivery.
Yeah, good carry in that delivery. You could see the bounce and the lift there, but ideal condition for sort of seam bowling.
Yes.
And bowling to an attacking field, you have 2 slips and a gully close. It's pretty close gully. Backward point cover, and also a short cover. So his attack certainly would be off stump, just outside the off stump.
Yeah, as he races in once again, and delivery pitched up on towards the off stump. defended into driven to the fielder there at short extra cover and make that to be Captain Roland Cato, and he goes no runs scored in that delivery. Reminding me also that we have a lot of cricket going on right now. In progress right now. We have the West Indies versus Australia. The second match has resumed today, and West Indies enjoying the early moments of this encounter. I think Australia did 60 odd for 6. Some good bowling there from Akil Hussain, who I think has picked up 3 wickets. Also among the wickets is Alzari Joseph. So West Indies will be looking to bounce back from that disappointing first one-day international. In this match we see Sherman Lewis again, good delivery to Dennis Smith just on the side off stump, opens up the face, opens up the bat and guides it towards the fielder in the cover position. So continuing line so far from Sherman Lewis.
Yeah, as you see West Indies Australia 63 for 6. Certainly have been a good performance so far by the West Indies, coming back strongly to pick up 6 wickets. And they will want to level the series in this game.
Yeah, I think the third match will be played on Monday. They had some matches rescheduled due to the suspension of the second one-day international. Sherman Lewis once more into Dennis Smith, who watches that one outside the off stump into the gloves of the keeper. So it's the end of over number. If one more delivery to go. Yes, one more delivery to go. In over number 57.
Yeah, good discipline by Smith there. Ball outside the off stump and moving away from him, and he got across, allowed it to go to the keeper. And this is what is so necessary as we look at the longer format of the game, and the batsmen have to bat really not to give out a wicket. It's a 3-day game. There's an opportunity for him really to bat, to get some run on his belt, give him some confidence.
Yeah, most certainly. As Dennis in again, Sherman Lewis in again, beautiful, good delivery there. Dennis Smith just comes forward and covers up it and pushes it onto the onside where the fielder Roland Cato does the fielding. But a very good over there from Sherman Lewis. Mine was the first delivery, which was a short ball and dispatch for 4. But I think it was a good comeback from the speedster.
Yeah, 2 for 13 and 9 overs. Really, as you said, that 4 that was hit down the backward square. So certainly, he has been bowling pretty tightly. Not seem to be giving much away. The last 2 deliveries are really good delivery. One that went forward outside there off stump, leaving the right-hander, and the last delivery, Smith, they really having to cover up the very good delivery. Pretty good over.
Yeah, good stuff there. As we see, Cyrus is going to continue. He has been bowling quite well. 3 for 67 from 15 overs. Though his three wickets would have been taken from the opposite end, but I think he's also bowling quite well from the northern end. Not much of a heavy breeze at the moment, so that he's not really bowling against a breeze at the moment, but he would be looking to pick up the wicket of Ryan John as he serves up a full delivery push to the offside. Jean-Louis rifles in the return to keeper Junior Henry. The batsman, they crossover for 1. So 1 more to Ryan John. He's now on 5. And Dennis Smith, who is on 9, comes into strike.
Yeah, I do like the length that Cyrus is bowling. You see John coming on the front foot and stroking it to cover. And he shouldn't feel too unhappy. The fact that the batsman is coming on the front foot and really not to the pitch of it, but pushing it to cover. But as we see, more strengthening of the close fielder. Now we see a silly mid-off, which I think is a good move.
Yes, moving there, 2 fielders, good delivery, full delivery there, which Smith comes down on and keeps out there, and he's not afraid to throw the ball up. Sometimes you might err in getting it not the length you want, but he's full of confidence that he'll execute it on each occasion. Cyrus once again, and the shorter delivery in length, which spins outside the off stump of the right-handed Dennis Smith into the gloves of the keeper. No runs scored.
So there's 2 attacking fielders, slip, forward short leg, and also a short extra cover. 3 fielders close to the bat.
And Smith drives, comes off the outer portion of the bat, almost a square drive in a manner, gets it behind point. The batsman, they come through for 2 runs, complete 2 runs, and one thing we know Smith for, he's certainly one who looks to run very fast and good runner between the wickets.
Yeah, he actually was forced to play that shot with the forward, with the silly mid-off.
To hit it more square.
The silly mid-off there, you don't want to come forward and push with the ball turning away. You can also take your bat and pad and go there. So he actually played an attacking shot This is what the leg spinner would want to see, and not getting a whole lot of it well, but still was able to pick up 2 runs.
Yeah, as you see again, a full delivery, driven this time to Jean-Louis in the extra cover position, and there is no run, and continues to flag the ball, Cyrus, and have the batsman playing off the front foot quite regularly.
Yeah, good exciting ball in there, and I think the offside field is well set.
And to that one there, just the delivery played onto the onside. So no runs scored. So it's the end of the over after 58 overs. The Windwards Volcanoes 11. They're 230 for 5.
Yeah, Cyrus continued to bowl really good line. I don't think in the last 2 overs he have bowled a ball down the leg side, and it's so good to see him being consistent off stump and having the batsman to play on the front foot. I think he's really enjoying his bowling, and really with the amount of wickets that he got, 6 in the last game, he already picked up 3. He really is bowling with a lot of confidence. But Smith and John will want to bat on. They are still 31 runs adrift, and they certainly want to bat on maybe for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, still a few overs left in the display. We've had in this over 58 overs. They've been a bit on the slower side, but it's just 10 minutes past 4, and so we should probably have another hour and a half still left in the session, so we can get as much maybe as another 25 overs or so, as we see Hooper, Asif Hooper takes up the action from the southern end, and delivery which Ryan John digs down on to keep out. Hooper didn't have the best of start earlier on, 7 overs, none for 49. Going at 7 runs and over in his first 7. Would be looking to bounce back well against this in this spell. He was dealt with severely by his captain Sunil Ambris and his Vincentian compatriot, who hit him for a number of 6s, but with Ambris out of the way, he'll be looking now to see if he can settle into a good groove and pick up a couple of wickets for his team.
Yes, and the batsman not looking to be too aggressive, playing each ball onto merit. He'll want to come back and really put in a strong spell.
Here he is again, Hooper into Ryan John, who keeps that one out, so another dot delivery.
Yeah, just seems to be bowling rather quickly, and we see the importance of giving the ball air and having the batsman to think. It have been coming through rather quickly in this over.
Yeah, Hooper again, a lower trajectory, gets that one, might be a bit of slower. Maybe turned a little, some turn extracted on that one there. And you can see once you slowed it up and pulled the ball into the pitch, and there is something offering there for the slower bowlers. Hooper in there to Ryan John. That one is speared into the stumps. Ryan John covers up as well and pushes it back to the bowler.
Yeah, the left arm bowler leaving the right-handed batsman. You want to pitch it maybe just somewhere on middle and leg, and you also have a forward short leg in place, and with the ball turning with the first slip, give yourself every opportunity. But good delivery there that he pushed back along the wicket, and the last few deliveries in this over, I think is the sort of pace you want to see.
Yes.
See the slow bowlers bowling at. I think they will give him a lot of flight, and John not looking to be too aggressive. Certainly he would want to get some runs under his belt. He didn't do that well in the previous game, and he possesses tremendous ability with the bat. We know how destructive he can be, and he really would want to bat out. He really want to get some runs. He's on 5 from 20 deliveries. Dennis Smith on 11 from 26 deliveries. This pair has so far put on 18, and they really would want to push on.
Yeah, most certainly. It's quite good conditions of batting here. 2 spinners in action, Cyrus and Hooper. Cyrus, that's another over flight delivery, full delivery, which is pushed towards long on. So whereas the fielding is done by Asif Hooper. So Smith is on strike. He's 11 of 27. Cyrus 3 for 70 off into over number 17. A good delivery again from Cyrus. Full delivery, push back to the bowler. getting the ball as close to the batsman as possible. He seemed looking to get the batsman playing off the front foot, because you have short leg, you have the fielder there at extra cover, short mid wicket. They would want to be in the action, as this one is whipped a full toss, not played cleanly there, but can beat the fielder at mid on.
Yeah, good bowling. Really an exciting period of play, and that short extra cover really, really critical position there.
Yeah, currently, in terms of the batsman mindset, now they have two fielders shot in on the offside in front of him. How does that affect his stroke play?
Well, it does, because you have to be very careful coming forward because of the silly mid off, and even if the ball is you look in the drive, you have to make sure you get over the ball. Anything that you didn't get to the pitch, you're going to go straight to that short extra cover, and you're going to go in the air. So I think those two fielders are in critical position, and then you have the cover. So it calls for the batsman to be very careful in driving, and what Cyrus is doing so successfully is to bring the ball up, so the batsman had to come on the front foot as he drove there, but he was able to drive it just to the left of that short extra cover there and pick up a single. But you can see him being very, very careful, not full of confidence as he came forward to drive, but was able to come, and you could see him angling himself just to get it past the left of the fielder. So it's really good bowling, and the batsman really had to be concentrating and be very careful in playing the drives.
Yeah, as you see, that's the end of another over from Cyrus, one which was considered single of the final ball. That means Dennis Smith, he will have strike at the start of the new over. He's on 12 of 32 deliveries. Ryan John is 5 and 20. Just calls a period of consolidation after they lost 2 quick wickets in terms of the set batsmen. Sunil Ambris for 95 and Alec Athenes, who made 41.
Yeah, and it's a good opportunity for Dennis Smith, because I think he's a critical player on the team, the wicketkeeper.
As Hooper comes in, drives. Dennis Smith comes off the outside edge, goes down to third man, where Dylan Douglas, who is in the gully, comes round to do the fielding. So the batsman, they cross over 2, but that would have been a certainly encouraging shot there to Asif Hooper, knowing that if he pitches the ball in the right areas, he can get the edge of the batsman.
I think, and that's why it is so important to bring the ball up to the bat, give it air and bring it up. You see Smith again reaching for that, looking to drive, and it coming off the edge. It's a good area, and it's really good to give the ball some flight, so the batsman have to reach for it.
As we go, Hooper once again a fuller delivery, a bit more air in this one. Smith comes forward and pushes it out to the fielder at extra cover. That's Vincent Lewis who does the fielding, and no runs added to the total.
So Hooper is bowling to one slip and a backward point. He also have the short cover.
And that one is pushed back to the bowler from Dennis Smith, and trying to be a bit more circumspect as the partnership is gradually moving along. 21 now between Smith and John, as Hooper, another flighted delivery. Smith comes forward, gets over it and pushes it off to short extra cover, where Jelani Robinson does the fielding.
Yeah, and this is the length you want to be bowling. Smith on the front foot there, and the most he could do is just push forward, make sure we cover that delivery. As we now see the silly mid-off is being placed, and good thinking by the captain.
And Smith advances down the track, and in the end he just pushes it off to the fielder at short extra cover. That is Robinson, and so far very good over from Asif Hooper.
Yeah, really interesting feel. It's silly mid-off. Looks it's Teddy Bishop. Seems very close.
Yeah, steady in front of the bat this time. Smith gets inside of the line, walks it on the onside, but plays it straight to Daryl Cyrus at mid-wicket. So the end of the over, after 61 overs bowled, Dennis Smith is on 14, Ryan John is on 5, and the winner was Volcanoes, 233 for 5.
Yeah, good testing over by the left-arm bowler in Hooper, bowling from that southern end. As we probably just see the players are going to take a short break for a drink. But the last few overs we would have seen, both from Cyrus and Hooper, we have seen the captain in particular have been really setting some really attacking field, putting extra pressure. I think none of the batsmen is really trying to be too expansive with shots. and therefore he's bringing feelers around the bat.
Yeah.
And to me, this is really positive in terms of keeping the pressure on. And the bowlers have been bowling well for the last few overs, giving the ball a lot of air, having the batsman to think, because we see Smith looking to drive and being very careful. And is the sort of cricket that you'll want to see, where really the bowler is bowling and batsman is really being tested. And we have seen it in the last few overs.
Yeah, really good comeback there from the players from the Board 11. They'd have been under the pump a bit with the partnership between Athenes and Ambrose, but they've dismissed them in quick succession after the tea interval, and was able to now to apply some pressure onto the new batsmen. Dennis Smith, 14 came off 38 deliveries. He's been batting for 41 minutes, and Ryan John, who has been in the crease for 32 minutes and faced 20 deliveries, was only able to score 5. And between those two batsmen, 63 deliveries total between 58 deliveries total. They've been able to score 1 boundary, which shows a good indication of the level of control that the two spinners in particular they've had on this latter session of the game.
Yeah, and it's good to see once again Alec Athenes getting into the runs. He's such a brilliant player. We have seen him all year in the year, played here, and really easy on the eye. Tremendous player of good timing. He's one of the few batsmen we see that uses his feet well, and he got 41 today in 49 deliveries, which tell us that he was really positive in his batting. So he's one for the future. We have seen, he wasn't here yesterday, Kerry, but we was commenting the batting of Teddy Bishop. He had a tremendous knock of 43. And again, really show the metal that he's made of. I think something we have been looking for from him for quite a while. Seeing him in the shorter version of the game, but I think yesterday the innings that he played, showed a great deal of maturity. And I think if he continues to bat like that, really, he has a great future.
Yes, we don't want to see, always good to see those youngsters coming through. And Athenes today has continues to demonstrate his class. I've heard a couple of comments made about Teddy's knock. Probably they felt he should have gone on to probably make a 50 plus or a bigger score. But it's good to see he gets that, and I hope that can be some incentive for him to continue to bat for long periods of times. Because a lot of our players they'd have played a lot of cricket leading into the series, but would have been at a shorter version. Last year we'd have had the Super 50, then earlier on this year in Grenada we'd have had the T20, and in June we'd have had what was the T10 tournament. So it would have been a lot of white ball cricket, shorter version, which requires a different level of skill set. And in the red ball cricket, it's much a different genre of the game of cricket, and it requires a different level of concentration, and it's all about occupying the crease for a long time.
Well, it was very evident in the batting of the Board 11 yesterday in terms of the way the team batted. Now we had Jelani Robinson scoring 666, and he batted well. He's a dasher, aggressive player, and we were just commenting the importance of batting long. So we saw most of the batsmen really put their head down and bat, and I think Bishop was really impressed in that he was very selective, and as you know, he's very elegant in his stroke play. So he was actually picking the balls to hit. Played a pretty good at 43, and I think probably the first time he would have taken a chance, maybe trying to clip a ball to mid-wicket. First delivery that was bowled, and I think who it was bowling at the time. I think it was the first delivery that was bowled by Athenes.
Yeah. And
he looked to hit it to mid-wicket and just missed, and the ball turned into him. And you could see it really you could see the disappointment on him when he out, and that's give you an indication in terms of ways that the seriousness, the commitment towards the batting, and we saw that yesterday. Something we haven't seen in the shorter version of the game, but we really saw that he was really disappointed yesterday. But I think all in all, I think it was a mature inning, and I'm very impressed with what we saw from him yesterday.
Yeah, let's hope it's just the start of many good innings to come from the youngster, as the umpires they back out in the middle to resume after the drinks break. Match now, Volcanoes. Winners Volcanoes 11. They're 233 for 5, 28 runs adrift off the first inning total, set by the Board 11. They'd have made 261. Now the Volcanoes are 233 for 5. We'll be looking to get those 28 runs and add a few, quite a lot more runs to the total. Hoping that tomorrow now they can get an opportunity to bowl at the Board 11.
Yeah, I think this pair would want to bat to the end of the day's play, overhaul that score at 261, whatever lead they can get, probably look to maybe score some quick runs, maybe bat up to lunch tomorrow or just a little before lunch, and have a shot of at the team, the Board 11 going in for the second inning, just have a shot at them. I think that the fact that it's only 3 days, and a good thing we are seeing that the teams are batting long. One day the Board 11 would have bat through the day, and with 5 wickets down, and certainly not much play for the rest of the day. It's good to see the teams batting through the day, but they would want to overhaul the score and maybe put some runs in front, and just try to attack the Board 11 as they go into the third day.
It's going to be Daryl Cyrus who is going to take up the action from the resume the action from the northern end of the ground. So far Cyrus has bowled 17 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 71. He's been responsible for the wickets of Devon Smith, Desmond Maloney and Jamal James. So 3 wickets to Cyrus, 2 wickets to Shaman Lewis, who has 2 for 13 from his 9 overs, and the other bowlers Vincent Lewis, Kevin Augustine, Kashaki, John Louis and Asifupa, they're yet to get among the wickets, and we'll be hoping to snare one for the teams quite soon.
So it's Ryan John who's gonna face Daryl Cyrus. It's good, so good to see that the batsmen are seemingly putting their heads down and bat. We get so used to the shorter version, but
yes,
we are seeing that they are really putting. So Cyrus is going to bowl to a slip on forward short lane, forward short, silly mid off, short extra cover, fielders close to the wicket.
As Cyrus in full toss and driven to the offside. A bit of a sloppy fielding there from Kashaki Jean Louis. He ran around it, looked to go down and just watched the ball, flew past him for 4. It was a bad delivery, deserved 4, but I think there should have been a better effort there from the fielder in the cover position.
Yeah, bad delivery and really given the treatment, but even with the drive, you could see some caution, and there wasn't a full-blooded drive as he came and being careful and just choked it past the extra cover, and he picked the gap well, and it went down to the boundary for 4.
Here is that is Cyrus once again, gets set to bowl to the Ryan John, the fielder who is down on the backward square. He's asked to come in maybe about 20 yards or so, and he's in, and so John watches that one, spins across towards the into the gloves of the keeper, so no runs added to the score. Cyrus once more, he's in, and John comes forward, a full delivery, pushes back to the bowler.
We've seen the silly mid off has now been pushed back to cover, so there's 2 fielders on the offside there, and that extra cover or short mid off, really strange position, very close to the wicket on the offside.
That one shorter length delivery, which is clipped onto the leg side, played behind square. The batsman come through for a single, thinking of a second, but Dennis Smith is not interested, and Ryan John gets back into his ground. So 1 more runs to Ryan John. He now moves to, I make it 10, and the score now pushes on to 238 for 5.
Yeah, one of the few deliveries that was pitched just around the legs, the leg spinner pitching just around leg stump coming back in, and John just turned it to backward square, and he picked up another run, 238 for 5.
And that one is he has Smith looking to drive through the offside, gets an edge down to the third man area. The crossover for 2. Not in control of that one at all.
Yeah, and that is a beauty of giving the ball air, leg spinner pitching up, and Smith again looking to drive. But the offside field is well set. I think just that backward point position probably needs to go a little bit finer, because he's not actually bowling short, but he's actually bringing the ball up to the bat. This one is a push on the offside. That short extra cover just ambles across and fields. The score remains 240 for 5. Cyrus 3 for 78, and in his 18th over.
Seems that there might just be one delivery left in the over. Cyrus comes forward and Smith covers up on that one and places it onto the onside. So no runs scored. So that's the end of the over. After 62, it's 240 for 5. Dennis Smith is 16 and Ryan John is on 10.
Yeah, partnership of 28. I think both batsmen are looking fairly comfortable and not being ruffled. Just have to be careful, and you could see that they are taking no chances. So I would think that the intention really so bat through the rest of the afternoon.
It's going to be Hooper who's going to continue from the southern end. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 51. Look to get a wicket. He's been, as we said earlier on, he's been dealt quite severely, punished severely by the batsmen. He's conceded 6 deliveries, 6 fours, and 2 sixes. So we'll be looking to bounce back a bit.
Yeah, it looks a lot better as he comes back in his second spell. And John is hitting
John
this
hits
one.
that one. Oh, outside the reach of the fielder there. That is Kevin Augustine, who is in the mid-on position. For a moment he thought he'd be able to get onto it, but just eluding him, and Ryan John certainly didn't get the time that one as well as he would like, but that would be encouraging signs from Asif Hooper.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if Augustine went confidently to take that catch. Let's see, it was away from him, and he just moved to his right. He was a bit late, moved to his right, and it just went past him. But this is one of the few aggressive shots we have seen in the last few overs. Ball pitched up, and again, just seemed to be tugging it a bit. It just went past the mid-on fielder.
Here is in Hooper to bowl to John. John this time gets line off that one and hits that one over mid-on, probably long on, probably for 6. You would have think that is probably the shot he'd have wanted to hit, maybe a delivery earlier on, but this time he was able to get in line of that one and helped it over long on for a good shot for 6.
Yes, obviously his position here was somewhat different. He was closer to the ball, and he played straight. He didn't try to tug it too much, but he hit straight. And he really got it, I think, in the meat of the bat, and it went over long on for 6. Really a good positive shot.
Yeah, it's going to be more of Asif Hooper to Ryan John, who's been dealt with 4 and a 6 of the first 2 deliveries. Would be looking to rebound as that one beats the outside edge. There's a big appeal disappointment there from the fielder who is at Teddy Bishop in Silly Point, and Kato behind the stumps, thinking that there may have been an edge as we look at the replay. Looks like that one probably just went on with the arm. Maybe have missed the outside edge of the bat.
Yeah, good delivery, turned away from him.
And this one brings John forward, who pushes it firmly through Teddy Bishop, but it was not I don't think that was a catching opportunity, as the ball would have bounced before it reached the fielder. So, but good comeback there from Asif Hooper in those 2 deliveries.
Yeah, the spinner's getting some punches on the wicket. They're really getting some bunks and some turn.
Oh, good delivery there from Hooper. That one was much slower and was flighted a bit and drew the batsman forward, and he just played it softly with soft hands back down the pitch to the bowler. Again, Hooper, the final delivery. This time Ryan John is pushed back onto the back foot, and he plays it down to long on. Rifle throw in there from Kevin Augustine, and the batsman Ryan John was able to get into the into the non-striker's end. So that's the end of over 63-1, which conceded 11 runs after 63 overs. The 250 has been registered for the Volcanoes, 251 for 5.
Yeah, over in which we see Ryan John look to be more positive, hitting Hooper for 6. And Hooper coming back strongly and beating with a good delivery. Just pitched maybe just about off stump, turned away and bounced. And John was beaten, but really that the interesting battle continues as we see John now seemingly maybe change mood and is probably looking to attack a bit more. So the leg spinner Cyrus, again the ball leaving the right-handed John as the cover and extra cover is placed in position. Again, ball just turning away a bit. John again being respectful forward and push it on the offside. So he will have to be selective in the shots that he would play.
Yeah, as Cyrus once again to John, looking to fiddle that one outside the off stump. Beaten there into the gloves of the keeper. Some excitement for the fielders, but there was no edge onto that. So Ryan John survives, but is shown certainly the danger that is posed by Daryl Cyrus.
Yeah, that ball again leaving him, and he pushing at it, and just didn't make contact.
And this one is a pitch straight line onto the body, onto the stumps, and Ryan John just turns it onto the onside. Teddy Bishop in forward short leg does the fielding.
So just 3 fielders on the leg side, forward short leg mid on, and a mid wicket, not right back on the boundary.
This time it's a full delivery outside the off stump. Ryan John opens the face of the bat and guides it behind point. They come through for a couple runs, so Shaman Lewis does the fielding. So 2 more runs to that is Ryan John. He moves on to 21, and the total now 253 for 5.
Yeah, well played by John. He just came and stayed down to that backward point region. Didn't try to do too much or try to hit it too hard, but just push it in that vacant position.
Another final delivery of the over. Ryan John, a full delivery push firmly to Jelani Robinson, who is there in the short extra cover position. Actually, there's going to be one more ball in the over, so it's just a dot, another dot to the scorebook from John. And with Cyrus, with that last delivery, John comes forward and pushes it back to Cyrus, as there is no danger is averted if that last delivery. So it's the end of 64 overs, and at the end of the over, Windwards Volcanoes in trail by 8 runs, 253 for 5.
Yeah, Ryan John 23 from 35 deliveries, and Dennis Smith, who I haven't faced for a while, he's on 16 from 41 deliveries. This pair has so far put on 41, and despite the ball beating the bat every now and then, I think they still seem to be really comfortable at the crease.
Yes, they've been quite control of proceedings at the moment. You know, the spinners have been bowling well, but they've been able to negotiate them quite successfully. As we see Asif Hooper, he's about to begin his 11th over, the 4th over of the spell, coming in from the southern end of the ground.
Yeah, and again he's bowling to a pack offside field, mid wicket on the boundary, mid on and a mid wicket, 3 fielders on the leg side.
Here is him. Hooper is in to bowl to Smith, who comes forward, stretches for that one and plays it back down the pitch, where Robinson, who is in the short extra cover position, does the fielding.
Key to in first slip, Teddy Bishop sealing it off. Again, this ball played straight to Bishop.
Yeah, trying to focus now on that line, on the off stump line, making the batsman join the batsman forward. This time he uses his foot. He doesn't go aerial, instead he pushes it down there to the fielder at mid-off, who is pushed back a bit now, maybe just about 20 yards or so from the boundary. So comfortable single there on the offering for Dennis Smith. Hooper once again to bowl to John. John comes forward, plays with soft hands to the offside. Robinson again in short extra cover does the fielding. So it's been a good containing stuff from the bowlers, the odd boundary here and there, but they've done well in the latter moments of this game as Ryan John lifts that one over long on. That one goes into the boundary for 6. So it's another 6 for Ryan John, his second of the inning. He moves on to 29. And the Windwards Volcanoes 11, they're now 260 for 5.
Yeah, the 7-6 of the inning, and this one pitch up. This is what we know that Ryan John can do. He's a powerful striker of the ball, and he just got on right and just lifted it over wide long on the fielder, and at mid-on is now being pushed back to the long on boundary.
Yes, as we see that one now, it's a dead ball. They delivered it, but the batsman pulled away. That's Ryan John. So could have to re-bowl that one. John has now 29 runs of 37 deliveries in just 45 minutes at the crease, 2 4s and 2 6s. And to that one, he comes inside the line and pushes it back down the wicket to the bowler, who picks up in his follow through. So it's the end of another over from Hooper, and after 65 overs, it's now 260 for 5, just 1 run away from the first inning total of the board 11.
Yeah, the 48 runs partnership is a good one. 260 for 5. John just continues to be a bit more attacking. He's on 29, hitting a 6 in each of the last 2 overs that he would have faced. And Hooper continued to be rather expensive, even though I think his last spell, yeah, he look rather attacking. But he has so far none for 60.
Yeah, he's been dealt with severely lately. 7 4s and 4 6s. He's conceded, as Ryan John has hit 2 6s in the previous 2 overs of his bowling, and we seem to have now a change of bowling. Kashaki Jean-Louis from the northern end. Previously he's bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 10, as the action sets to resume here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, I would say just a bit on the cloudy side.
Yeah.
And he really should relish the opportunity to bowl now. Should be able to move the ball about.
Yeah, he's been, earlier on he did get the opportunity to move the ball a bit, and I think the ball has been quite favorable to movement in terms of swing, because the pink ball has moved a bit, and I think the bowlers was able to extract quite a bit of swing from it. So they'll be looking to see if he can get some swing with the older ball. He's now 65 overs old, and they'll be hoping to get some action. As we see this one from Jean-Louis, pitched up, short of a length outside the off stump, which Smith covers up, so there is no run.
Yeah, he would need to bring the ball up to the bat at this point in time, give it some time to swing. But yeah, in 7 overs, he had only conceded 10 runs at 3 maidens, so he does look that he's going to bowl pretty tight. Have been keeping it very tight. A slip and a gully. Again, that short extra cover in place. Backward point cover mid-off on the offside. Again, the focus on the offside with just 3 players on the leg side. It's mid-wicket, and a deep backward square on the boundary.
Yeah, so that's now the mode of action now from the Volcanoes, the board 11, as Jean-Louis looking to see if he can nip through a wicket. He's bowled a nice tight containing length, a line and length earlier on today, and as you know, as the ball gets older, much a bit softer, so you'd want to get closer to the batsman. And this one again is short of a length, which Smith covers up to the field at short extra cover. That is Dylan Douglas, so there is no run scored. So its total remains on 260 for 5. The partnership still remains on 48, and they've been doing well for the team so far.
Yeah. John Lewis will want to bring it up a bit. The batsman having a lot of time to play on the back foot, and with that short extra cover, just a little deeper than a silly mid-off.
Yeah, as we see Jean-Louis this time short of a length and gets inside of that Smith and whips that one through backward of square. They cross over for 2 quick run in there from Smith, and very good throw, but it was equally good running from Dennis Smith as a 50 partnership comes up of 81 deliveries, 49 minutes, 3 fours and 2 sixes. Dennis Smith 19, Ryan John 29, and the Volcanoes 262 for 5.
Yeah, good shot, ball lifting, he clipped it down to backward square. The fielder had to come off the boundary, and really it was good running by Smith. He was coming back to the danger end, and he came back rather quickly. Probably made up his mind very early he's going to come back for 2.
Yeah, Jean-Louis is in again. Smith shot, another delivery shot, and Smith gets under the back foot. Can beat the field, can beat the offside field. That one goes to Teddy Bishop, and I think one of the things Kashaki Jean-Louis can be guilty of is that he's bowled a bit short in this over so far.
Yeah, you need to bring the ball up, and you're looking at the conditions now. You want to give it every opportunity to move. One of the things that we seem not to be seeing is that the bowler even using the crease in terms of getting close to the stumps and getting a little bit wider. This is ideal condition for you to use this sort of technique.
Yeah, Jean-Louis in again to Dennis Smith. A delivery just out on the line, good length outside the off stump. Shoulders, arms into the gloves of the keeper. So it's the end of the over from Kashaki Jean-Louis, one in which you would have been a bit short in the required length you need to bowl. But it's an over which considered 2 runs, and after 66 overs, it's now 262 for 5. The Volcanoes 11, they now lead by 1 run.
Yes, this over, John Louis, I think was a bit too short. Not forcing the batsman to come on the front foot. As we see one short delivery that was clipped down to a backward square. But Smith, who will face most of the deliveries over, really had a lot of time to play on the back foot, push the ball around, and really it's over that didn't really create any problem for the batsman. He would probably need to do a bit more in terms of length that he bowled.
Yeah, as we see, it's going to be Hooper. He's going to continue from the southern end. Hooper none for 69 from his 11 overs. Quite a bit expensive, going at 6.27 runs and over. We'll be bowling to Ryan John, who is on 29 of 38 balls. And Hooper is in, he bowls, and John comes forward, pushes it back to the bowler, and there is no run scored. Over in Barbados, we saw the West Indies were able to break that partnership between Stack and Matthew Wade. Hayden Walsh Jr. continuing his good form. He'd have picked up the wicket of Stack. So 7 wickets down now in that match, and the West Indies will be looking to see they can wrap up proceedings quite quickly there. The innings, as that one from Ryan John is guided towards the fielder there at backward point from Asif Hooper. So no additional runs scored. Ryan Johns remains on 29. 19 is his partner Dennis Smith. And to that delivery, John again goes onto the back foot and pushes it back to the bowler. So no runs scored.
Yeah, and you could see that delivery there, just slower delivery, and he was in 2 minds. But he went back and just pushed it in front of him.
Yeah, another delivery there. So 5 dot deliveries now from Hooper. He'll be looking to see if he can bowl another one to make it a maiden over. And to that one, Ryan John offers the pad to a delivery pitch outside the off stump and spinning away from the right-handed batsman. So it's the end of the over. It's a maiden over. 67 overs completed, and the Windwards Volcanoes 11 there, 262 for 5.
Yeah, good partnership so far, 50. And this pair, Ryan John 29 from 44 deliveries, Dennis Smith 19 from 50 deliveries, and Smith would want to make this a big one. You know, I was saying before that he's such a integral part of the team, being the first choice keeper. You'd want to know that you also have the ability to bat in the middle and to score runs, and it's a good opportunity for him to begin to score runs as he play this one down to backward square, and he's going to pick up a single. You know, as you had to get into the habit of scoring runs constantly, not one inning you come and you get a 60 or 80 and then you play probably 5 or 6 matches before you could get another good score. So you just need to be consistent in scoring big. It get like a habit. So then when you go in, you feel confident that you're going to score some runs. So it's an opportunity for him to bat. bat out the rest of the afternoon. He can come tomorrow and continue batting.
Yes, it's going to be now. Kashaki Jean-Louis is going to continue from the northern end. Still, he's considered not for 13 in his 8.1 overs to date. Looking to bowl probably a better over this one. The previous one just went for 2 runs, but was a bit on the short side. Jean-Louis is in. He bowls to John, watches that one delivery, passes outside the off stump. It's not a threat to the batsman, so he allows it to go into the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, you want to give yourself an opportunity. You want to break this partnership. I think they would be really looking to get one of these wickets before the close of play. But to do that, obviously, you need to be closer to the batsman, and you really need to force the batsman to come forward to play on the front foot. Give the slip an opportunity. Even on the drive, you have the extra cover and mid-off in place.
It's not Jean-Louis in once again to bowl to Ryan John, and that delivery again shot in length. Ryan John punches up the back foot, but can be Daryl Cyrus there in backward of point. So those shots now will be looking to probably, if would have timed it a bit better to see if he can beat the offside field, but so straight to the fielder and then no run scored.
Yeah, I would say had just been a little bit on the dark side.
Yeah, it's getting a bit dark lately. As you see, the conditions have darkened a bit. I think the forecast is for some rain later on this evening. It may not fall during the period of play left in the day, as this one is hit firmly back past the bowler, but he's hit it too straight that it cannon straight into the stumps.
Yeah, pitched up and he really hit it well. I think it was a shot that was on. Just unfortunately, it just hit the stump, but that would have rushed back past the bowler for 4. Good shot, positive shot by Ryan John. We know the power he possesses, and this one was over pitch and he really hit it well.
Yeah, good stuff there, effort there from the big man. Would have wanted to, plate it maybe just about a yard or so on either side of the stumps, and could have been 4 runs. John watches a shot of a length delivery outside the off stump, and no run scored. So it's now still 263 for 5. They lead by 2, 68 overs bowled, and it's really encouraging that we can see both teams batting for quite long periods of time. The both 11 would have batted, I think, for 90 plus overs, and now we have 1 ball short of the 68 over and 5 wickets still in hand. So it's the end of now over number 68, and it's now 263 for 5.
Yeah, good discipline shown there by John. Again, you getting the ball to move away from the right-handed batsman, and John coming across here and just allowing it to. And I think it's because he was pitched on a fairly good length, so he was not in a position where he could have drive or even cut. So last 2 deliveries on good length, leaving the right-handed batsman. But John, I think, showed good discipline, allowing the ball to go through the keeper.
Yeah, it's going to be. Is that now? Who's going to take up the action from the southern end? See that Dylan Douglas is there, but is it he's the one to bowl, or is it going to be Hooper is going to continue? Look like it could be Dylan Douglas. Yes, looks like he's going to get a bowl now. Douglas, he is one of the talented individuals within the Windward Islands. He comes from the island of St. Vincent. Looks like he's going to be bowling some more spin from the southern end of the ground. Gotten a bit darker, so they'd probably want to use the spinners for the next period of play. As we see he's set now to bowl to Dennis Smith, and the part-timer Dylan Douglas into Smith, who goes back and punches it through tries to punch to the offside, but the ball bit closer to him, and is not able to just steer it down to the field at backward point. That is Asif Hooper, and the part-timer Douglas will be hoping that he can break this partnership. As a short delivery, Smith comes in line and hits that one. I think it hit it straight to Teddy Bishop in forward short leg. Smith is just checking on the youngster to make sure that he's alright, and they seem to be okay, so the play will continue.
Yeah, I would be disappointed that he didn't put away that short delivery. We've seen from the first delivery Douglas getting some bounce and turn. He's actually bowling off spin. The first delivery actually bounce and turn. And this one, Smith, just was able to get it. So the player who now moves out of forward short leg and is now being.
Is he going to have like
leg
slip, or we wait to see where the he's going to be placed? He retrieves his headgear from the captain. Looks like he might, he'll be stationed in the leg slip area. As Douglas is in, he bowls, and Smith gets back and covers up and pushes that one to the onside, where Jelani Robinson, who is at mid-wicket, does the fielding. Douglas once more, he's in. Smith again, a short delivery, gets inside of the line of that one and pulls down to the fielder backward square. Only able to get one run. So the batsmen, they cross over for just a single. Smith, he's on 21, and with him is Ryan John on 29.
Yeah, Smith so far 55 deliveries, and this is good. You're playing, it's a long version of the game, so you're not trying to rush, but play delivery on its merit. As the cover comes in, as John comes in to strike, just retaking his guard. Seems to be a middle stump guard. The leg slip remains. Backward square to the right of the umpire.
Yes, go on that one. Just a bit straighter. Not much turn in that one, but Ryan John probably playing for turn and was beaten there. So encouraging signs there from Dylan Douglas. He's able to beat the well set Ryan John.
Yeah, playing for turn there, and that one going straight through, just outside the off stump.
Dylan Douglas with the final delivery of the last over. John comes forward, solidly comes forward, pushes it into the offside. The field line backward point is quite deep, played with soft hands, so they're able to cross over for a single. So one more run to Ryan John, he moves to 30, and after 69 overs, it's now 265 for 5.
Yeah, good over by Douglas. His first over, just going for 2 runs. We have seen him looking to give the ball some flight, also getting some turn. And having just conceded 2 runs in the first over, he'll want to continue just to give the ball a bit more air, forcing the batsman to look to play on the front foot. So partnership so far 53. This pair have been doing very well. Smith 21 from 55 deliveries. John is on 30 from 51 deliveries. They would be looking to Bachu, as we see. Carry outside, just getting a little bit darker.
Yeah, it's going to be a change of bowling from the northern end. Now Asif Hooper will take up the action from this northern end. Previously Spell came from the southern end as his previous figures 12 overs 2 million none for 69. As he comes in now to bowl to Ryan John. Hooper is in, John comes back, opens the face, can beat the fielder at slip. Again, good delivery there from Hooper. Just a little short in length, and John, and slow also in speed. And John had to make a decision of guiding down the third man, and he wasn't able to beat the fielder at slip.
Well, what John is doing, which is good, as Hooper is coming between the umpire. He's actually coming around the wicket between the umpire and the stump. And what John is doing, actually making sure that he covers.
Yes.
And if it's good length, he push out as he covers.
This one, Hooper comes in to John. This one is much straighter on the line of the stumps, and he's able to turn it onto the onside for a single. So another a good delivery there. A bit too straight on this occasion, but at the same time, he's keep varying the lines that he's bowling. As Dennis Smith retakes his guard, that looks like to be a middle stump guard. As he faces up to Hooper, with still 4 deliveries left in the over, Smith comes forward and pushes it onto the offside, where that is Augustine in extra cover does the fielding for. And there is just 1 run added to the total.
Yeah, what you want to do now with the batsman, seemingly playing for time, is just bring the fielders in a bit, put a little more pressure, don't give away the easy singles.
And this one outside the off stump, John watches it into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, so there is no runs. So we're getting close to the end of over number 70. It's just short of 10 overs of when the second new ball will be due. We wait to see if that occasion would arrive tonight based on the conditions we have presently. Might be till tomorrow before we see the team take the second new ball, because I'm not sure most of the fast men will be coming back this evening based on the conditions we have.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't think the condition well, I don't expect there probably going to be much overs remaining, and the condition we are seeing now really maybe that's the reason why they took off the medium pacer and bring back on the spin, because certainly getting on the dark side, and they would want to keep the slow bowlers, but I don't expect it will be much longer to go.
No, not at all. It'll be it's just 2 minutes before 5, and I think they could go on till make up time, because we'd have lost some overs yesterday, but I don't see us progressing probably beyond 5:30 based on what we see right now, and could be just as you say, in playing for time at this moment.
Yeah, unless the sun come back out and brighten up the place, But at the moment, the spinners continues.
It's going to be Dylan Douglas. He's just moving the fielders around into the position he wants them pushed back mid on a bit, and Smith comes back and pushes it back to the bowler, who does it bowling off his own fielding. Probably want to be a bit more closer to the batsman in terms of his length. That one was a bit short, and Smith had all the time to go back and push it back to the bowler. Again, Douglas is in again, and this time he comes forward, drives up to the fielder at mid-off, and he has to move around to his left as the batsman they cross over for a single. So 1 more to Dennis Smith. The partnership now moves on to 56, with Smith on 23 and Ryan John on strike, who is now on 31. Again, Ryan John, I think probably his first intent there was probably to pull out the big long handle for that one, but at the end he just watched that one continue outside the off stump into the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, and I think it was a good decision, looking to hit over the top.
John, and again, this time he clips it off his legs to mid-wicket, so no run is scored again. Dylan Douglas looking to keep it tight so far, 1.4 overs, no maiden, none for 3. Again, a good delivery. That one is flighted a bit, slower in pace also, and driven straight to back to the bowler, so there is no additional runs to the score. So good bowling from Douglas, and this time John just clips that one off the stumps behind square. They thought for a single, but he was sent back by Dennis Smith. So it's the end of the over. After 71st over of the innings, the Volcanoes, 268 for 5.
Yeah, and John continues to really bat sensibly, not taking much chances, and with the ball is there to attack, he's gonna attack fully, as we saw in the last few overs, hitting 2 sixes. But very defensive, ball is in good line, and just seemingly trying to get behind the ball. So even though he turns, he want to get himself in a position that he wouldn't get leg before the ball turning away from him.
Yes, and the delivery, so we see the new over is to be bowled by Hooper. I'm still searching for that first wicket of his today. I'm now going for 71 of his 3 overs. 13th over, sorry. 3 overs, 71 of his 13 overs, 2 maidens, and none for 71. Been hit for 4 sixes, I think. So we'll be looking to bounce back a bit.
Now we see the cover comes off the boundary. We see the long one is coming into probably what would be a mid-on position, just probably on the circle. Likewise, the mid-off.
Mid-off is probably still a bit deep, and as he makes a few, that's Douglas. As we see, Smith covers up, one on the off stump, and the bowler does the fielding of his own bowling.
As we see the sun come back outside, get just a little brighter.
Yeah, the weather, as we know, in this part can change quite suddenly. So even though it might well be look gloomy and dark a few moments ago, in a couple of minutes again, the situation can change drastically.
Yeah, looking much brighter. This ball was choked to cover by Smith. He
I
pick
don't
up
think,
one.
I don't think the fielders will be complaining one bit, especially the conditions. It's quite cool, yeah, it might not be the best sunlight, but it's not the hot, steamy, searing heat that this part of the country can be known for.
Yeah, after a long day, it's relaxing. I don't
Yes.
think really they would feel any pressure out there. Based on the conditions.
This one is shot and punched through the offside. Kashaki Jean-Louis, who is in the shot extra cover, he does the fielding. Got a hand to it. Probably if that would have beaten him, that could have been a couple of runs through the offside. But good fielding there from Jean-Louis.
Yeah, good stop. He had to move quickly to his right. He's not far from the bat. Did well just get a right hand to it.
Again, Hooper is back and Smith is back and punches to the offside. 1 run to Smith. He moves on by 1 to 25, and the total now 271 for 5. They now lead by 10 runs. And a firm drive from Ryan John to the fielder there at the a big appeal for run out. The umpire direct hit Ryan John into the non-strikers, and he took some time to get in, and then he realized that that is Kevin Augustine. He was going to rifle in the throw. A big appeal there, and the umpire says not out as he rearranges the stump. Hopefully we may be able to get a replay soon from this end to see what transpired there, but a bit of good feeling there from the both 11 players.
Well, it's interesting to from our end, one thought he was in it rather easily. I think the direct hit, I think really, as we look at it here, everybody would have gone up and let's see. He has been comfortably in. And again, just a bit about the umpires. We have seen that from yesterday. I thought they have been making some good decisions, particularly Campbell.
Yeah, that one was a good decision. He was comfortably in the bat towards Grenada as the ball hit the stumps. I think he was more situational. The fielders were, looking to see if they can probably throw off the umpires and see if they can get a decision in their favor. But it was a good bit of fielding. But at the end of the day, the batsman was safely in. And
I think the fact that it was a direct hit, just the excitement to the direct hit, But I think that the umpires, even though probably was not in the best position, but the decision was the right one, and that the batsman went easily.
Yes, as it's going to be now. Douglas again, he continues a shorter delivery, looking to play that one quite awkwardly. Ryan John probably wanted to get back and punch it, but realized at the end of the day he had to sort of stab at it to keep the ball away from the stumps.
Yeah, it actually stayed on a bit, so he didn't bounce as he expected, so he had to go down.
Ryan John turns that one onto the onside. It's off hands. The fielder behind square, that is Jean-Louis, comes around to do the fielding, but the batsmen, they are able to cross over for a single. So 1 more run to Ryan John. He now moves to 34, and the partnership now is 61.
Yeah, really quiet period. Certainly look to be playing for time.
Smith covers up, 1 on the off stump, and plays it towards the gully backward point position for another dot delivery. Dylan Douglas into his 3rd over. Douglas again draws Smith forward, plays it to the offside, can beat the fielder at extra cover. That's Vincent Lewis. So it's another dot ball, and Douglas just looking to keep it tight and hope that the batsman can force the batsman into a rash shot. A short delivery. Smith gets inside of the line and pulls well through long leg area for 4. Very good shot from Dennis Smith. We've seen he's played that shot quite with regularity so far today, and this time he's executed it quite well.
Yeah, bad delivery. The off-spin pitching is short, and he went back and just pulled it down to the backward square. Fine position. And the fielder having to chase after it, and really didn't have a chance as the ball was well hit. Went down to the backward square boundary for 4.
Yeah, Dick Douglas looking to rebound. Is in now and bowls to Smith, who gets back and guides that towards the fielder at backward point. That is Teddy Bishop. He does the fielding. Again, another dot delivery. So that's the end of the third over from Dylan Douglas. He has none from 8 from his 3. And after 73 overs, the Volcanoes, they now 277 for 5.
Yeah, good partnership. Smith 29 and John 34 so far. Put on 65. Just seem to be playing for time, as we see again the outside just get back on the dark side. The Windwards board 11 certainly would want to break this partnership before the end of day's play, but John and Smith will have different ideas as John prepare to face the next over. As left arm hooper hit, this one is hit down to long on. There's a field on long on fence.
Annual match here.
But went past him and it's down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, as we see, the action continues here. Good shot there from John. He's even though the conditions has darkened a bit, but he's still looking to be in that confident and aggressive mood. He's now 30. He's now moved on to 38. 3 fours and 2 sixes as Hooper is in to bowl to John again. This time John is solidly forward and pushes it onto the outside. So Ryan John is 38. With him is Dennis Smith on 29, and the score 281 for 5. John a slower delivery, which gets behind and pushes it onto the onside. So 281 for 5. We're into now the latter stages of the day's play. The day started with the Volcanoes 11 wrapping up the innings of the board 11 for 261 as Ryan John looks to get inside the line of that one and plays the paddle shot towards the backward square region. He's not able to connect onto that one, so it's another dot ball as the Hooper gets set for another delivery and he's in to bowl to John. John comes forward and pushes it to the offside. Again, another dot delivery.
Yeah, not looking to take much chances, but you seem they're trying to play a sweep, a paddle shot, trying to beat the backward square. Yeah, get hitting on the pad.
This time, this one is driven firmly straight to the fielder at short extra cover. That's Kashaki Jean-Louis. So it's the end of the over after 74. Is now 281 for 5. Devon Smith, he was out caught Daryl Cyrus at 22. There's one Maloney caught Roland Cato bowled Daryl Cyrus at 39. Jamal James, he was LBW to Daryl Cyrus for 6. Sunil Ambris, he was a judge LBW to Sherman Lewis for 95. Alec Athanaze, he was LBW to Sherman Lewis again. Also, he went for 41. And since those 2 quick wickets were lost after T, we now see a good partnership between Smith and Ryan John. Partnership of 69 to help continue the dominance of the Volcanoes 11 in this match.
Yeah, and both batsmen have batted rather maturely, not taking much chances. And it's good to see Smith on 29, and one hope that he will just continue to bat on. He does have the ability, even from a young age. We know how good he was at the under 19 level, and we want to see him make big scores. John 38, the ability to hit the ball very hard, and we see he also have been very selective. When the ball is to be there, he hit it well, but shown some form of maturity in the batting.
Yeah, as we see that one, a delivery there from that's Daryl Cyrus, who is back for a few overs now from the southern end. He's back to the southern end into his the 20th over, 3 for 20. 3 for 80 of his 19.2 overs bowled. So he will be hoping that he can break that partnership. He's got success early on up front in the inning, so we'll be looking to see if he can pick up 1 or 2 wickets as we come closer to the end of the day's play. And that one is again probably shorter in length as the Dennis Smith watches that one into the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, he's getting turn and bongs there. First 3 deliveries, quicker deliveries, sort of pacey delivery. Smith doing the right thing, just allowing it to go to outside there off. So maybe let's see if we could try the googly. Was Smith seemingly seemed to be the googly that came back.
Yeah, he was playing, looking for that one across him, but the last minute he realized the ball was coming into him. So he had to readjust the shot a bit, and he was able to keep it out. So a good ball in there from Daryl Cyrus, continuing to use the different variations to see if he can stick to the defense of the Windwards Volcanoes batters.
Yeah, and it's so important that you as a leg spinner, you're able to bowl just more than the leg spin.
Oh, good delivery. That one was pitched just on about the middle, and Smith had to come forward and play that one towards the onside. So another dot delivery there from Daryl Cyrus. In one ball shot of his 28th over. Quite a number of overs he'd have bowled today, but he has been certainly one of the better bowlers for the Volcanoes, as that one is slower in pace. Flight to delivery, which Smith plays on to the offside. So the end of another maiden over from Cyrus, his fourth of the inning, and after 75 overs, it's now 281 for 5.
Yeah, good going by both batsmen. The partnership of 69. And Smith is on 29, and he so far has faced 71 deliveries. Ryan John 38 also faced 71 deliveries, and this pair has been really put their head down and bat. I think with they lost the 5th wicket, they would have felt really that they can make some inroads.
Yes.
But we have seen these two experienced players, John, we know who have played at the highest level. Well, with the exception of senior West Indies team would have played for Volcanoes. Dennis Smith, we know, had a few seasons playing at the regional level. Both batsmen are experienced, and they have shown it this afternoon in terms of the batting. Not looking to take more chances, but really put their head down and bat.
Yeah, as you see, Dylan Douglas now coming in from the northern end of the ground. Shot a delivery, which John goes back. Is that a drop catch opportunity there? The fielder, they look aghast. So too is the fielder that is Kevin Augustine. He's disappointed that he's not able to hold on to that catch opportunity. So that could be that's an up chance goes begging there from the fielders from the board 11 as we watch the replay. Shot delivery. Ryan John plays it firmly straight into the grass, but he's not able to hold on to the catch.
Yes, certainly it should have been held a straightforward catch, and just was not able to hold on.
Yes, this time he comes back and plates that field on the offside. Cole comes through for 1. They come back for a second. So 2 runs to Dennis Smith. He now is on 31. And the score now moves on to 284 for 5 with lead by 23 runs.
Yeah, we'll be very disappointed there not taking that catch. Short delivery really hit straight to him just to his left, and he seemed to have got both hands to it and just went out.
Smith comes in line, pulls that one behind square. The fielder is not able to stop it as the ball races into the boundary for another, over the ropes for another boundary. So a short ball from Dylan Douglas, which is whipped on behind square for 4. So Smith will be feeling quite pleasing with the results from that shot. He's on 35, and the Volcanoes now 288 for 5.
Yeah, good shot by Smith, because that delivery was not all that short. I think it was probably just around the midland leg stump, and he actually bounced, so he really had to get back and get back onto it and just hit it to the right of the backward square, and the field on the boundary really had no chance.
Yeah, so we see Douglas gets set to bowl to Smith. Another short delivery. This time he hits it through the offside. They come through for 1, thinking of a second. No, it's only 1 they will get. So it's the end of no, there's still a couple of deliveries left in the over. It's 289 for 5. Smith is on 36 and Ryan John is on 39.
Yeah, continue to play well. Just a bit on the short side there from Douglas, and Smith taking full advantage of the short deliveries.
Yeah, so another dot delivery there, added to the scorebook delivered by Douglas. 3.5 overs, none for 16. So you see Douglas, the final delivery of over number 4. Ryan John comes forward and pushes it on out to the offside. So that's the end of the over. After 76 overs, it's 289 for 5.
Yeah, we had 76 overs bowl, 200 and 89 for 5, and this pair 77 runs partnership. Both batsmen in the 30s, John on 39, Smith 36. Interestingly, they each faced 74 deliveries, so nothing much. Have been scoring at a pretty good pace.
Yes, good bowling there from the good batting speed, and two of them just going just close to 50, strike rate of 50. Ryan John is 52, and Dennis Smith is 48.65, means that they're looking to keep the score ticking over and not looking to be bogged down by the situation outside there. But so far they've been in control. The partnership has grown quite steadily. It's now 77. I think that's the second best partnership of the innings, just behind the one for the fourth wicket between Sunil Ambris and Alec Athanasis. But so far 77 is a good effort between the two Grenadian batsmen.
So Cyrus going to pick up the attack, and he will be bowling to Ryan John.
Good
Smith.
bounce there. That one there certainly got a bit of a bounce. That one, where did the one come from? You'd ask, as we see. We'd hopefully get a replay again to see that one just pitched and turned away from him with a bit of bounce. And even later on in the evening, Cyrus is able to get something off the whole ball.
And that's the ability the leg spinners have. They can get the ball to bounce and turn. See any adjustment in the field? No, just two slips, or very short gully on one slip. I would call it two slips. Certainly a good attacking field.
Yeah, it's now Cyrus in again, and Smith comes behind that one and defends it back to the bowler, who does the fielding of his own bowling. So it's another dot ball to Cyrus, bowling quite well, and 3 for 80 in his 21st over. Quite a bit of bowling from the youngster. It's been a while. I'm sure he'd have bowled 20 overs in a day's play.
Yeah, the thing about the leg spinners, they tend to go for runs, but certainly they can be very effective in taking up wickets.
That one is pitched and turned outside the off stump into the gloves of the keeper. And I think, when you look at Cyrus, one of criticism is that you find previously you would have said he offers up a bad ball ever so often, but I think so far from today he has bowled quite well, and those boundaries that have been scored off him has been well hit boundaries, and he's not offered much loose deliveries.
Yeah, the last spell have been good. The last few overs that he would have bowled, I thought, were really good overs, and all it needs is for him to be consistent in terms of bowling. Bowling is a lot of long periods and hard work. It's going to get him to bowl the way he wants to bowl.
Yeah, and that one is pushed up to Kashaki Jean-Louis in the mid-wicket position. So no runs added to the total. So far 5 dot deliveries, and he'll be looking to finish the over strong to continue in manner to see if he can bowl another maiden. And this one comes forward, brings Smith forwards, which he clips towards the mid-wicket, and there is no run. So another maiden over. 77 overs now bowled, and it's 289 for 5.
Yeah, good testing over bowled it to Smith. First delivery in particular really bounced and turned, and Smith was very watchful. Cyrus just focus on that leg spinner off stump, leaving the right-handed batsman. I thought that Smith really showed really maturity. His judgment was right, being able to play this over out. But Cyrus continued to bowl well.
Oh yes, certainly. The youngster quite confident in his craft at the moment. 3 for 18, 21 overs. Probably would have liked a couple more wickets, but he's been involved in the action quite a bit today. As it's going to be Douglas, yes, still on Douglas. He's going to continue from the northern end.
They will be very disappointed not picking up the wicket of John.
Yes.
I thought it was really good opportunity, straightforward catch, not being taken by the backward point.
Yeah, very easy opportunity there, Kevin Augustine, as we see John drives firmly down the ground. The bowler, that is Douglas, is able to get a palm to it to take some sting off it, as the fielder from long on comes in to the fielding. So one more run to Ryan John. He's now on to 40, and with him is Dennis Smith on 36.
Yeah, good work by Douglas. The ball was firmly struck and by John, and he moving really quickly to his right. Just parried it down to a mid-on position.
This one draws Smith forward, which he pushes back to the bowler who does the fielding of his follow through. So it's another dot delivery. 2 deliveries gone in the over. Smith makes some room and punches it onto the offside. Can't beat the field at extra cover. So there is no run scored.
Yeah, Smith giving himself room, trying to pick that gap between cover and extra cover. Just was able to hit it straight to cover.
This time is a full toss, which Smith hits well through the extra cover area. The fielder there, Hooper, does well to get to stop that 1 inches from the ropes, and the batsmen they've run well. They cross over for 3. So 3 runs to Dennis Smith, and good run in there between the pair from the Windwards Volcanoes.
Yeah, good running by Dennis Smith. Full toss, which was he actually pushed. He didn't really hit it, but just push it through that extra cover region. But he has been shown very quick-footed, picking up 3 runs.
Yeah, he's again in Douglas. Ryan John goes back and turns it onto the onside. So there is no run score. So it's the end of now over number 78. 78 overs bowled. The Windwards Volcanoes 293 for 3, and with the currently lead now by 29 runs. Just a few overs left in the day's play. I think all the players involved would have been quite pleasing to know that they'd have bowled. I think we'd have had 78 in this inning if you consider the 2 for the changeover. So that means there have been 80, and earlier on they would have bowled I think maybe about 7 or so overs. So we're close to 90 for the day. It's a lot of hard work these 3-day matches. So kudos to the players for putting in the effort so far.
And it's so good to see that we have been able to get actually 2 days play with the amount of rain that we got yesterday.
Yes.
But we were able to really get the amount of overs bowled yesterday, which was 77. And today, even though it was said in some circles that there should have been rain today, but we have been blessed, really good condition, and the field continues really to be in excellent condition.
Yeah, might be just on the heavy side as a result of the volume of rain we have received lately, but it still continues to do its well in terms of the draining. It's still impeccable here at the National Stadium, and you can have any volume amongst the rain, but it's just a matter of minutes. Play can continue here at the stadium as we see Cyrus begins his 22nd over. He has now changed his line of attack, now coming around the wicket. So there's still an offside bias field, 2 slips, field that short extra cover, and that one is short, and Smith looking to pull, doesn't connect. Did he hit the wicket keeper in his follow through? But Smith will be disappointed that he's not able to cash in on a short delivery from Daryl Cyrus.
Yeah, but I think it's a good move by Cyrus to come around the wicket. Because he's getting turned and he's getting the ball to bounce. I think what you need to do now is to make sure you pitch it up just between middle and leg. So you'll be forcing the batsman either to on drive or either to sweep. And with the ball bouncing and turning, you have the slip and the short goalie, 2 fielders close to the batting position.
Yeah, Smith watches that one outside, keep turning outside the off stump, and again, no runs scored.
So that sort of delivery that he bowled, you just need to bring it closer to force the batsman to play big. It's actually turning and it's bouncing. So you want him to come on the front, either to defend or to play a shot, and really you should be in business. Again, this one is wide up the off stump, no pressure. Need to really be bringing it closer. You want to force the batsman to play. And at this stage, the light is not 100%, not at the best. And the batsman, I think, is really looking to play for time. But you want to put the extra pressure. So it is a good move for Cyrus coming around the wicket. Just need to pitch it on good line.
Yeah, Cyrus in once again.
Good delivery.
Excellent one there. Smith uses a long reach to get to that one to small any chance of turn and place it onto the offside, where that's Jelani Robinson. He does the fielding. So Cyrus, once again, he's in a short delivery. Smith gets in line of that one and turks it behind square on the onside. The fielder at the long leg comes off the boundary and does a fielding. So one more run to Dennis Smith. He's now 40. So too is Ryan John, who is on 40. And the total is now 294 for 5 in over number 79.
Yeah, not a bad move by Cyrus. I think it really was a good move for him coming around the wicket. What was important is his length and his line. Just being a little bit wide of the off stump, not really forcing the batsman to play. And he will want to do that. I think the assistant he's getting from the pitch now, he just need to put the ball on good line and good length.
Yeah, that's it's going to be Douglas, who is going to continue the action from the
yeah, we're seeing
okay, so we just wanted to announce the to our viewers who are viewing on the YouTube platform, the Facebook platform, that we are approaching now 8 hours of streaming time on the Facebook platform, and there is limits in terms of the length of the broadcast. So if you if the stream comes to an end on the Facebook platform, you can join us via YouTube on the Grenada Cricket Association YouTube page. So you can join us there if the stream comes to an end, as we get late into the number 2 of this encounter. So again, to those of you who are viewing on the Facebook platform, if your stream comes to an end momentarily, you can switch over to the YouTube platform, youtube.com Grenada Cricket Association, and you'll be able to continue the action here at the National Cricket Stadium. It's late into the number 2 as Asif Hooper is into bowl to John again. This one he turns it behind square on the onside for a single. So one more run to Ryan John. He's on 41. He's now involved in an 84-run partnership with Dennis Smith, and I think those two batsmen will be quite pleased with their performance so far.
Yes, definitely 84. I think they will really put their head down and bat, and really batted sensibly as Smith again covers up and pushes back to the bowler. They would have, with their judgment, have been really good, hitting her with the bad balls, but again defending the good ones, as Smith again is pushing onto the offside. Again, ball given a good flight by Douglas, and that was pushed on the offside, and there's no runs as we complete the 88th over. And just looking at the umpires, just we're getting the impression that certainly we do not have long to go again.
Yeah, 80 overs now. The second new ball is due, but I do not think that the board 11 would have any intention of taking that new ball this evening, because it's quite dark, and it's just maybe a moments away, overs away from the end of the day's play. Seems that the two batsmen, they're engaged in a discussion in the middle. As it's going to be that Cyrus is going to continue the action from the southern end of the ground, bowling to Ryan John. Ryan John is on strike, so it is we await the start of the new over. I think they're calling for the new cherry, so that's probably being communicated with the umpire. And as that one draws the batsman forward, thick outside edge, lobs over the two slips there. They come through for a single, coming back for a second. He makes it safely, but that one again, Crony, as we see, Cyrus is able to gain a great deal of bunks from those deliveries.
When you look as though he was dropped there, we look at it again.
No.
Just going over where the second position is. But again, we see the bunks and certainly seeing the turn. Cyrus really pitching in good areas, and I think that's all he needs to do. But the slips, and even that second slip or maybe a short goal, he was very close. I think if he was back a bit, he would have been able to get hand to it.
Yeah, Cyrus again. This one is short and wide outside the off stump. John goes back and cuts well through back out of point. The good effort there from Teddy Bishop to keep that ball within play. So the batsman cross over for 2. So 2 more runs to Ryan John and brings up 300 for the Volcanoes. 300 and 484 deliveries, 333 minutes, 34s and 7 sixes. Good effort there from the Windwards Volcanoes 11. Racking up 305 in their response to 261 from the board 11.
Yeah, Cyrus really continued to bowl well, really pitching in good area. Someone going straight to the John as he came forward. But really bit unlucky not to him pick up more wickets. So really have been bowling well.
Yes, good stuff there from Cyrus. And again, we just want to, as we see Cyrus continues from that. That one is outside the off stump, and Ryan John watches it outside the off stump into the gloves of the wicket keeper. And again, we just wanted to. Okay. So we hope that those of you who was on the Faithful platform has joined us over now on YouTube, as we are into the. So they are with the action. Remember, the stream has come to an end on the Facebook platform. So encouraging you to join us on YouTube for the moments remaining in this match. 300 for 5. We can also give you an update momentarily of the action in Barbados. West Indies continue to perform well. Australia 136 for 8 against the West Indies. We see 131 for 8. Australia batting first against West Indies in that suspended one, the second one, the international. As we now going to see the match officials, they're going to get the new ball. That is going to the second new ball after 81 overs, as they hand over the old ball and the new one, the new cherry, comes out. So it might be. You see match referee Carl Felix is there with the umpires. One of the fielders, I think they're waiting for one of the fielders from the board 11 to come to make a selection on the ball they want to use.
Well, certainly a really interesting move if they're going to take the new ball. No, I think the light really is not at the best, but new ball is taken. We seem to have a few overs still remaining, maybe just about 10 overs remaining.
Yeah, I think too, as we see, is going to be the one of the quicksters. That is going to be Vincent Lewis. He's going to take up the action with the second new ball. He's going to bowl from the northern end. I think that's where he's bowled all of his overs today. Vincent Lewis, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 34. And in the fading light here at the National Stadium, the medium pacer from Dominica has the new pink cherry in his hands.
Yeah, certainly it makes it a little difficult for us here, but certainly I think the batsmen, the umpires probably are convinced that the light is good enough. 301 for 5. We have 81 overs being bowled, and we see Lewis. He's going to pick up the attack from this northern end.
He's going to come around the wicket. Seems to favor bowling around the wicket to the right-handers. The new hand cherry, Ryan John, settles and awaits the Vincent Lewis, who is now off, and he's just about to deliver to Ryan John. Good delivery. Ryan John comes forward and pushes it down the ground. A good effort there from the fielder. That I make that to be is that Dylan Douglas in mid off. He was able to come in, pick up the ball, and almost an adjacent manner to the ground was able to effect the hit the stumps. But I think John was comfortably in. But even though we at 5:36 in the afternoon, we can see the effort from the board 11 fielders are at 100%.
Well, it's interesting to see what happened there, how close John was. I think that was really a good bit of feeling, and he threw it while he was on the ground. And umpire said not out, but a really good bit of feeling.
We love to see that level of commitment, and when you look at Dylan Douglas, his clothes has shown that he has certainly left it all outside there. Quite a bit of dirt and grass on his clothes, along with some the ball on his left, the left side of his right side of his trouser, where he'd have done some shining of the ball. But the guys, it has been a hard day's work for them, and they've put out every effort, and I think you cannot really criticize any of them for the effort they put out today.
Yes, certainly up to this point, you're seeing the effort.
Here he's in Vincent Louis to bowl to Dennis Smith, who comes back and punches or pushes that one to the fielder at the cover. That is Kevin Augustine, and there is no run. So the start of the first over with the new ball. The second new ball, Vincent Lewis has been given the task of bowling it from this northern end. We wait to see if he's going to probably bring back one of the seamers from the southern end. That could be either Sherman Lewis or Kevin Augustine for the next over. If he'll continue the leg spin of Daryl Cyrus. As we see Lewis once more. Oh, good delivery there. A full pitch delivery on the line of the leg stump. Almost a Yorker length delivery. Smith was able to get his pad out of it. The keeper, Junior Henry, was not able to get around to stop it, but it's going to be 4 more byes to the total as the score now moves on to 306 for 5.
Yeah, good delivery by Lewis. It was right up. Quick delivery. Just pass, between the batsman and the leg stump.
Yeah, probably would have wanted to get it on target. Could have been in business there.
Yeah, the keeper, Henry, had really difficulty getting a call, but it was a quick delivery.
Yes, it's now 306 for 5. 3 balls short of the 82nd over. Dennis Smith is 41, Ryan John is 47. As we approach the close of day number 2 in this match. Reminding you that if the match continues tomorrow for day 3, the final day of this encounter, as Lewis is once more in to bowl to Smith. Smith gets a full delivery on the line of the outside the off stump, which he drives through the covers. They come for one, they come back for a second. That's all there is going to be. So 2 more runs to Smith, full delivery, which he capitalized on, and the total now moves to 308 for 5.
Yeah, good shot by Smith over pitch, and he really stroked it nicely through extra cover. The fielder made off having to run back, and the batsman picking up 2, but really a good confident shot played by Smith.
Yeah, Vincent Louis looking to find a better length now as he's in and bowls to Smith. A delivery wrapped him on the pad. Be appeal for LBW. Umpire says, shakes his head, says not out. The field, everyone went up in unison hoping to get that decision there, but it was a good delivery. Whether it was tailing down the leg side or not, we will see, and I think that probably would have been the in the mind of the umpires. You see in the replay, probably would have gone on to miss the leg stump with the angle.
It's a good decision. The ball was right up, really hit outside the leg stump, and the angle of the ball going down the leg side, really it's a good decision. Decision.
As we see a couple of deliveries before, he was able to get his feet away from it, and he went between the stumps and his body for beating the keeper for 4 byes. That one was on a similar angle, and though he may have been hit on the leg stump, I think that would have carried on the leg side. So good decision there by the umpire, and this time he follows it up with a full one outside the off stump, plays through the offside. The fielder, that is Kevin Augustine, he's not able to field cleanly, and the batsman, they cross over for 2. So 2 more runs to Smith. He's now on 45, and it's certainly an action-packed over where it's all happening so far in this over.
Yeah, good interesting over there. Good battle, but good over by Lewis. I think that he bowled quickly. I think 2 deliveries. I was right up the first one, beating Smith, passing between the stump and his body, going for 4 byes. The previous delivery just before the last one, the another one right up. This one takes Smith on the pad, but hit him just outside the leg stump, and the angle of the delivery was really going down the leg side. Really, they went up in appeal, and I think the umpire would have made a really good decision. They not giving out, but really good bowling, good testing over bowling by Lewis.
Yes, we're going to see that is going to be, yes, Kevin Augustine. a St. Lucian medium pacer from St. Lucia. He's going to take up the action from the southern end. He has bowled 11 overs, none for 45 previously, and we'll be hoping that maybe with the over 2 he may get this with this new ball this evening. He might be able to get a wicket or two for his teams.
Well, he's bowling to 2 slips on a gully, cover point, cover on a mid-off.
Oh, good delivery there from John. Covered up on the off side. Probably might have kept that hit a bit low, but Ryan John was able to cover up and keep that one out from the danger area.
Yeah, this one just staying down a bit. John was covering up. He really got behind the delivery. The important thing is that he played straight, not looking to play across and push it back in front of him. You see the 2 slips locking there in the gully.
Ryan John just clips that one off his legs down to fine leg. They feel that there Vincent Lewis in position. He's able to come around to his right to retrieve the ball. Just one more run there, but was very elegantly and casually played there by Ryan John. Not much effort, but was able to get the ball off the square quite quickly.
Well, I think he was looking to hit it more square, looking to pick it up and hit it somewhere over the square leg umpired backward square, which is vacant. And looked to play with the tide, with the pace, and really just got the bottom of the edge and went down to a long leg of fine leg region.
Augustine once more, and Smith flashes that one through the offside. The fielder there at backward point runs back to do the fielding, so it's 2 more runs to Dennis Smith. He moves on by 2 to now 47, and the total now on 213 for 5, and also the 100 partnership is up between Dennis Smith and Ryan John. 182 deliveries, 120 minutes. Dennis Smith is on 47 and Ryan John is on 48.
But this is what the new ball brings. It's a good shot by Smith. Anything pitch up with the ball coming onto the bat, it's you can play through the line and you hit it well through the covers.
And this one, Smith covers up and pushes back to the bowler covering Augustine. No runs scored. So Smith is close to the 50 land mark. So too is Ryan John. Is on 48, and we also had Alec Athenes who would have scored 41. Sunil Lambris who would have scored 95. Desron Maloney would have scored 39. Devon Smith would have scored 22. So you have seen most of the batsmen, they were able to get stats. Only one would have went on past the 50, and I think the board 11, they'll be hoping that they can keep Smith and Ryan John on that total also. As you see, a good delivery there outside the off stump. Probably would have beaten Smith. He'd have decided to probably leave it alone at the last minute, but I think he was beaten up earlier on.
Yeah, good delivery. I think he was beaten there as you were looking to come forward, but probably pick up the angle late and just sort of drop the wrist. But I think that he was beaten by that delivery. Again, we see the movements of the ball when it's being pitched up to the bat. And with 2 slips in position, you want to continue to keep the ball up to the bat. This one is, again, moving away from Smith, wide up the off stump, not creating any pressure. Smith just allowing it to go through. As we complete over number 83, 313 for 5, Smith. Dennis Smith, 47 from 102 deliveries, and Ryan John, 48. From 88 deliveries. This pair have been going very close. They were on each of them 40, 47, 48. John is going to be facing the next over from
that's going to be Vincent Lewis. Yes.
Lewis. So he would be eyeing a 50 before we get to the end of the day's play.
Just to combine, they're just 5 runs away from the half century. John 2 and Smith 3 would be reward for the effort that they have put out there this evening. And as we see, Cyrus is off the ground momentarily. If substitute fielder, that is Anil Matthew, he's on to do some duties for the next few deliveries or so. But it's going to be Vincent Lewis who is coming back over the wicket, left hammer over the wicket to bowl to Ryan John, probably looking to carry that ball across the left hander instead of bringing it back into him with the previous mode of attack. And Lewis is in and he bowls, and John comes forward and plays it with soft hands down to Dylan Douglas at mid-off, and there is no runs.
Yeah, good slow delivery bowled by Lewis. John was coming forward and picked it up and just push it in front of him on the offside. That's really using some variation there. Lewis, who would have really bowled a pretty quick over, force over with that second new ball, and attacking field in 2 slips and a gully. Waits, he comes over the wicket to bowl to John.
And he's bowled him! Ryan John, what a naughty shot there. The ball was just pitched on about the off stump. He saw it up in his act, looking to go over long on, and that ball just continued with the line into, as we see the replay now. Ryan John will be disappointed, and I think probably you can see the ball tail back a bit into the right-handed Ryan John, but it's certainly not a pretty sight to be dismissed. 2 short of 50 lit on in the day's play.
Well, it's a style of playing, because that ball was pitched up, and if he played straight, he certainly would have hit that shot that beautifully, as he echoes know how he should have played. He played right across it, and we have seen him played shots like that before. One could remember tugging the ball just to get it on the onside. I remember a 4 down to mid-wicket again, he played across it. But this time with a newer ball, and it's coming through. It's, you will take, it's a bigger chance now to play across it. And he played across it and missed, and the ball seemed to come in a bit. But if he played straight, I think he really would have been in good position to hit that ball straight back, either back along on the ground, or he could have hit it straight back in the air. So you'll be disappointed hitting across the line. And Lewis, I think, deserved the wicket there. First over he bowled was a good one.
As we see now, the new batsman, that's going to be Larry Edward. He strides to the middle. Number 4 on his back. We'll be hoping to see off the proceedings that remains in the day's play. Just probably 12 minutes to 6. Probably would go to the top of the hour. So might could be just about 2.5 overs left in the day's play. After this one might be 2 overs. So Larry Edwards has would want to stay there tonight and come back tomorrow. And I think Vincent Lewis, though he's picked up his first wicket, and I think that's been good reward for some good bowling he's put in today.
Yeah, and one get the impression that the feelers or the players seem to have no difficulty with light. Maybe we have tinted glass in front of us. We'll look a little bit darker than really it is. But I think the feelers themselves look really pretty comfortable. The batsmen look comfortable. Nobody's really showing any signs of unhappiness with the light. So it's a little bit brighter than it will look from where we sit here. Larry Edwards, the left-handed Larry Edwards, again, no 3 slips is in position on a gully. Backward point cover. Larry Edwards from St. Lucia.
Larry Edwards is in. Vincent Lewis aborts his delivery at the last moment. Probably was not happy with the last couple of strides, so he aborts, and he will attempt that delivery all over again. Ryan John was batting so sweetly. 48 of 90 deliveries, 3 fours, 2 sixes, and in just about 140 minutes, just 6 minutes short of 2 hours, and he was able to score a strike rate of 53.3. But he's dismissed later on in the day's play, as we see a full delivery from Lewis, turned onto the onside by Larry Edward. He made a few exploratory steps down the wicket, but he was sent back by Dennis Smith, who was not interested in the single. So he survives his first delivery.
Yeah, and certainly if he didn't get bat onto this delivery, he probably would have been out leg before. It was the ball right up, and he just came down looking to turn it on the onside and just get bat onto it, and it just bubbled out on the onside. But dangerous looking shot.
Yeah, it's going to be Vincent Lewis, who is now at the top of his mark, gets set to bowl to Larry Edward. Another full delivery, which Larry Edward stabs out onto the offside. So good stuff there from good bowling from Vincent Lewis, looking to attack the stumps later on day number 2.
Yeah, he's keeping the ball right up, and Edwards coming forward and just pushing it out on the offside. But making sure that he plays each delivery, and this is what you want in this period. The slips in position, the gully just getting a little bit closer to the slips. So they'll be looking for the outside edge, and he's keeping the ball up. Probably now just need to push it just a little away from him now.
Yeah, that one is on the line of the leg stump, which Larry Edwards comes inside of it and turks it behind square. The fielder, Kervin Augustine, does the fielding from square leg. He runs back to retrieve it. 2 runs to Larry Edwards. He's off the mark, and the Volcanoes now 315 for 6. They lead by 54 runs.
But this is not the line that Lewis want to be bowling. There's 2 fielders on the leg side. There's a long leg and a mid wicket, so a load of space on the leg side. And this ball was angling down the leg side, and Edward just turned it around, and it went very close to that backward square boundary.
Yes, the final delivery of Vincent's over. He's in and bowls to Larry Edward, a full delivery, which Edwards pushes back past the bowler, but not enough pace to beat Kato, who does the fielding there. To no runs to the score. So at the end of a successful over, one in which picked up the wicket of Ryan John, the Windwards Volcanoes, they now 315 for 6 after 84 overs.
Yeah, good over bowled by Lewis. He picked up his first wicket, so 1 for 41, and he has bowled 10 overs so far. Really deserved that wicket. As you could see him really steaming in, bowl a good first over. And John there looking to hit across the line of the ball, missed, and it really crashed into the stump. So he would be happy to pick up that all-important wicket of Ryan John.
Yes, it's now it's going to be Kervin Augustine. He's going to continue from the southern end. Just 7 minutes to 6. Could be just 2 overs left in this play. So far this inning has gone on for 84 overs. Another 2 overs would mean that they've batted for 88 overs, and we'd have had some overs earlier on before that as the innings of the board 11 was wrapped up. Augustine, good delivery outside the off stump. Smith pushes it towards the offside. I think his mindset now would be about remaining there so that he can come back tomorrow and continue that good knock he's had so far.
Yeah, and Augustine in his 13th over so far, none for 48. He'll be hoping to pick up a wicket before the end of this play. 3 slips, pretty close on a gully.
This one is watched outside the off stump by Dennis Smith. He's not interested at all in playing at it. Just shoulders arms into the gloves of wicketkeeper Douglas.
The Windwards board 11 would really be happy to break that partnership.
Yes.
Picking up that wicket of Ryan John. They had a chance couple overs before. Catch at backward point. So really be happy to see the back of him.
Augustine once more, and Smith opens, guides that behind down to third man. They come through for a single. They'll come back for a second. Douglas picks it up just yards from the rope, third man rope. So they come over for 2. Dennis Smith moves to 49, and the Volcanoes now 317 for 6.
Yeah, that was well played by Smith. So delivery leaving him on a good line, and you could see him just dropping his wrist a bit and playing with soft hands as it went past the third slip. What a chase back to the boundary. So he get 2 more. He's 49 from a 105 delivery, and really will be looking for his 50.
As you see, another Augustine is in to bowl to Smith, and Smith plays that one. He's caught. Is there a big appeal there? Did it come off the ground? Smith stands his ground like he's confident with the not out decision. We're going to see a replay, and I think that as we see the second time, that probably came just off the toe of the bat.
Yeah, I think it touched the ground. It touched the ground as we.
Yeah, it was touch and go. He probably would have played it and at the same time as he hit the ground. So it came off the pitch into the hands of the fielder there at third. It's that gully that's as if Hooper, but a very good decision there by the umpire.
Yeah, very good decision. I think what you would have seen notably there is that the ball bounced up
Yes.
That indicates that it hit and
into
will
the
go
ground.
up,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
think.
and I think it was really a good decision.
Yeah, I think it was almost similar. Both of them, the ball touching the ground and when he was hit. So I think that was a good decision there from the umpire. And probably would have been a wide delivery. Smith probably, eyes lit up, but probably could have been advised just to shoulder arm and let that one go into the gloves of the keeper.
Well, I think he's looking for the 50, and he saw it full, and even though it was wide, and with no third man, and if you could get it past the slip region.
Augustine comes bustling into the crease. That one, Smith is behind it, a bit of extra bounce, and that one keeps the ball, place it in front of him, so there is no run. So it's the end of the over, the end of the 85th over. Smith is on 49, Larry Edwards is on 4, and we may just have one more over. We see the umpires, they coming over, there is some deliberations, but it's just going to be one more over, and that is going to be bowled by, it's going to be Asif Hooper. He's going to bowl what could be the final over of the day's play.
Yes, good, interesting over bowl there. Gustin so far none for 50, but did bowl a good over, and Smith there just failing to get that single in that last over. But Edwards on 2 comes into strike, and we're going to see it's Hooper, the left arm spin of Hooper, going to take it up from this northern end. As we see probably a change of glove or some message being sent out as the fielders no, actually they have decided to end play at this time after 85 overs. Guess probably some message coming out, and based on the conditions, one expected that decision would have been called at any time.
Yeah, it's just a few minutes to 6. It's actually just close to maybe 2 minutes to 6 on the second day, as we see the play has come to an end at this stage. It's been a good day of cricket. One where we'd have seen 317 for 6. The Volcanoes 11 goes into at the close of play. Previously, the both 11 innings would have been wrapped up for 261, but Larry Edwards is not out on 2. Dennis Smith is not out on 49. They lead by 56 runs ahead. So it's a good position to be in with still 4 wickets in hand. I'm sure they'll want to come out tomorrow and bat for long periods of time and see if they can probably extend that lead much further. So it has been a good day's play. The score, we to tell you, it's 317 for 6 at the end of the day's play. We want to thank you for joining us today, and it has been a pleasure bringing you the action here from the National Stadium in St. George's, Grenada. So on behalf of the Windwards Volcanoes franchise, the Grenada Cricket Association, TNR Communication, and the rest of the technical team, our commentary team, we want to say thank you, and we want to wish you a good evening, and do enjoy the cricket over in Barbados, and join us tomorrow morning at 9:30 for resumption of play, for the start of play on day 3 of the second match in the best of the best series of the Windwards Volcanoes.